And what's up, everyone? Welcome to WCG 2022 Rivals. This is the Clash Royale portion. I'm Paper Thin. This is GClef. Dude, it's been a while. It's so exciting to be back with Clash, man. I am thrilled to be here. Thrilled to have this exciting Korea versus Japan matchup. Some great teams, some great players. A lot of players that you and I have seen a lot. Dude,
of course.
This is just nostalgia overload.
It's going to be a lot packed, actually. It's going to be a lot of matches, guys. Get your blankets ready. If it's cold, get some coffee, get some popcorn, whatever you need. And it's been a while for us to actually be in the Clash Royale. So it's going to be nice. It's going to be very exciting. Personally, it's been a few
years.
Let's have some kick-ass time because we know a lot of these players. We've casted them for years, and it's going to be pretty hot because we already always mention for CRL Asia, there's always a big tangent between Korea and Japan. And now we have it. Exactly. Literally, Korea versus Japan, 2 matches. That's what we're going to start with. And format, it's going to look quite similar, right?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of what we're used to a little bit in CRL, so it's going to be a lot of fun to see how this all shapes up. Of course, there's a lot of great teams and a lot of great players. So, you know, we've got the overview and everything for you guys coming up here just shortly. So hold on. There's a lot of info here to digest, but a lot of cool stuff. And again, like you said, it has the potential to be a super long day, GClef.
Yeah. If it's cold, make sure to get some blankets.
Yes.
Keep your feet warm. Okay, overview. Okay, this is the one in the middle right there. Clash Royale. Of course, I think we already had Hearthstone, and we're gonna have Valor later. Clash Royale here, and $20,000 on the line. So that's actually a lot of money for a single-day tournament. Single-day tournament, of course, it's a lot of matches, but still, that's a lot of money. Cool to have WCG back, man. We're out there for 2019, I believe, in Xi'an. It's been 3 years.
It's been that long.
So excited to get back into WCG.
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's really a treat to be able to do this again. You know, casting CRL together for years, and then the WCG Xi'an thing. So, okay, guys, buckle up. This is going to be long. Okay, so there are potentially 7 matches. Doesn't have to go that long. We'll get to that. But each match is a 2v2 to start, and then a King of the Hill. So, you know, 3 players from each team. It's, you know, until all members of your team are eliminated, just like the old CRL.
Okay.
If we get to match 3, if it goes there, it's an ace game, a 1v1 best of 3 dual mode. So you can't use the same cards, and you got to try to bring your best stuff. Then GClef, this is where it gets crazy. So
the winner-loser section?
Yeah, this is where things get, you know, we were trying to explain this, and we're like, all right, so the winners play each other, and the losers play each other. And then the winner of the loser plays the loser of the winner.
Got it.
And then the winners play each other at the end. Now, if the match 3 winner, you can see their match 6. If that match 3 winner wins again,
so the winner of the winner's winner's match wins again.
Then we're done
from match 6.
But
otherwise,
we go to a 7th one.
Oh, so there's a bracket reset at the grand finals, which can be match 6 or match 7.
Right.
So that makes sense. Thanks for all the explanation. With all the winner loser, it could be very confusing. But starting from match 4, you can sort of count as match 3 is the winner's match, match 4 the loser's match, and then it's like the double elimination format from there on. And the winner gets straight winner from the winner's match. Winner's match gets the bracket reset. That's the understanding that you kind of have to get from that picture in the middle. Of course, we talked about the prize pool. First place, $10,000. So that's a lot of money on the line.
Darn right. I'll take that. That's a good chunk of change for a day's work, no doubt about it. So, of course, you could potentially win a Clash Royale King Snowball, and I'm pretty jealous that
I get one too?
Right? This is exactly what I said during rehearsal. I'm like, I want this.
Merry Christmas time real soon. I choose you.
So if you guys type exclamation point event 1 in chat, it will bring up the URL, so you can click that. You can participate in the voting in the WCG news feed. Okay. And then potentially you could randomly win the snowball. And there's 10 people who are going to win through the lottery. So unfortunately, GClef and I are...
Okay, keep talking. I'm going to go in and do it right now.
You get in there and register us, and then we'll get in there. Also, there's another thing that's not listed here on the screen that you guys should know about.
What is it?
If you type in exclamation point WCG, there's some information about some upcoming
Magic?
Clash Royale matches, some battles you can participate in. Anyone could participate in.
Even me?
Even you.
Even me. Wow.
I mean, we're not going anywhere in it, but we can participate in it.
It's right there, WCG Open.
Yes, there it is.
Clash Royale sign up ongoing. You're on point, man.
We get to announce this. We get to bring you guys some exciting news here.
Participate right now at
Share
WCG at Level Up at GG. That's pretty easy.
Anyone
URL.
could play. Anyone could participate.
Like, even my kid?
Even your kid.
I don't have a kid yet, so...
your future child. We'll teleport him in from the future, and we'll bring him here to play.
Okay, sure thing. That's very exciting. Anyone can participate. That's really cool.
Yes.
That's another exciting part about Clash Royale, because you can literally play from anywhere.
Yes.
And, like, fair and square, it's going to be really cool.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we have a video coming up here, guys, in just a moment. Get some information from our players.
Of course.
If it's
some
all
trash talk, maybe?
some trash talk. There is definitely
tangent between the players.
Yeah, we got a lot of good ones, a lot of historic players coming at you. And that'll be ready in just a short moment, I believe. So that'll be exciting. Of course, you get to hear from some of our favorites. I saw the video earlier. Little spoilers. Oh. Expo Master's in there. KK's in there.
Line's in
there. TenGOD, Line.
TenGOD's in there.
Aaron's in there.
Yaki's in there.
Yaki's in there.
A lot of good old names, man. Good old names. And of course, it's been only a few months from the World Championships, of course. Congratulations to the Egypt Prince there, Prince of Egypt. But still, after that, we had some incredibly big matches, some new cards like the Monk, Phoenix kicking in, and of course, so glad that balance patch kicked in just a week ago.
The Monk's pretty nuts.
So Monk might not see as much. If it was a week ago, damn, man, we must have seen a lot of Monks if it was a week ago, but not as much. The balance patch surely will.
こうした国を越えての試合っていうのがあまりあるわけではないのでシンプルにめちゃめちゃ楽しみです.
방송으로만 보던 WCG 대회를 제가 직접 참여하게 돼서 영광스럽고 기분이 새로운 것 같습니다.
久々にこういう大きな大会に出れてとても嬉しく思います. それ以来なんで、すごい楽しみです.
일본과 한국이 서로 라이벌이지만 친숙하거든요. 일본과 서로 즐기되 저희가 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
日本のね、クラロワのレベルの高さっていうものを見せつけないなと思います.
이렇게 오랜만에 한일전 하게 돼서 되게 재밌을 것 같고 상대가 일본인 만큼 꼭 이기고 싶습니다. 일단은 강점이 가장 먼저 생각나는 게 2대2 같은 면에서 팀워크가 되게 좋을 것으로 예상되고 저희도 그런 점을 좀 많이 준비해야 될 것 같습니다. 저희가 1대1만큼 확실히 앞선다고 말할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
今回はチーム戦なので 1v1 がどんだけ強い選手がいてもやっぱ 2v2 だったりとかあと KOH の3対3もあるのでそういったチーム力っていう部分ではちょっと日本の方が強いんじゃないかなとは思います.
1대1이 굉장히 센 선수들만 구성이 돼 있기 때문에
일단 1대1은 걱정이 없고 2대2만 연습을 좀만 한다면 저희가 충분히 1등 할 수 있다고 생각을 합니다.
韓国の人たちは結構得意デッキが絞られてる人が多いんでそこを対策していけばそこが弱点になるんじゃないかなと思ってます. サンドボックス選手です.
やはりサンドボックス選手ですかね.
サンドボックス選手ですね. やっぱり今回の CRL の世界大会も出ていい順位まで行ってたんで一番怖い.
뽑아준 건 고맙지만 이기는 건 어차피 저희기 때문에 감사하게 생각하겠습니다.
안겨야 할 선수를 한 명 굳이 꼽자면 저는 KK 선수라고 생각합니다.
KK 선수입니다. 갭픽도 매우 좋고 갭폼이 예전이랑 똑같기 때문에 좀 경기가 더 많이 되는 선수라고 생각을 합니다.
かかってこい.
正直余裕で勝てるとは思ってないんですけども勝つのは僕たち日本です.
일본 팀에 아무래도 올드 플레이어가 많아서 영한 저희가 더 유리할 것 같습니다. 저희가 압살해버리도록 하겠습니다.
원래는 이제 무기 선수를 경기해야 될 선수였는데 또 안 나왔기 때문에 충분히 이길만 할 것 같습니다.
日本は麦だけじゃないぞというところを見せていきたいなと思います.
1, 2등은 저희 한국 팀이 할 테니 3, 4등은 일본 팀이 하시고 지구로 가시면 되겠습니다.
日本代表として1位目指して頑張るんで応援よろしくお願いします。
제가 일본 선수들을 많이 이제 만나본 만큼 승률이 좋기 때문에 충분히 이길 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다.
日本代表の一人として戦うからにはしっかり結果を残して優勝を目指したいと思います。
깔끔하게 1등을 하도록 하겠습니다. 파이팅!
自分は過去 WCG に2回出させていただいたことがあるんですけどもね、優勝したことがないんで今回優勝できるよう頑張ろうと思います。
All right, let's take a look at some of our players. Of course, we just got to hear from them. Let's take a look at the team profiles. Team Expo, you would assume that Expo Master is on here. Indeed, it's him, Line, and Sandbox. Now, this is a crazy scary team.
In terms of 1v1, as especially the Korean players said, they are so confident they're going to win that 1v1. Well, I'm not sure about that because we have all the strong lineups from each country. Of course, they're strong, and I think because they're so individually skilled. And it's been a somewhat of time for that 2v2. And they said it's okay for the teamwork because they've been playing for a long time before. But you know, sometimes you can be rusty. Even after doing all the practice, we have a lot of new cards since then. So depending on the 2v2 result, I think a lot is going to change.
Yeah, exactly. And Japan has a lot of confidence in their 2v2, a region that, you know, used to be very strong in it for sure. TenGOD, KK, Yakitori, again, a veteran team, an all-star team here, especially with KK on there, who has just been consistently one of the best in Asia.
Solid, keeping the middle ground. KK, as you can see right there, a samurai blue. Man, let's see how.
Yeah,
they can actually. Yeah, one team's blue, one team's red. I think they wanted to have.
And the Japanese national soccer team is samurai blue as well.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Throwback, yeah.
And Yakitori, really cute. That's a cute design with the with the Yakitori in its hand. And TenGOD, of course, a player that loves the giant. That's why he has the giant right there. And 2v2 lineup, Expo Master Line, TenGOD, Yakitori. That's going to be some fire, paper thin.
That's going to be really, really fun. You know, getting to see 2v2 for the first time in a while is really exciting. And then, of course, after that, the King of the Hill. You know, again, that's technically a best of 5, right? But a better way to think of it is just until everybody on your team loses, or until you beat the rest of the team. You just play until that happens. And then if there is an ace game, if it does go, you know, 1-1 for the first 2, it's a 1v1 duel. So
it'll be a duel.
I'm really excited about that.
That's very exciting, of course. Yeah, Expo, because the team itself is named Expo. 2v2 Expo, we've seen it a couple of times, not too many in history, but we've seen it happen. It was like, especially when there was less balloons happening, less freezes. We did see Expos, but not as much, so we might not really get to see. Let's see what the real deal, what's like the strongest decks on 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is pretty wide open. I think you're probably going to see some crazy stuff come out potentially because, again, as a one-day tournament, sometimes you're allowed to try something really insane and see if you can get away with it. Yeah, some cheese of sorts. So we'll see if anybody's going to go for that kind of thing. And yeah, it's going to be a long day. Again, like you're saying, get all the things you need to be warm, get the blankets, get some coffee, because you've got a ton of Clash coming. And again, the exclamation point WCG, put that into chat.
Of course.
And make sure you spread the word on that. Again, anybody can join that league. Anybody can play. It's an open league. So get in there, and if you feel the edge, compete in some Clash Royale.
And also participate in that event, the Snowball, of course.
That too, yeah.
Yeah,
that's the more important.
Really grabbed my attention right there. I'm like, I really didn't get a full connection there, so I couldn't participate. But I will not participate for the better chances of all of you guys. Okay, you agree with that?
You're a kind God, yes.
Okay, so you can't go in either. Sorry, I ruined it for us.
Darn it.
Maybe Clash Royale in the future.
Yeah, maybe.
Send us a snowball. That's going to look real nice right next to the Christmas tree, man.
That's true.
Be one heck of a decoration. But, of course, let's get ready to talk about the 2v2 again. We have seen a lot of, we say cheese, but towards the end of 2v2, a lot of teams, they were just using all the tornadoes, all the freeze, all the spells that you can even rage, the clone, just at the right time. They were just holding for that last few cards, and we're going to see that again in 2v2. It was usually the last few cards with the question mark, and then we saw like a big freeze. Or sometimes it was held until the last moment, didn't even use it because they don't need it sometimes. And that happens on 2v2. And we had some 2v2s that actually grabs all the towers in like a minute.
Yeah.
It does happen sometimes, depending on how aggressive they can be with like the lava balloon and all that. So let's see what they actually brought to the table because we have a lot of, oh man, 2v2?
I'm excited. It's something you don't get to see as much these days, and so it's gonna be a lot of fun. I mean, yeah, it used to come down to spell usage almost more than anything, like being able to kind of outmaneuver and outthink your opponents. Every once in a while, yeah, someone would just have like you said, a deck that just kind of matched up better, or they kind of outguessed their opponent at the beginning and rushed it down. But we'll see. I mean, a lot of units like that can cover area are really useful. Like Dark Prince used to be really popular, for example, because he was so versatile in those matchups. Like he could cover a lot of different areas for your 2v2 setups.
Yeah, no, that was really cool. And there was a lot of tornadoes, just making a lot of changes. Of course, that King Tower activation was always a big key for 2v2, especially because there's this double. And also, not just that, just spell usage. One misclick of a spell usually costs them the game, especially in 2v2. So you have to be careful. Sometimes they drop both rage at the same time. Sometimes they use both tornadoes at the same time because of miscommunication. We had that. We had those moments, and usually costed them the game. Not all the time, but it was really a big disadvantage. And sometimes it did happen because of the communication issue. Don't exactly know what's up. So we ended up, over the years, we had a lot of that same spells for both players, and there was a lot of mistakes even with the communication. So towards the end, we actually had no overlapping skills just to get that out of the way and make sure it never really happens.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just to make sure that the communication wasn't as necessary, that synchronicity, I guess you could call it, wasn't as key in doing it. But look, for 2v2, like, pretty much anything's possible. I mean, it's wide open. You can try a lot of different stuff. We saw over the years, like, constant changes in the metas. I mean, various different cards being used, from beatdown to cycles to, like you said, even expos and mortars being used at times. So, look, literally anything's possible in my mind.
Yeah, back in TRL East, it was really fun because we got to see some regions actually trying new things, and then the other regions following that and then changing into their own play style. And then there's another variation, and then the other region would follow that. So it was constant changes on the 2v2. We had some really nice meta changes all the season, every single week.
Every time it changed, like week to week, people were like adjusting for like, okay, well, they're playing a lot of blue, and so what are we gonna do to counter that? Can we, is there a way that we can really stack up on like magic archers or something and like buy some time and like you said, freezes and things like that. So it's this like rotation. It's like in like Chinese restaurants, they have like those tables that turn.
Oh yeah,
like you're like always going around. Yeah,
you can rotate all the menus and then just take whatever you want. That
exactly
should be the thing. And because we were playing a lot of 2v2s in one day, that might also happen because once you use the card, you run out because you're gonna be playing at least one. If you're in the losers, still you play 2 best of 3s at least. That's the least. And if you get through that, at the max you play 4 best of 3s.
Yeah, I think possibly.
So that's 4 2v2s. So that's a lot of 2v2s that you have to think about. That's a lot of strategy that you have to reveal towards the end of the day. You can't just keep on playing the same thing. If it works, yes, but likely it's not really going to work because your opponent, they're experienced. They're all experienced players for years of 2v2 and 1v1. So you can't really bring out the same. There will be answers. So sometimes you just have to adapt really fast. That might actually become the key of the tournament here.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time, like previously when I would talk to like coaches and players, they'd come in with 8 to 12 decks prepared for a single day for like any given matchup, whether it be 2v2 or 1v1s or whatever. It depended on, if they were going to be, potentially being like the 1v1 guy and in the King of the Hill, then you'd have to come in with like 12 different decks to be prepared just in case. Who am I going up against? Am I going up against this player in the King of the Hill? Well, then I want to try this deck. Like really scouting and preparing for your opponents. Now, I think this one might be not quite as serious, but I still think very much that the players are going to be very, very well prepared.
Yeah, it's WCG, and there's a lot of money on the line, too. So I think, do you think that $10,000 first place, even if you split in 3, that's a lot. 3,
it's a lot of money.
3,333 each, and dollar's very strong, by the way, still. So that's a lot.
I know.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Found out the hard way. Yeah.
Yeah, I did too.
I had to go to America, and I'm like, oh, this costed how much in Korean won? I'm like, oh man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, plus tip and tax. Yeah, there's a lot of money for lunch every single day. Yeah.
Oh yeah, tips.
I know, man. Very excited that we're back on the desk.
Yeah.
The fact that we're actually back. I think there's a slight delay before we go into that 2v2.
Yeah, we're getting it set up, and we'll get it for you as soon as we can, of course.
Oh, of course. They have to put in all the cards, and let's get it ready.
Yeah, the first day, it always takes a little bit of extra time. Everybody's kind of getting all situated, figuring out the flow and the structure of everything as we are here, as, it's our first day back in a while. And
it should
be a lot of fun. I think I don't know what to expect. I mean, I can guess based on like some of the decks I've seen the players playing on the on you know the Clash Royale API and stuff. But still, a lot of times they don't do that. They don't play those decks they've been practicing. They specifically show something different than what they're actually preparing for.
Yeah, especially these players. Of course, there are some characteristics of each player that we're going to mention when we get into 1v1s. Like some players like to have a lot more bait, log baits. Some people, of course, we have Expo Master, who doesn't really play Expo anymore.
Sadly.
So it's been years, and you can't just play Expo anymore as a pro player. You do have to expand. And of course, they do have like some favorite cards. Like we just mentioned, 10GOD likes to play Giant. Of course, it's not really big thing for the Giant because of the Mighty Miner anymore, and especially Expo Master, even though it's somewhat off meta, he will still bring like the Bandit as his key card sometimes within the deck. So those has been some of the switches. Of course, KK baits, we can't miss it. Even if bait is not the meta, of course, it's always been the meta somehow, but he will make it work. He really,
a lot of fireball bait that I've seen him playing online. A lot of fireball bait.
One of the best player out there.
Yeah,
with the Goblin Barrel and all that. So we'll see if that actually kicks in for 1v1. Very excited.
I think we're going to see a lot of Mighty Miner today. That's my
my
bold prediction.
That's incredibly bold with max font, right?
Yeah.
So if I want, for me, I think lots of Royal Logs.
Royal Hogs? Yeah.
Yeah, of course there will be a lot of baits, log baits, but off of that, I think there will be a lot of Royal Logs. I think that's been more of a trend recently.
Recruits and hogs have been really popular.
Yeah, the recruits are really kicking in hot because, oh man, the Monk. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore.
Monk's really good. I love the Monk, but I also hate the Monk because, you know, Sparky player, so he's like the uber
Yeah,
counter.
I know. He was actually, there was like a pretty cool, not cool, and a weird interaction how he can deflect the Sparky shot, but he would get hit, but still, even if it's right next to the tower, it doesn't do the full damage. It just does the split damage. So there are lots of cool interactions. Go look it up on YouTube. That Monk can, of course, basically think about it. If there's projectile like Zap Electrics, that's not projectiles. That's
correct.
Instant. So they cannot be reflected, but still all the projectiles that flies actually that you can see it traveling.
Yep. Musketeer, wizard, those kind of things. Sparky.
Yeah, wizard, rocket, all those spells too. So you got to be careful.
He's really crazy interesting. It's the timing on him is really fun.
Yeah, it's really hard. I tried it, and of course, as a pro players, they're gonna get it down perfectly. But in my hands, hitting 35 next year, it's not working as well. So
yeah, the reaction times get a little bit slower. Also, it's a little bit cold. So.
Oh yeah, yeah. So
that slows it down.
I try to stay warm. By the way, my heater, my boiler actually broke down a couple.
In your house?
Yes.
Oh no.
And I almost froze to death.
Yeah, dude. Did you have to go and like buy some like space heaters for your rooms? So you could survive?
At least we had the mattress, the heating mattress. So it was actually not as bad, but still the. Okay, we got a game, so
we did it.
Talk about that.
Okay, enough about your house. There's people playing from their houses here. As, first time with 2v2. Okay, Skeleton Barrel, kind of a spammy kind of thing with the Miner. Looks pretty similar, and there's that Tornado.
Yeah, early Tornado, and Miner, of course, not pulled because it's all the way in the corner. And just the Bomber, easy clean up. And we can see from the Bomber already that they're really concerned about maybe some spamming units.
Yeah, and you got to be, okay. Electro Giant, that's...
Yeah, with another Miner still. A lot of Miners coming down from Samurai Blue.
Oh, and you got the
Giant Skelly.
The Giant Skelly coming in. That's a popular one. You can see that paired with a couple different things. We'll see what they want to follow it up with these days. There's that Phoenix.
Yeah, also, let's look at the dash because these Golden Knights will actually go into the dash and do maybe some more damage. Okay, the damage is going into the tower somewhat. It's not massive, but that's 1,000 down already on the right bottom.
Yeah, so just about even, a little bit of an advantage here for our Expo team. As again, the Electro Giant gets put out. There's that Dark Prince that you love to see again. Can absorb a lot of damage for you. On the right-hand side, the follow-up with another Dark Prince. Now you got that Flying Machine coming through here. Let's see how Samurai Blue wants to deal with this.
Yeah, they're just going to log it and use the barrel to actually defend it. And the Bats to get the Flying Machine out of the way. Of course, they can't always connect. That has a crazy range and connects to the tower. It does tons of damage.
Yeah, so, you know, kind of trading there, a little bit of damage, allowing that Dark Prince to go through, and then, yeah, here we go again.
It's double mirror,
yeah,
Paper Thin. That is
mirror.
crazy. So they can, whenever it comes back into their hands, they can sort of change up the cycle, so that's pretty big. And now that's out.
Really popular these days, the double mirror. There's the bomb tower as well. You're going to use that Golden Knight with some skellies in the back to deal with the Prince.
Huge down from Expo. They want to go all the way through, but couldn't really deliver that much damage, about 400 more to the bottom right. And has to pull it all the way back. The Electro is actually being a lot of pressure down to Samurai Blue.
Yeah, there you go. You can use that Archer Queen to do a little bit of extra damage, finish off the Knight, and now cleaning up things. There's a poison on the other side along with the Executioner to help. The bomb tower has to be placed really far forward to prevent any further damage being done there. Just the minor chip damage on the corner.
Yeah, just continuing with the log. They're trying to release the pressure coming down because there's a lot of slow pushes happening. So there's the giant skeleton again up top. They want to push it immediately. Let's see the dash if it connects. And it does go all the way into the tower. But still, the pressure's coming down.
Yeah, and now they really have to make sure that that giant skeleton is dead before it gets too close to the tower, of course. But now the push is really, really big. Tornado is used really good, but the dash is through. Doesn't finish off the Executioner. Now that giant trying to get in, trying to get one punch. He got it through. That's huge.
Yeah, plus the electro damage. That is huge. Down to 855 on the right bottom. They're double miners, okay? They're chipping. They're chipping the damage, activates the King Tower regardless. Okay, they will try to do some more damage for Samurai Blue, but the lead still being kept for Expo. And they're putting the pressure again.
Yeah, here we go. You can let that Prince on the other side. You've already got enough damage on one side that it doesn't matter too much. There's the EQ to deal with the bomb tower. A big push coming through. Tornado has to be used here. Skeletons as well to make sure that Phoenix Eggs is cleaned up. And I think this is going to be GG.
Even with all that, it's not enough Fireball. Not even needed. And that big boy with a lot of electricity just putting pressure. And even more with the mirror card, just keep on cycling, and it was just not enough for the Samurais to actually defend.
I really like the way they thought this out. I mean, you have the EQ there to deal with any towers that come through. Yeah. And the electricity from the Electro Giant's so annoying to deal with because it just really slows everything up.
That does a lot of damage actually before the punch.
And cool. Exactly. All right, so here's our replay, our highlights. As you can see here, these big pushes that they loaded up for, like you said, set up with the mirrors in particular, really made some devastating pushes.
Yeah, even though Samurai Blue, they had really crazy tornadoes, just pulling everything in the middle. Sometimes not really lining up perfectly with the Executioner because of course, their body's pretty big. They don't get pulled fully because they're heavy in terms of mass. And I think Samurai, they wanted a longer game, but that EQ, destroying the bomb tower early, that was a big point.
Yeah, that was huge. That gave them that kind of little extra oomph they needed at the end here to push them over the finish line, to keep making sure that these Electro Giants at least get one punch in. Of course, the zaps as well from those big Tesla coils on his back. Just really, really well handled. And, Samurai Blue here went for kind of something, you might be wondering why they sent two miners in positions that could get Tornado into the King Tower, because they needed to try something.
Yes, exactly. They were too late. If they didn't do it, they needed more time. They didn't have more time, so they just went with it. They had to activate the King Tower, unless they're going to lose regardless because of this pressure that they had. So that was it. Pretty big highlight there. Actually, could be getting one ahead. So that was a pretty cool 2v2. It seems like we were having a lot. And some more dashes, I think, connecting from the top side. So that was also another thing that we couldn't pinpoint at the time because 2v2, there's a lot of cards going down.
There's a lot of things happening.
And, play-by-play. Sometimes can be a little hard. Where there's a
2v2 is chaotic, to say the least.
A lot of units, a lot of spells, and a lot of extra abilities at the same time. So it's even more chaotic, but it's a lot more fun because of that.
It is a lot more fun. It's pretty interesting getting to see so different decks here that are different thought processes. And, again, it's those little spells that make the difference. I mean, to me, the Earthquake is what kind of put Expo's team over the edge.
Yeah, it did. It really did. Dragon in the middle wasn't really effective as much because after the EQ, that bomb tower was basically dead, and the Giant didn't really get pulled as much into the middle, and then actually reaching the tower. And by the time the combo of Samurai Blue, they're actually really low on elixir. So that's pretty big, actually, the amount of pressure built all the way from the back. That was incredible to see from Expo.
Yeah, really well thought out. Good stuff here. Good attempts. I was wondering if maybe when we saw the skeleton, I'm like, are we going to see the Royal Giant? Maybe, like, there's that part of me that hopes for it, just based on some of the old decks. But of course, new metas, new kind of ideas are coming through.
Yeah.
I didn't see as much value out of the Archer Queen potentially.
Yeah, there was a few down from Samurai Blue from the bottom. Some ability actually used, but didn't really get to the tower at all. Did some cleanup, but it was actually not as effective, right?
Yeah, I thought the Golden Knight here was a little bit more effective for them. So, yeah, I like the idea. I like trying something. Of course, you're trying to set up for those, those long hits like you see with the Magic Archer, where you're just going, and then you get tons of value out of that single card.
Very nice. And we go straight into game number 2. Let's see if Expo. Kind of weird saying Expo because it's the team name.
I know, it's like Expo's playing for Expo.
Yeah, and
if he plays an Expo.
Oh, here's the Monk!
All right, there's the Monk.
Troublemaker.
You love it. It's a good counter there to the drill and prevents much damage at all, just a little scraping from the drill itself. Still, though, going to stick with the giant skeleton here is Samurai Blue.
It's actually going to pop the ability early on and get some push. Just buy some time, but that didn't happen. The skeletons just in time. Samurai Blue kicking a lot of lower elixir cards just for the cycle.
Yeah, that Inferno Dragon getting a lot of value there, making sure that they're able to keep that skeleton at bay. A good fireball followed up by the Executioner Axe. Doing a lot of damage. That should be the end of the Phoenix here in 1 second. Yeah, indeed. A really nice setup here so far for Samurai Blue.
Putting some offensive pressure. Now here's the lava coming down from Expo. It seems like they're focused a little bit more towards the air. We saw the Phoenix. Let's see the follow-up on top of that miner right in the middle to actually block that dash.
Yeah, that's really, really smart. Another drill is going to come through, do a little bit of damage. I have to snowball it as well, but the minion's just there to deal with the Dark Prince. On the other side, that Lava Hound is connected to the Princess Tower.
Yeah, that Lava Hound doing some damage. It's not too dangerous, so Samurai Blue not really concerned about it right now, as they did all the cleanup duty except for that. And Archer Queen should be able to eliminate some damage, has to pop the ability for that quick shot. And that's it.
Now you're getting a lot of value out of this Archer Queen.
For sure, yes. And let's see how they follow up. The drill's been doing some damage, but not as massive.
Yeah, it looks like they've got the guards there to deal with it this time. It does a little bit, again, a scrape of damage here and there. The Monk and the Executioner are going to have a little battle over the bridge.
Yeah, this is some more pressure coming down on the left side. Yeah, with a healthy Lava Hound already.
Yeah, so they got a decent amount of damage, but once the Magic Archer comes in, it does a pretty good job dealing with this Lava Hound.
Oh, the Archer Queen's actually locked onto the lava, has to pop the ability, and even the lightning coming down, so great tornado in response. And the Executioner actually cleans up, but in the middle. Dude, the tower took a lot of damage.
It did. That was a great response with those spells from Samurai Blue, but it's too late.
Okay, yes. They might have not expected the lightning to come down at that moment. It was incredible coming down from Expo. Might actually push them into a second win, but let's hold on. There's a fireball. Catching the flying machine. Just the Lava Hound again. Still doing some damage every single time, so you do have to work with it.
Yeah, double drills on the right-hand side dealt with by Expo's team. Now they have to start stacking units in the back to make sure that no more damage comes through.
Yeah, the Golden Boy and the Giant Skeleton drop. It seemed like they were sort of in panic together. Now the right side in trouble at the same time. There's a Monk reaching the tower. If it gets a third hit, that's extra damage. 500 down.
Oh my god, that skeleton just barely distracted it long enough. They have to throw an Executioner down. The bottom right is barely saved here, but it took a lot of resources for Samurai Blue to get that done.
Yeah, now there's a poison. Lightning should finish it down, and there's another, and that is it. Team Expo. I think it's 2 in a row. That was really quick 2v2. Samurai Blue, they handled it well until we got towards the end. Early, it was okay. It seemed like okay. But that big use trying to stop the miner, they had to drop both. And then without elixirs, you just can't stop the right side.
Right, exactly. And it looked to me like they were thinking about just letting the right side, because they'd already taken so much damage on the left. But then they realized a little too late that was going to be a lot of damage that was coming in.
Yes, the Monk, if you leave him, it's just 1-1 and big push. And it does a lot of damage for sure. Yeah, so you can't really leave him. And there was also some other source of damage, maybe skeletons. We'll get to see the highlights. So a lot of air. Just suddenly all the air units coming out from Team Expo.
the lightning here. Again, it's these little spell changes that Expo's team was throwing in that made a big difference in the long run. But, you know, I like the idea here, a complete change of pace from the side of Expo's team. On the other side of the coin, Samurai Blue was more like, all right, let's try the drills. We're still going to kind of have that giant skeleton in there, and everything else is going to be more or less the same. But they did a decent job at first holding it off. But again, once those Lava Hounds kept connecting over and over, they didn't have a great response.
Yeah, exactly. It was really tough. And at the same time, Samurai Blue, they were trying to put some pressure with the drill. But all the time, most of the time, they were taking it down with someday very low HP taken on the top side. The giant skeleton, Samurai Blue has been using it twice in a row, and so far hasn't been that effective, I think. What do you think about the giant skeleton here?
I think it needs different pairings.
Okay.
I think like with what they've got it set up with, it almost has no hope of ever making it to a tower. Because when you're putting the drills and the other stuff ahead, like the miner or the drills, there's already a lot of defenses lined up. And then by the time it's crossing the bridge, usually it's like, well, they're just going to throw a tower down or something. And
remember the good old days? Maybe the bad old days.
The bad old days.
With RG Giant Skeleton to bridge spam 2v2, and usually the death damage took care of the rest. But it's not the same anymore. And we're moving into King of the Hill. We'll have plenty of more time to talk about 2v2 later. So that's the lineup, man. Sandbox versus TenGOD, Expo Master Yakitori, Line KK. Oh, they're all so strong, favorite thin. What's going to happen here?
And it's funny, they both put their aces in completely different spots. I think, you know, Sandbox and KK, arguably the two best players on both of these teams in opposite ends of the spectrum here. So very different thinking. But so far, right, Expo's team is up 1-0. If they win this, it's over. But King of the Hill, you know, you get 1v1 here to try to best your opponent. And these are often a lot of fun because you're trying to guess what your opponent is trying to do. You saw what and sometimes like you saw what the previous player on the other team did. And a lot of times the teams have like prepped together. So they have very similar decks kind of built.
Surely they do. And
right into it. Let's go.
No delay.
Let's
go. Sandbox versus KK, man. And Expo.
Oh, they are playing
in
first.
a row, yeah.
Okay, our order was backwards on screen then.
Yeah, Team Expo. I have to say Team Expo because I keep on getting confusing.
It is really confusing for sure. All right, KK again has been really favoring the Mighty Miner recently, so not too surprising to see that come out from him. It's the Electro Spirit.
Of course. Yeah, Mighty Miner. What do you pair up with? I think that's the big thing. Okay, Fisherman. So we might see some orgies happening in the future. Just have to see. There's the Hunter. And against the Fisherman, a lot of Fishermen on the board. There's one more from the top. And let's see what pairs up with that. Oh, there's the Mighty Miner. Of course, Electro coming all the way down. E-Wiz. And because of the Fisherman, it's going to create some more pressure from the top. So KK has all this time to deal with. And the Mother Witch.
Mother Witch, yep. Very good right now. I really like the Mother Witch a lot. It's going to get pulled and finished off by the Fisherman, but it's easily cleaned up by the Electro Spirit. I mean, this is pretty interesting. Neither player doing much of anything. A little bit of damage to top right and bottom left, and other than that, it's pretty somewhat similar decks in a way.
Yeah, and different utility card, but they're still holding the secondary win condition here. So I think that's what we're really looking for. Even going to just pop it and bring it all the way because of Mighty Miner. Does connect, but first connection doesn't really do. Okay, there's the RG. As expected, here we go with the Fisherman. And it pulls all the way in, which is not the best thing, but KK's gonna eat some damage because of that.
Yeah, even the Hunter shots start getting through as a decent amount of damage here done to KK. Right now, the Sandbox is decently ahead. He's got sort of a push coming through, but it's nothing super beefy. And the Royal Ghost, and then, yeah, the Mighty Miner as well should be able to clean this up pretty quick. There was a couple Electro Spirits dropped in there, but this Mighty Miner is taking care of business.
Yeah, just to get that small zap out of the way, just to get the mini stuns connecting onto all the units. So there's the RG from KK now. Choosing actually the left side now. Of course, that's the healthier side for KK. Let's see how that works. Depending on one Fisherman pull. Yeah,
right.
You can actually have a different result. Oh, here comes the big push from Sandbox on the right.
All right, there's that Fisherman to buy a little bit of time, but it grabs the Hunter over there instead. The Hunter actually taking down the Fisherman. Now you have to commit a lot of resources here. A lot of damage being done by Sandbox to the bottom right.
More. And also another Mighty Miner has to be used in defense. Oh, that actually connects to the tower on the bottom left. Has to be used again. Oh, pulls exactly onto the right side for Sandbox. What a timing on that ability.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good so far for Sandbox. Royal Ghost going to get taken care of. You have to distract the Hunter as well to make sure it doesn't get a shot off with that Mother Witch. Fisherman might do scrape damage. He doesn't do a ton himself.
Yeah, 2 slaps more, but still, we're really talking about the bottom right. Here we go. Get another RG. Drop by Sandbox. And follow up with what? Has to log it all the way back.
The Fisherman placement there by Sandbox, so good. He just kept KK's Fisherman off of his RG. Really smart stuff.
Oh, nice cash paper in there. Still, and KK has to work on the left. There's no way he can contest right. Just has a lot low, by 1,000 HP on that tower. But how will KK come back in the game? It's going to be real hard. Has to drop down the Mighty Miner to defend that E-Wiz.
Yeah, these are great pulls here. Oh, the Lightning, though. Now the Royal Giant on the top left. Is it going to get a bunch of damage? Gets 1 shot, gets 2, another one dropped right on the right-hand side. So the pushes are strong, but the Mighty Miner on the bottom left is going to get in and just do a little bit of damage. Thank God for that E-Wiz.
Yeah, E-Wiz stopping that. That's huge. Of course, RG on the top, actually pulled by the Fisherman. Not too much of a difference anymore. 300 about. And there's a big Lightning cleaning things up on the bottom. Even do the damage onto the tower, down to 823. But KK is not going to stop. There's that RG, just bridge spam all the way. And he actually pull it and do some more damage. Fireball, that's big.
Yeah.
But no connection.
Right, and the Fireball does some damage, but it doesn't wipe anything out, so he's able to keep that Mighty Miner alive. You have to respond with the E-Wiz to buy yourself a little bit of time. You can't afford any more damage here for KK. Only about 25 seconds to go.
Logs, and Lightning. Sandbox wants to finish this game with the spell damage. About 21 seconds left in the overtime, and I think we kind of know what's going to happen. KK has to pull out a miracle if he wants to win this. There's the RG, maybe a little too late. Oh, great Fisherman timing from Sandbox. There's a block.
Yeah, a log to try to help, a Fireball as well to do as much damage as possible, but KK is all but over. Another Lightning just to make sure, and it is indeed going to be Sandbox who takes our first game here in our King of the Hill. So that's KK eliminated. That's the ace for that team for Samurai Blue.
Well, if we go to set 3, then we can actually have ace player kicking back in. Maybe it's KK, but still. That was big from Sandbox to actually pull that. Had earlier pressure created by the RG. I believe he dropped down first RG. And with the Fisherman, we kind of knew that was going to be RG coming down both sides. But it was with some different decks. Well, really different deck because there was a Hunter on top and it's, the Royal Ghost. And on the bottom, there was the E-Wiz and the Mother Witch. In this specific deck, he's up against the Mother Witch, getting some value, but sometimes not as much.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Mother Witch here is kind of a gamble that there might be a little bit more spam coming out from your opponent.
Exactly.
In this case, there just wasn't. It's all single target for the side of Sandbox, so it made it pretty not worthless, but not as strong as you would like it to be.
Yeah, because we have a lot of goblins these days, and if you have one good Mother Witch, you can get a lot of value from her, but in this case was not really as powerful. And instead, on the other side, the Hunter, when it was pulled towards the Fisherman, this line of bullets, and that was just it.
Yeah, that shotgun's pretty nasty, close range, you know. So it was just, you know, a couple good attempts here from KK, but in the long run, a few of those Fisherman pulls from KK just weren't where they needed to be. It was good responses from the side of Sandbox that opened up an extra shot or two for his RG, and of course the Lightning here as well got a ton of value.
Yeah, the Fisherman RG, it's always a deck. If you have a lead, once you have a lead, you can make so much easier of a prediction of the opponent's Fisherman. And once you have that cycle, I think Sandbox knew exactly what to do. And having the Fisherman right in the middle, make sure his RG didn't get pulled down. And also had the Lightning as a big value. There was a lot of units, single target units, to be burned down with that Lightning. So
yeah,
it was just the perfect spell.
It's such a good fit there. You're absolutely right. I mean, really good stuff here. The preparation so far for Team Expo has been immaculate. They haven't even dropped a game. There are a couple. If they win 2 more games, it's over. That's all it takes.
How about it's King of the Hill? Things can always happen. Sometimes, remember back in the days, like the unexpected happened. Like the first player up, usually it's one of, don't want to criticize a player, but usually has been the weaker part of the team in the King of the Hill. So we get the ace player usually in the middle or towards the back.
Right.
But sometimes the first player just defeats all the team. That did happen in some of those matches.
Remember
before.
Jack? Remember Jack's comeback when he was in the
always
King of the
strong,
Hill
man.
and he ran the table and then won his 1v1s, both of his games? That was absolutely insane. He won 5 games in a row. I'll never forget that.
Oh, the Hog Master, man.
He's so good.
Oh, man. It's the okay, back in game. Miner already on. Oh. 10 got on the bottom, though.
Good response there. It doesn't even take any damage. It's a mortar.
Motorcycle.
Sandbox. Oh, it's Royal Giant again, though, from Ten God, and he is going to go with kind of more of what we saw from Sandbox previously.
Yeah, there's that card. Valkyrie having such a high win rate right now with a lot of pairs. Yeah, not just the motorcycle, some expo cycles, and yeah, Valkyrie just very strong in the meta right now.
I've always been a Valkyrie believer.
And it seems like what Sandbox had is in Ten God's hand right now with the Hunter and the Ghost.
Exactly, yeah. It looks very similar, right? And so, let's see, you know, Sandbox obviously knows that deck, but it can be tough sometimes with Mortar against RG to kind of get things going in your favor. And oh, that's a big change up.
Never mind, it's not the same deck. That's a big skeleton coming down, marching down the lane of left side. And there's a Valkyrie to kind of delay it. Well, let's see this. Cycle from Sandbox is going to be very fast. Let's see how he does it.
Yeah, he's going to need a lot of damage here. There's a log as well, a counter log to take out the skeletons, a miner in the back. He just doesn't have the damage to chip down this RG before it's going to get some big shots in.
So we need 3 shots in from the RG and the 4th. That's a lot of damage coming down already. And Lightning to burn down the 2. That's okay of a trade for Ten God, but yeah, but Sandbox can actually stop that Giant Skeleton RG pair.
He just doesn't have the damage output right now. The DPS is lacking from what we've seen so far, so it kind of depends on what that final card is, if he's going to be able to handle this, because there's just too much beef from Ten God.
That's right. Yeah, the cycle is going to be very cheap for a Sandbox, but he doesn't really have the best tools to... For the mortar, you think it has to be defensive, but was that just in time? That was way too late. Yeah, that's going to connecting on the tower, but I don't think Ten God cares too much about it.
I agree. I think he was fine with letting that one go. You can pull the Valkyrie into the Hunter there. Some great Fisherman Hunter combo. Has to use the log here to buy himself some time.
Beautiful log, taking care of all 4. And Archer Queen still alive. But a lot of things dropping down on the bottom. Not catch the miner, but still all good because Ten God's in a massive lead still. 11-52 on the top left.
And now Ten God can load up here. He's going to actually go for the RG big push on the other left-hand side. Feels like maybe this skeleton might be able to buy enough of the reinforcements here. Great log, wipes out a bunch of the units here. The Archer Queen as well tries to get involved, and finally it's going to take it out. But so many resources had to be committed by Ten God.
And this RG has been marching down on the left side, now crossing the bridge, and Skeletons, Miner, trying to do some work, but that is just not enough. And of course it takes care of it because that mortar has been placed defensively, but once that's down, it's connecting to the tower.
I like the change up here from Ten God. The big setup for the push didn't work, and now you're forcing out 2 mortars here, a defensive mortar as well. So you're getting a lot of value now out of this as Ten God. You're buying precious time.
The mortar not really connecting to the tower at all, and that's exactly your win condition for Sandbox. Let's see the miner going all the way to the bottom. Ten God not really having a hard time to deal with it, just drops the Hunter, easy. The Archer Queen on the left side, not really being handled.
Yeah, she'll clean up the giant, the skeleton giant, and now you just get the Fisherman there to pull her in to make sure she's finished off pretty easily. Not much happening here so far for Sandbox. He's really trying to find any opening, but he's not being given any.
And that's also sneaky. The Ghost can always sneak in and reach the tower if it's not taken care of. So Ten God trying to focus on both sides. And this mortar's down. Oh, the RG. No shot fired. So that's at least good news for Sandbox. Time's running out. Less than a minute now.
Yeah, it's going to have to be something huge here for Sandbox. Is this going to connect in time? No, I think that RG got down.
Yep.
And now you've got the Archer there as well to help. The mortar is going to be cleaned out with the log.
Way too easy.
Yeah, this is tough for Sandbox. He just doesn't have great counters.
Yeah, even has to use the miner to defend because he's out of cycle for the mortar, and that's big trouble. Ten God just has to defend for another 30 seconds and push on the left at the same time. Mortar down, but Giant Skeleton will bring some death damage along with that Hunter down too. And the RG on the left side, very healthy.
It's connecting and it's getting some big damage. You're just about to lightning range here as Ten God is getting ready to go for the victory. Only 10 seconds left.
Yeah, log lightning should be able to clean that up. And here's the miner, but Royal Ghost, Hunter, there's a lot of source available for TenGOD in defensive mode, and that's a tower down with 3 seconds left on the clock. Sandbox finally does go down.
Okay, so it's 1-1 now, and that's, again, a kind of sort of using Sandbox's own medicine against him there. It was a little bit of a difference there with that Skeleton Giant.
Yeah, I think, with the Skeleton Giant, Skeleton Giant. Yeah, it's a lot of giants.
They need to settle on which way they're going to name new things, because there's Giant blank and then Skeleton Giant, and then
there's the regular Giant, and we have the Electro Giant, and what else do we have? Giant. Next champion is going to be a Giant.
That's okay with me.
So even more Giants all over the board. But these early connections with the RG, it's a huge help for TenGOD to push through. And also, Sandbox was like kind of surprised to see the Giant Skeleton too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think a lot of people were probably fairly surprised by that. You do see it from time to time. Again, I mentioned it in the 2v2 that you do see the RG paired with the Skeleton Giant sometimes, but it's not all the time. And, you know, this is a great change up here. Reading his opponent well, kind of figuring that he might go into a faster cycle. So the beef was just, you know, again, the HP bars were just too thick, and there wasn't enough DPS for Sandbox to really get through.
Yeah, as you called early, mortars, they get beat down by RG easily. And unless TenGOD makes a huge mistake and runs out of cycle, runs out of elixirs, he was actually catching the mortar first shot with the electro strip. So it was easy, and then just in time he got down the RG, and of course the log has been hitting some extra damage onto the top left every single time.
Yep.
So good. It was a solid game for TenGOD to Sandbox switching off to a wrong deck, I would say. Couldn't really match. He did have a big disadvantage with the mortar deck there.
Yeah, it's tough. Sometimes if you have like a Hog Rider or something in there to like go with the mortar, it can be a little bit easier to get around that RG because you've got a faster cycle than the RG, so you're able to kind of get ahead of the RG in a way. Like you're like, okay, well, you're going to play RG. Well, I'm going to play Hog Rider. What do you got? What do you got in reserve to deal with it? You know, do you have something like bats or minions? And if I'm sitting on a zap inside of there as well, you've got all these counters that you can have. But big questions now, as it is going to be Expo Master slotting in for his own team.
Oh, man, Expo Master using Ice Spirit.
Is it happening? Is it happening?
Maybe not with the goblins.
Gonna give the people what they want? The Expo.
maybe some Hog Rider from Expo Master. That's very likely. Actually a motor deck.
It could still be Hog Rider.
And there's the RG Musketeer. So that's gonna be down easily.
There's the Mighty Miner as well. He is really annoying against any RG or Giant player. Yeah.
Yes, could still totally be Hog Rider, of course. And the Mighty Miner to respond for TenGOD. And RG is TenGOD still thinking about the left side? There it is.
Yep. I like this change up here from Expo Master, trying to slot in the mortar still, but also going for something that requires a lot of resources to deal with. You can see a lot had to be dropped there. The elixir advantage going Expo Master's way.
Yeah, with just one hog. And of course, he does have to drop those goblins in response. But he bought a good amount of time. So let's see the cycle full. Okay, drops down the mortar. And there's that RG response.
And then you can just go right for the Musketeer and basically clean up, the RG as you see fit here. And then you got to think about what you want to do next. Oh, the Fisherman here to try to buy one shot out of the RG. It does get the one.
Every single shot from the RG matters so much, especially when we're near just full health on the Princess Towers. This Fisherman is going to change a lot of things. There's a Hog Rider. E is dropped right on top, but you need a secondary damage, and it still connects.
Yeah, the Ewiz is tough against the Hog Rider. It doesn't do as much as you would think. It doesn't slow it up too much. Well, the Mighty Miner is just going to trade blows with that Ewiz there. Advantage TenGOD. And now we have a Mother Witch coming in here on the backside for TenGOD.
Oh, actually got the final hit onto the Mighty Miner. Actually got, got extra damage. Just a little bit, not too much. As his Musketeer gone with some extra damage with the Fireball. Oh, Hog Rider on the right all of a sudden with the Goblins.
Well, he's been using, there's that Mother Witch. Gets taken right out by the Goblins, has to use the log. The Hog Rider gets pulled into the King Tower and activates it here for TenGOD. So even though a ton of damage on the left with the Mighty Miner finally gets cleaned up. So TenGOD sort of sacrificing a lot of tower damage there to get the King Tower activation.
It was actually a little too much for everything, gotta say. Down to 316, you just have to log it out. And Expo Master can be on a defense mode, 7 seconds left. And there's the EQ, so don't even need to wait that long of a time. And there's the Hog again, he wants to finish it right now.
Yeah, just cycling into one more EQ or the Hog hit'll do it. There it is. And Expo Master is gonna bounce back here and take TenGOD down, and loved the changeup. Loved what he thought. He said exactly what I thought. Like, if you're playing Mortar, a way you can get around the RG is the Hog Rider.
And what's funny to me, because you mentioned Jack and Expo Master faced Hog Rider. Like,
I brought the spirit
somehow?
of Jack back. Yeah.
Wait, Expo Master's not even near the building.
Yeah, we're like, none of the players are here.
We're
We're all
on the next
alone.
level,
Yeah,
man. I
that's
can't
right.
be on that same level. I gotta catch up.
I don't know what it is. I just felt it. I was like,
You certainly did. You certainly did. Nice nice catch there.
Doing what I can.
Yeah, and Expo Master bringing the Hog Rider, that was a big surprise as the first stack of the match. But he does go down because of that. Oh, no, he does win because of that.
Yeah, such a smart push here with the Hog Rider and the Goblins. There was not a great answer. The log took just a little bit too long to come out.
Yeah, that Mighty Miner, if you leave him on the tower, it just does so much damage.
Yeah, it's so annoying.
Yeah, you have to drop the E-Wiz, but if you drop the E-Wiz for Hog Rider, then you don't have him for the Mighty Miner. So a lot of answers to solve, but not enough answers. And could not really win 2 in a row.
And of course, Expo Master bringing in a Mighty Miner of his own, not just with the tower damage we saw there, but also it helps deal with the Royal Giant and other things.
Of course, yes.
Yeah.
Just chunking down. It's basically a ground inferno.
Yes, exactly.
Ground unit inferno. That's what I kind of like to call it.
That's how I think of it, yeah.
Yeah, if you just leave it. But of course, you can reset. And of course, it kind of works the same, but without the laser, it's not ranged. Mighty Miner, and of course, with the ability, it's kind of hard. You think you can have the right defense, and you drop down trying to defend against the Mighty Miner, and he just goes on to the other side. So that card has been one of the strongest cards for somewhat of a time now. And here's Expo Master trying to finish the match, actually, on a match point.
Exactly. Let's see if he can get it done. A Barb Barrel out early, a log to make sure that it doesn't get that swipe in. And now it's a Goblin Hunt for Yakitori, an immediate poison response from Expo Master. So pretty good value here for Expo Master to start this.
And we'll see. The Hut, another tool, and recruits. And you know what that means? We might see some more hogs coming down. Not the hogs that we just saw.
The other ones, the royal ones.
Yeah,
they have 4. They have crowns on their heads.
I guess a small 4.
We'll see if that's going to be the case. The Royal Recruits just lumber on through and just going to cycle into the Mighty Miner, a regular Miner here from Expo Master. It's not going to do too much.
Let's see, even Yakitori, let's see if he even has Zappies. There are the Hogs, and even the Flying Machine, okay.
Old school, I like it. Oh boy. Okay, the Skeletons just got in the way of that Mighty Miner on the left. There is the Magic Art, or excuse me, the Archer Queen as well.
Oh, that is a pain! 737 left. Yeah, those have Zappies, so that's a pretty good tool. Of course, against the Monk, too. Yes. Okay, some damage put in by Expo Master, but it's split in 2.
It's not quite worth it for Expo Master. He just, he let that, you know, Mighty Miner kind of go, and he paid the price. Like you said, the ramp-up damage for that Mighty Miner dude is just brutal.
It's a lot. And here's a Cycle Motor, placed down on the left side, the Flying Machine. And actually, gonna use the Spirit Goblins to eat 1 damage, and nothing else put down. Okay, gonna eat 1 damage straight from the Motor.
Oh,
and even more.
Yeah, he used that Ice Spirit to stop the Flying Machine. Now you do have, you know, you pop the ability here for the Magic Archer. You're able to sort of get some value, but the response is the Hogs. The Valkyrie comes down, a Fireball as well in there. He's trying to finish it.
Yeah, the Fireball, not really the best tool against the Valkyrie. I think he was expecting some other tools. Yeah, but the Valkyrie is the last one. And even against the Recruits, pretty good card. That Splash, and plus the Poison. Yeah, Expo Master back in game.
Now we can load up with another Magic Archer here, start taking out these Recruits. Yeah, they might get 1 poke or 2 on the top right, but that's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, Expo Master needs a Poison plus the Log to finish this game on the... even more. Yep. Not going to be connecting, but that's in poison range from Expo Master now. Yakitori needs the big damage. Can finish it up with the fireball, and there it is. The spell's going down. Expo Master is going to finish off Yakitori just in time, just at the overtime.
There you go. That's going to do it. Expo Masters team, they've won. They've already come through a fast 2-0 victory, only dropping one game.
One single game.
One single game. Unbelievable. So well prepared here today.
Oh man, Team Expo. Expo Master getting the big buff from the team name, maybe, but that's a big opportunity. They're up in the winner's match already, though.
That's exciting. And I mean, again, so cool to see these guys come through, but their deck's really well thought out. The counters that they brought, really well thought out across the board. And again, I actually thought in that that final game here that we're going to see the highlights of, I thought maybe Expo Master might be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, the Valkyrie just kicking it real hard. That's certainly a card that you do want to have. It's with the Miner, sometimes you think you just don't do much damage, but with the Valkyrie and the Archer Queen, that's still good. And the weird part was that big connection for the motor on the left side that we're going to see soon, I believe.
Yeah, this one was really annoying.
Yeah, after this
is a great flying spirit here to reset that and give your Archer Queen time to finish that flying machine off. So really nicely handled. And then, yeah, from there, he just could spell it down. He just needed to buy a little bit of time.
Yeah, that Ice Spirit, I think, allowed Motor to connect at least 2 more shots. That was huge. And Yakitori thought the flying machine should have taken care of that Motor. And that put Expo Masters back in game, even after the huge connection up on top with the Mighty Miner early on, giving him a big lead, about 1,000 lead. But what a comeback from Expo Master.
Yeah, it's amazing the way that he's able to kind of calculate in his mind. He's like, all right, I'm going to sacrifice some HP here. Okay, I'm on the back foot. Well, how can I change things up? How can I buy some time? And he's kind of reading his opponent's reactions so well. And that's, yeah, what's made him such a great player for so long.
Yeah, I know. That's going to put Team Expo up on top of the winner's match. Summer Blue going down to the loser's match. They're not dropped down yet. We're going to have a lot of matches, but once you lose, I guess the rule is double elimination. So once your team loses twice, you're gone. Once you win twice, or maybe more. Yeah, that's not the same for the winning. But if you lose twice, you're gone. And if you don't lose twice, you probably go all the way up.
Yeah, you're going at least till the grand finals.
Yes, you do.
So, you know, it's a matter of getting there, of course. And like we said, that you know, if you win the winners and then you win that match 6 of the day, then you're done. You won it.
That's the winner from the winners match. So yeah, lots of winners because we have a lot of matches, guys. But you follow. It's not too hard. Well, I get it in one. I get it with one explanation, so you guys should get it very soon.
Yeah. It's not that complicated at the end of the day. It just looks a little bit weird at first, but yeah, I mean, now we have another match coming up again, another Korea versus Japan. But I mean, today I think you just have to look at the preparation here, especially in the 2v2. But yeah, this is going to do it for us for a little bit. We're going to take a short break, guys. We will be back with more here at 2022 WCG Rivals Clash Royale, so stay tuned. We'll be back soon. And we're back, everybody, here at WCG 2022. The Clash Royale portion of the event is already underway. We had a fast 2-0 here as Expo's team took down their opponent, Samurai Blue, in 2-0 fashion. I mean, a fast one. Is the next one going to be the same? Juacco versus Hinomaru Red. Another Korea versus Japan matchup.
We start with the Korea versus Japan, and we might have Japan versus Japan soon. Korea versus Korea back and forth because we're going to have a pretty long day for all. But that was a quick one, man. We didn't even get to see the ace match.
Right.
It's kind of sad, but I'm getting a feeling that maybe Korean teams are a little bit slightly better in terms of deck choices and what they're doing on 2v2 and 1v1 so far. But it's totally different teams with different players this time. So we also have no clue what's going to happen. But cool to see really cool decks coming out as we have seen some meta shift not too far away from what we had 2 months ago.
Yeah, it's always like there's like little cards here and there that could kind of shift it around. Like, and of course, the Mighty Miner is the big one that I think we saw the most of that, you know, is kind of new to all of this for us, at least to casting it, you know, but still a very good card, a very powerful card. That's not too surprising. A little bit of like Mother Witch and other things like that.
Yeah, I was actually surprised to see 2 Mother Witches already. And that's the event 2.
No way.
What is this?
Event 2? You guys can win more stuff?
Clash Royale backpack. Man, that actually looks really big.
That looks really nice. That like
cheer up event.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you could fit like a giant in that backpack.
I'll type explanation report event 2 in chat and click the event URL. Leave a cheering comment for influencers in the WCG newsfeed post. And 3 Super Song Clash Royale drawstring bag will be given to 10 people for a log.
Yeah, yo,
gotta be lucky.
Get out there and like, you know, get on winning some of this stuff. I mean, who knows? Maybe if you're really lucky, you win both the snow globe and the backpack. I don't know.
Give me 30 seconds.
Stranger things have happened. But yeah, so exclamation point event 2. We'll get you the link for that, and you just got to go on there and comment, and you will find yourself in there. All right, so let's look at our next 2 teams. First up, Juacco, which is Jupiterking, Coco, and Aaron. It looks like they literally just smashed their names together to make their team name.
Yes, exactly. Just two letters from each. That's JU, CO, and AA. So I don't know. So that's what it came down to. Didn't really put much thought into it, I guess. I have no clue what Juacco means, but I guess that's what it is. Here's Hinomaru Red on the other side from Japan. Pandora, GRIKO, and Rad.
Very good.
Yeah.
Pandora is very, very good right now. GRIKO's new for me to cast, but a very solid player as well. And Rad's a long time.
They're all too popular.
Yeah,
man, they're
really,
all
really good.
Too popular. Too popular and also really good because they're good because they're popular. Popular because they're good. Yeah. Pandora, GRIKO, Rad. Wonder who they're actually going to have the 2v2 roster. That's my biggest question for now. I think that affects a lot. There's 2 out of the 3. I'm pretty sure you can switch it around depending on the match if they're not really working. But if you have 3 players, if you have 4 players, you can have 2 dedicated to different pairs. But if you just have 3, you can really practice with just the 2 and leave the other player as the 1v1, maybe as an ace player.
Yeah, exactly. That's usually the way it's done. A lot of times that gives you the best ability, like you're saying, to really maximize your prep time, right?
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. So we'll see exactly what it's going to look like, and it's going to be Jupiterking and Aaron versus Rad and GRIKO. So a really exciting matchup here. Some players who've been around for a while, Jupiterking and Rad, who've probably had some 2v2 experience. I mean, I know Rad has for sure, and I'm pretty darn sure Jupiterking has.
Yep, I'm sure a lot of these players, and 2v2. Especially on 2v2, not as much in 1v1. We did see a lot more Phoenix coming down, even a Monk. I think we'll see a lot more of this, especially those two cards that has been just slightly nerfed now with the patch in the recent days. Well, that's going to be cool. 2v2, it's a lot more hectic because of more abilities coming down now, but it's just a lot more fun in that way.
It is a lot of fun, actually. I get the idea with the Archer Queen as well that we saw previously in 2v2, because you're like,
especially when
there's so many units, right?
Yeah, so many units, and pop the ability, just shoot all the targets around, and you can kind of take care of the lollipops and all the small units like the goblins and the skeletons. Yeah, unless you want to log it or like fireball it. I think it's a pretty good way to just pop the ability, use some more elixir, and take care of it. And you also still have the Archer Queen left. So I think there's a lot of these champions actually kicking in hot for 2v2. And talking about hot, we're in the game. Oh man, no prep time.
I know, right? You said it well. You're like, we're hot, and we're going right into it. So let's see what it's going to look like here. Just some spear goblins off the rip. And just a little bit of...
That's 2 for 2.
Yeah, that's not bad. So just kind of... This is more like the checking phase of the game. Like
what you got?
Yeah, what do you got in your deck? What do you got?
You got King Ace?
King Ace, you got it. Nice. Texas Hold'em reference.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay.
Early. Oh. Yeah, early predicted log. Doesn't really get much out of that. And we're seeing giant skeletons. Oh man, we're going back in days.
Here we go again. And both of them looking pretty similar in their deck setups right now. As you've got, both the Goblin Drill. Oh, tried to get the pull, didn't work with the Tornado.
What a tornado. Big
it did work.
Yeah, it did work. Got one Goblin.
The one Goblin got in there. I thought it wasn't going to work there for a second, but it did. Nicely done.
Another giant skeleton coming down at bridge. Yeah, trying to keep that on hold. A lot of Phoenixes coming down top and bottom here. Another one coming down from Hinomaru now. But the giant skeleton, of course, can't go to the directly to the tower already. That would be bad news.
Yeah, bomb tower in, a Goblin Drill up front, the guards to deal with that. You got the Golden Knight on the other side. He's going to help slow up the push, and this should be dealt with.
Hinomaru now thinking, okay, we have to start working with the poison with the King Tower activation. We have less chances of actually doing the damage, so that's a great start. But will that be too much in terms of spell use? And there's activation on the bottom too. Nicely done from Hinomaru also. So juacco. Not much of a lead, actually, just by 23. That's not much.
I'm still looking for the big spell out of juacco here. Like, what is it going to be? Is it going to be lightning, poison, or something like that? Because right now, like you made a really good point that Hinomaru can now cycle into the poisons and start trying to win that way.
Okay. Yes, that's exactly what they're going to be having. Not going to put that spell down as much. Just going to log it out. Get some more Archer damage. Giant Skeleton. And the poison available for juacco. That's a big spell. We're still holding 3 more question marks, so we'll see what happens.
It's going to put them basically even now. A little bit of a favor in juacco's side, but not much. So now they're going to try to load up for some big pushes. You got dueling skeletons at the bridge, the drill in the middle. They're going to tornado everything together there. A decent amount of damage done up on the top left.
Yeah, that was actually a lot of damage there. Yeah, with the tornado helping out big time. There's a death damage. Then skeleton, both of them coming down. Kind of similar in terms, but might actually have some differences.
That log missed the Phoenix egg, so the Phoenix came back up. That's huge there for juacco.
Man, so pretty good available. And the Archer Queen is down in time, and the death damage actually is going to take care of that.
There's a rocket
hitting the tower and the giant skeleton.
That evens things right up for juacco there. Another big push being loaded up. A rocket in response now with the tornado combo. Does tons of damage for Hinomaru. Really nicely set up there. They got a ton of value out of that.
Yes, some more value out of that. And the death damage from Skelly there. Big time. And I think Hinomaru is pretty happy about what's going on so far. So about 800 apart in terms of tower damage.
Communication has been so good for Hinomaru.
Yeah, with the poison, the skeleton's just going down on the bottom. Goblin's not really getting much done. It was just poison, mostly, on the Princess Tower. Still in a big lead. Hinomaru are just going to keep pressuring. Drill, double the drill plus the poison. So and might actually connect.
That's it. That should do it. The rocket's coming in, and that's the finish for Hinomaru. Really nicely handled here, despite having their opponent's King Tower activated very early in that. They responded beautifully.
With their own tornado activated the King Tower exactly the same. It was basically a mirror match with some different card. Like I think the biggest catch was actually having the Queen. The top team, I think we were still waiting for that one card at the last second. But now you see all of it.
Yeah, but the Phoenix here as well didn't get as much value as you'd probably like. That's, I mean, with the log in there, it's kind of hard for the Phoenix because the egg is just neutralized pretty easily.
This many units clumped up all on left side, like the egg's gonna be going down.
Yeah, both sides have the Phoenix, of course, but I mean, just in general, like in like a thought of like 2v2 right now,
And some better connection with Tornado Rocket in combo.
Yeah.
I think that was big, but they were, Hinomaru, they were already winning the game even before that.
But you're right, that combo there was so beautiful. I mean, that's the stuff where I'm saying, like, their communication seems really good right now.
Yeah, exactly.
For
The
them.
double drill to secure, and the rocket. Yep. And there it went. GRIKO and Rad, what a combo.
I like it.
Mm-hmm.
I really like the way they did that. Again, that was, like you said, pretty similar decks, but the execution was better for Hinomaru.
Yeah, good way of putting that, man. As 2-2, there are a lot of different decks to choose from, and they actually have a very similar deck, surprise. But Rocket, Tornado, always a big combo, of course. There's no ban card here. So
no,
if we just go straight in, and you can use all the spells. I was kind of waiting for maybe a freeze even kicking in from either team, but we're not going to go there.
That might have been the hitting
yet.
card.
Maybe not yet. Maybe not yet, but maybe later into the night we might be seeing that card a little more coming out, 2v2. Just hold it for the right moment. When the clocks run out, you just hit it at the perfect moment, and sometimes that actually win you the game in 2v2 because there's a lot of units, a lot of firepower with two players on the same board.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think we're going to see it eventually. I really do. I mean, I would expect it. So here we go. It is the second game here between Juacco and Hinomaru for the 2v2, and Hinomaru took the first one. See if Juacco can bounce back.
Love it. Love it. And Juacco on top. Let's see, still just waiting for time. They're not disconnected, guys. They're just waiting for the first card to be played.
I just gotta.
Again, yeah, we actually had a couple moments like these before. Just long.
This is totally normal, actually. Like, yeah, sometimes you're cycling a spell because you're like, well, I've got the right cards to deal with what the log can deal with behind this anyway, so we can afford to send in a little bit of damage, even get the Ice Spirit damage as well. So far, with the Night Witch, a big change.
Yes, that is huge. Yeah, with some bats spawning now. That's going to put some more air pressure coming down and some more chip damage coming down from the bats, but the E-Wiz, of course, hitting the double. Gonna take care of most of those bats. And again, the drill. You see it on the right side this time, though. Has to defend that with the guards. There's the Musketeer slowly coming down on the left side with the Giant Skeleton.
Musketeer range, very, very good. It's a graveyard this time. Sometimes you got to be a little careful. There's the poison as well on top of it from the side of Hinomaru to clean it up. So they're able to defend those skeletons pretty well. They don't really take any, if any, damage at all. And that explosion should take care, or mostly take care of that Musketeer. The log will clean that up. So now Phoenix and Baby Dragon on the right-hand side, maybe gonna duel a little bit, but telling you with the help of that Princess Tower, Baby Dragon's gonna win that.
Yeah, the Phoenix, not really too strong in terms of the damage, even though it's just a single target.
It's just annoying.
Yeah, like, you do have to take care of the egg right after.
Yeah.
And there's a dash, and of course a Dark Prince to actually hold. Just good enough. Won't be able to defeat the Archer, though.
You're able to kind of keep her alive long enough to do some pretty decent damage. Here comes that graveyard. Is there going to be another poison response from Hinomaru? No, it's actually going to be the skeleton and the executioner to absorb all the damage from the skeletons. But the Night Witch is getting in there. She gets a big hit. Is she going to get two? She does. Those are huge pokes.
Oh, wow. If that Giant Skeleton was placed a little higher, that could have been defended easily with an executioner all the way in the back, but I think they were concerned a little bit too much about the skeletons. Shouldn't be happening anymore, but that's a big lead for Juacco. The double drills on the top, the bomb tower, the Dark Prince, great tools to deal with that.
Yeah, exactly. The defense here really, really solid. The change-up so far, it has to warrant the poison response again from the side of Hinomaru as they have themselves a little bit of a skeleton battle out in the middle, but a little bit of damage done here this time from Juacco.
You got some lucky spawns there from the graveyard, so not as bad, even with the poison, defensive poison coming down from Hinomaru, and it continues. And the thing is that GRIKO, they can't get their own push. It's actually really hard. I'm pretty sure they had Tornado with that executioner, but they had to make one perfect play.
Oh man, they even had to use an Ice Spirit in there because one of those skeletons spawned at that back left corner in that graveyard. Tough stuff for the side of Hinomaru. They're doing the best they can, but they cannot get any pressure.
Yeah, don't want that Tornado to be available at all. There's a big rocket. But that only takes care of the shield from the Dark Prince. So a lot of elixirs are actually gone on the bottom hand. There's a big setup dash.
I love to watch that thing go.
Oh, the skeleton's connecting, actually. Has to use the log to clean those up. Freeze a little too late, but still, there was a lot of damage connected.
Yep, that's all that mattered. Now, you did commit a little bit of extra elixir, but still the elixir advantage is in their favor anyway. So you know what? That's fine. You're allowed to kind of risk it a little bit there as the graveyard comes down again, and the response is going to have to be perfect from Hinomaru. There's only 50 seconds left.
Yeah.
It's not. They're taking damage again.
Yeah, 2-3 connections from the graveyard, and the damage is going down. The big part is, other than the rocket damage, nothing is connecting from Hinomaru's side. Oh, the drills on the right side this time, the double. But there's a lot. There's the offensive poison finally coming down. They had the leisure to do so. Okay, about a couple of hundred damage now on the right top. But that's not enough to close it down. There's a defensive freeze. Oh man, when did we see that last time?
It's been a while, but they're able to make sure that that giant skeleton isn't there. A graveyard on the bottom, a log to clean it up, but that's it. As the push is on for Hinomaru.
There's nothing else on the bottom.
Yeah, that's a ton of damage there. The spell range is getting pretty close for the side of juacco here. As long as they can keep things safe, and yep, that is 1 HP. So just one more spell. Well, they didn't need it. Tiebreaker.
Time's gone.
Time's gone.
No more time.
Close enough.
1 HP left.
It's as good as dead at that point.
Yeah, I mean, tornado does some damage, but not enough to break that tower. But that was a huge lead. I mean, we were talking in the middle, like, how are they actually, Hinomaru, how are they actually going to push and do the damage other than the rocket? And they couldn't really create their own wave of push.
Yeah, I mean, when they did start to force the push, you could just graveyard in response. I mean, it's such an easy counter here for the side of juacco. They just would be like, all right, you're gonna push. Well, here's a graveyard. Good luck. Like the executioner doesn't clean stuff up fast enough. The golden knight doesn't clean stuff up fast enough that at least 1 or 2 skeletons aren't gonna get through.
Yeah, of course, if there's a lot of graveyards for the 2v2, you're gonna have 2 poisons, 2 defensive poisons. But because you only have 1 poison out of against the 2 graveyard from the opponent, that was the real trouble. If you use 1 poison in offensive mode, you just do not have a good defending tool anymore. And that was the biggest problem. And even the freeze, didn't really expect it. Wasn't really the winning card for juacco. Still was a big key.
Yeah, it wasn't the most impactful, but it helped in a couple key moments. So, they had it there in the back pocket just in case, one way or another. And of course, yeah, the 1 HP, that'll do. That's pretty good. I mean, what a bounce back there. A really nice change up, going to the graveyard deck. I think that's really kind of one that sometimes you don't. Yeah, like you said, if you're not fully prepared for it, it's really tricky to deal with.
It's hard because there's a lot more variety now, and it's really bringing 2 poisons when you might be lacking in terms of damage. In terms of you have to use a lot more. You have the executioner, so tornado has to be in there. So that's a few more cards gone out of your hands, and instead of two players. So those are the hard choices that you sometimes do have to make. But graveyard, all of a sudden, that was a pretty good catch. Even the freeze. If that was a better time to freeze, that game could have been over earlier.
Yep. That's right. And again, even the Night Witch played a big part in that. It got a few big hits.
Night Witch getting a connection onto the tower, that's pretty rare sight in 2v2. Even in 1v1.
Yep. It's very rare. You're absolutely right. It is kind of funny how it actually got through.
I can't remember the last time we've seen it professionally. It's been a very long time. The Night Witch actually connecting to the tower.
That's huge. She hits hard, and those bats are real annoying, and I kind of liked some of the early change-ups I was seeing because, I think there was some concern over the air superiority kind of battle potentially there with, the Musketeer and a little bit of the Night Witch as well. So that kind of covers a couple different bases for you as the Night Witch. But, yeah, I think I like the change-ups, of course, a lot better for the side of juacco. So let's see now. Kind of standing pat was Hinomaru. Now what are they going to try?
Yes, we'll see what they bring up next because we could tell from they're going back to the Night Witch connection. We could tell that Graveyard was not an expected card because of the placement that we have seen from the Giant Skeleton and also the Executioner. The Executioner didn't really help too much in terms of what happened because I'm pretty sure they had the tornado to make 1 impactful tornado when they go in offensive mode, but that didn't really happen throughout the entire game. So it wasn't really the biggest tool. So can they really bring that Executioner once again? Maybe they'll try it, but it's risky, right?
I think so.
It's already out of your hand. It's revealed. Time to bring some other decks in play.
I agree.
if we go back in time, what else is available? We've seen some.
I think Electro Giant here would be really good.
Electro Giant with double prints.
For Hinomaru.
Double prints.
I think that'd be really, really good if you expect that they're going to run a graveyard again.
Yeah, so maybe not double prints, maybe just the
Dark Prince at least. Yeah.
Dark Prince with the Golden Knight, and there are a lot available now. So, and let's see the combo, what they actually bring. Seems like we're actually taking some more time. I'm pretty sure it's Hinomaru thinking about the next deck.
They're probably getting ready.
Mm-hmm.
They probably there might be a timeout they can take. I don't know, but like,
what's the maximum time you can take?
It used to be a minute. Was it?
It was,
what was it?
2 minutes.
CRL?
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Okay. I was like trying to remember. That was in 2019, G-Clef. I'm like, what did we do then? Okay, so
I don't remember what I ate for last night. So
yeah,
that's some time ago.
That's as far back as it goes. I had Doc Galbi last night, so that was.
Oh, you didn't invite me? Thanks for the invite, man. Oh, drill again. Okay, maybe with some different combinations though.
Yep. Well.
Oh, Executioner.
Okay.
Oh, you called it.
Well, okay, but it's not the team that I wanted to see bring it out. But okay.
I'm gonna listen to you a lot more today. You're calling it really well.
I like the changes.
Okay, maybe with some better tornadoes, you can certainly make it happen. There's the first one.
This is well handled by the side of Hinomaru. But so far, it looks like they've stood pat. Yeah, it's just more drills.
Yeah, it is indeed. Once the push is a lot slower, Tornado can actually be used a lot better.
Hinomaru, the dentist of our league right now. They're drilling everything.
Yes. Yeah, my dentist not really that good, but gotta say. Oh, the bomb tower, okay, a pretty big tool, and of course there's that EQ.
They were watching what Expo did earlier, and they've got a pretty good read on this. Now, that's not going to get a hit, but still some decent damage being done. Here come the Phoenixes, the Golden Knight on the right-hand side. Juacco is all over both lanes.
Oh, even the Flying Machine connects a shot. That's a pretty big damage. If you combine it, though, on the right, top right, that's still 1678. That's a lot of damage done from Hinomaru. Also, they can actually focus on the right. Only the double drills, they can get damage done.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough for Juacco because you're right. There's more damage done on one of theirs, even though they've done like maybe more total damage.
Yes.
But it gets a little bit tricky for both sides as Juacco's trying to play kind of a two-lane game, and Hinomaru's now going to try to counter each one, and it hasn't been super effective. Let's see if they're going to keep it up, or if maybe Hinomaru has to just kind of commit to one side and just see if they can risk it a little bit.
And Magic Archer, not just the Executioner, so Hinomaru, they want to maximize the potential of the Tornado. A lot are coming down. Yeah, again, the Electro Giant still available, very heavy. Yeah, there's that Tornado Executioner. There's some Field Knight. That's a ton of damage. Oh, the Dash connects.
Oh, that's big. That's big. Oh, Magic Archer up on the top left, but I don't think Juacco cares too much about that. It doesn't matter in the long scheme.
Yeah, Magic Archer is pretty strong in terms of if he's alive for a long time, but onto the tower, not as much. Here's a pretty good fireball and the rocket to respond on top of that drill.
All right, there is an Ice Wizard now.
Oh, the damage.
Yeah, Ice Wizard, but yeah, all the damage here from the Archer. Get tons of poke in there.
Oh, my.
And if they can just spell cycle a little bit more, Hinomaru has the win.
There's a Tornado with the Executioner. Finding some good defense. That's a wonderful D.
You got to keep the pressure up here as Juacco. You can't even give them the opportunity to spell cycle. And they do have a mirror in there. Tried it with the Phoenix, but it's just not enough. That should be GG, I think.
Yeah, 373 with a rocket. And that should be game for Hinomaru. More than enough damage with the drill. Was able to do some more. Now, the first set for Japanese team in WCG here. As that was pretty cool. Actually got so much damage with the Magic Archer. We were actually just talking about the left side, saying, oh, it doesn't have that much damage. But once it keeps on shooting through the targets, that's kind of what happens.
Yeah, the longer it's on the ground, the worse it gets.
It's usually next to the bridge, just shooting at targets free range.
Yeah, yeah. It gets so much value sometimes. I hate it when I come up against it, and I'm like,
it's hard.
I don't have Fireball or Poison. Like, oh my God, what are we gonna do? How am I going to deal with this? But yeah, I wanted to see the Electro Giant change, but I actually wanted it to be Hinomaru that tried it. It's kind of funny because Juacco did it, and Hinomaru just didn't change again. They just kind of basically played the same thing. They added in a bomb tower here. That was one of the kind of bigger differences. But there was the EQ to deal with it, so the ideas were pretty good from the side of Juacco to start with, but the early damage and then just the rockets, you know, the tornado rocket combo was really, really potent for Hinomaru today.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, the Archer Queen, and also the Magic Archer actually being really big key. As you see there, right there, through that Electro Giant. That's at least 4 shots directly in with the drill damage too.
It's just insane. Good tornadoes.
Uh-huh.
Sticking with that Executioner. He's a nightmare for the Phoenix. Just really, really good stuff.
Yeah, it actually knocks him back, so it keeps him alive oftentimes because he's knocked back. And the rocket for the finish, yeah, that is a pretty cool set. What a 2v2. A lot of variety, and we finally have a winner there.
That was a good one. That was a really good 2v2. So now the King of the Hill, it is, of course, our 3 players in whatever order. I don't know. The last time the order wasn't what I thought it would be.
I think the graphic was a little bit off there.
Yeah.
It's from the top.
So I'm not predicting
3.
it this time.
It's from the top 1 to 3. It should be.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Yep. Full trust there. Coco versus Pandora. Aaron versus Rad. Jupiterking versus GRIKO. Oh man, these names, just big names overall. Not just overall, every single player.
Every team
in this entire roster of teams, all big names.
Crazy good players. Yeah, I mean, this is just so exciting. I mean, so many players in the top 100 in the previous season of CRL. So this is like a dream come true. Just a lot of talent, a lot of fun. And yeah, so King of the Hill, you only get 1 until you lose, and then you gotta wait in the bench and watch the rest of your team try to win, or
yeah, unless you win all 3 by yourself.
You can just do that.
Uh-huh.
Expo Master was close. He got 2.
Yep, and I'm pretty sure we'll have a player actually getting all 3 in a row. At least one.
Today? Yeah.
At least one today, because we're gonna have a lot of King of the Hill.
We have minimum 6 King of the Hills today. Minimum. So that's pretty exciting.
Okay. The wall breakers.
Ooh, wall breakers.
Quick start.
I tried to get good with the wall breakers. It's tough. They're tricky. The timing, like the senses you have to have. One little spear does hit Coco's tower there.
So let's see if it's wall breakers with a lot of goblins or some less goblins.
Or if it's the minor Mega Knight, maybe. Some kind of variation of that, potentially. We'll see.
Yeah, just minor wall breakers. A very quick cycle coming down from Pandora, even with the Mighty Miner. So instead of the... Still can have the Royal Recruits if you want. Let's see if Pandora wants to have some more heavy defensive cards.
Yeah, could be Royal Recruits. That's a good point. Could be that too, for sure. As the Goblins are going to take care of the Mighty Miner, but the poison there, it's doing a lot of damage to the Musketeer. Goblins don't get through on the left. Now some spear, and it's a Hog Rider here for Juacco. Bomb tower to deal with it, and that should be good enough indeed to finish off.
Yeah, pretty good defensive tools on both sides. Yeah, that switch from the Mighty Miner can be the pain. And that timing, you have to wait. There's the wall breakers with the miner all the way in the back, so it has to be
Royal Delivery, yeah.
Delivery just in time. Yeah, wall breakers are pretty fast. You have to bring the delivery down very quick. But delivery these days are pretty quick compared to before.
Yeah, nice little swap asides here for our Mighty Miner, but you've got the Spear Goblins to buy you a little bit of extra time. There might be one little hit. Nope, has to use the log to make sure.
It doesn't even want any damage. I think you could have just waited a little, taken some damage. It wasn't going to be too much, but here's the Hog. And EQ, of course, comes down to get the bomb tower down. But with the bats, just enough damage to get that Hog Rider with no connection.
So both sides playing pretty fast cycles, and it's just going to be potentially coming down to, you know, who can find a little bit more value. Maybe get that one Hog Rider hit, and that can make all the difference. These minor attacks, able to get the Mighty Miner down in time to avoid any chip damage. The log trying to set up something. I'm not sure what there. The wall breakers. Oh, they got stopped.
Yeah, good catch. Their wall breakers actually pushed the Hog Rider to the right, not going towards that. Oh, that's a big connection. Now to take that back, Pandora wants to go all the way. The miner actually connecting somewhat more on the top left.
Yeah, that's a pretty even exchange in the long run between the two of them, with the Hog Rider hit plus that miner exchange. Going to lead with the logs. They crisscross. Now the Musketeer going to be following up with this Hog Rider. Do you have a spell to help deal with it? Well, you're just going to use the Mighty Miner, and that's enough to clean all that up.
Yeah, there's a bomb tower for the Hog Rider, but you have to kind of use the wall breakers to delay the damage of the Mighty Miner.
The tower went down.
Oh, actually, yeah. Went all the way in. One connected, I believe, out of the two.
Yeah, no, that's still great. That's great value out of those wall breakers. And once again, you can use the EQ. You have to use the bats to distract the Musketeer, and you still prevent one hit from the Hog Rider.
Yep.
In the back is that miner again. The Royal Delivery has to be used to clean up the wall breakers. And the log in response. Decent damage being done here by Pandora.
Yeah, Pandora cycling log every single time towards the left, at least chipping in some more extra damage. And here's the Yogg. No real connection, but the EQ damage is also stacking. In terms of spell damage, EQ, of course, one more elixir, but in terms of tower damage, it's a whole lot more.
That's a really good point. Yeah, it's 162 damage total for the EQ
log
over
is only
time.
58. So
yeah,
for one more elixir, it's actually a lot more in value.
Exactly. Well, let's see if we can find the miner placement. Not going to be good enough this time. The mighty miner was already there. Hog Rider should be stopped up here, but yeah, that EQ damage now starting to equalize here. Top left, top right.
Exactly. Even though it was on the back foot, Pandora might actually be worried about. Okay, has to connect some more with the miner. Okay, that delivery did not.
Oh, it got in.
Hatch the wall breakers. Oh, a little too early.
Oh man, those wall breakers are huge right now. That might be the difference for Hinomaru. Has to use the log. The Hog Rider though gets a hit up on the top left. It didn't do any damage, so bottom right, it's getting real close between these two.
Yeah, both players just trying to change up a little bit in pattern. There's a bomb thrower again. Defend, extra source of damage against the Hog Rider. But on the top, down to 900.
Oh, it's
the wall breakers. So both of them connected. 133. The game's over, man. Paper Dan. We just witnessed both of them connecting directly.
Yep, there you go. It is going to be Pandora taking that first game there. Those wall breakers getting through. You'd seen him try it a couple times where he's expecting the goblins in response to the wall breakers, and this time he gambled correctly, and that was the difference. Yeah. Really nice setup.
Yeah, the big difference is that wall breakers, they don't scream when they go directly to the power, but the Hog Rider, he screams so hard that you can actually close your eyes and place that
the audio cue battle.
Yeah, I know. And also, the amazing thing from Pandora that we kind of saw in the middle of the game, he was changing up the cycle to timing of the wall breaker coming down. So sometimes the delivery missed because the wall breakers came down a little after the miner. He was trying to change up the pattern, which actually basically won the game for him.
Yeah, that Royal Delivery is a little tricky to use. It has quite a long delay, exactly. And then he's got the log always behind it in the end. Like, he's starting to anticipate his opponent's responses to his wall breakers. So, right there, that one was just so beautiful. Catches the goblins and it just completely mows them over. And that's GG at that point. You can, you get a minor hit, you could poison, you could log, and it was donezo. So, yeah, really nicely handled here by Pandora. It looked like it was going to be a really close one where maybe it would be like, come down to like like 10 health between the two lowest towers.
Yeah, we were also thinking about like, let's see who gets more spell damage done. We're gonna tick down to the time, but once Coco did push a little bit more with the Hog Rider, got the log damage onto the bomb tower, and then Pandora said, okay, you just use your log. Okay, I guess I'll just wall break and see what happens. You don't have the log anymore. So that was an aggressive move that paid him with one more Hog Rider shot, but in return he took so much more.
Yes.
So Pandora knowing when to strike exactly. Oh, what a player there.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Just waiting for that, that key moment, and you're able to capitalize on it. So good setup, good execution from Pandora. So he takes the first to King of the Hill, and 2 more to go now for Hinomaru, and they're going to win this match potentially.
Oh yes, they won the 2v2.
Yes, they did. So we're getting interesting results so far today. It seems like we've, at least so far, got 2 teams that are doing really, really well. But again, at least one game has been taken by Juacco in the 2v2. Now they need to find one in the King of the Hill.
And who do we have as the second player? I can't really recall exactly. I think
Aaron, maybe?
Yeah, Aaron, I think, was the second player.
We didn't get these lineups ahead of time, so we're we're riding right here with you.
Yeah, we have empty papers. no papers on the front. We're actually just writing down on my iPad, and that's it. Let's see who we have for the second player, because it might actually matter a lot in terms of the lineup. And this can change. I believe this can change into the next match, depending on who they face against. Yeah, we'll see.
I'm really excited. I mean, I think so far, obviously, really high-level games. As usual.
Indeed.
As you would expect.
All these players.
So many good players.
Just stretching to see what could be done with an extra step, extra spell, extra timing. It's clutch moments, and some things that we might actually miss because there's a lot going on towards the end.
There's always some little thing that like that's going on, but I mean, I think right now it's just so it's so fun because I haven't done this in a long time, and you know, it's exciting to see these players again, players that you and I know and love, and of course people at home know and love. But getting an event like this to have just a day of just really good Clash.
I'm just happy that WCG is back. It's been 2 years, but we were there in John 2019 having those players, and we got to see Juicy getting that big win. Juicy J, man.
Juicy won that, that's right.
Yeah, he was a boy, and he was all the way on top. Of course, it was really cool. We had the team, Clash Royale, and also the individuals. So it was actually a packed ton of Clash Royale action. And here we have, we're starting with Korea versus Japan. And let's see what we have in the future. There's the motor coming down early, and Battle Ram.
Ooh. Oh, but the Archer getting quite a few hits here. Finally taken out.
Good catch.
Yeah, Battle Ram does not.
The bridge spam. Here we go from Pandora.
Yeah, he's looking good. Oops.
Oh, that Musketeer also. Yeah.
He miscalculated a little bit there.
Oh, but the motor connected. Oh,
okay.
A second hit.
Huge.
That is. Oh man. Pandora paid for it.
Love to see it. Love the act. You know, there's a great response now with that Royal Ghost. Finally, the Goblins get dropped. He's going to clean those up, but will get taken down for it. So a little bit of damage top right again from this time the Archer Queen. So this is a Archer heavy deck. There's that Bandit that you don't see as much these days, but still can be slotted in here and there.
Yeah. The dash can always be pretty handy when you're spamming, of course, but because Pandora now knows that he has to worry about the mortar. Gonna place all the way in the back. Gonna save up some elixirs. Use the heal to delay. Stop some shots from the mortar.
Pretty good placement there. Brought the Barbarians out of the Battle Ram into range of his Musketeer. And
great long timing there.
Yeah, gonna get some extra damage. Just gonna use the poison to deal with that Magic Archer. There's that key spell that's so nice to have against the Magic Archer. And you get some tower damage out of it as well. Just gonna cycle right into the Archer Queen. Behind it is Pandora. Ice Spirit to lead the way. Just cycling a little bit.
Yeah, but once we get into later time, the elixir, here we go. And the Battle Ram can certainly be alive even with that mortar. Once that heal connects, that will be one of the biggest things that we have to really catch. And the Bandit Dash. Okay, kicking that away. Nice Ice Spirit from Aaron.
Has to use the Miner defensively here as well as the Mortar. Once the Battle Ram comes down, the Mortar's pretty good response. The Magic Archer, though, in range of that. Do a little bit of extra damage, so the Barbs survive. Fortunately, a Musketeer there to help deal with it.
E-Barbs!
Oh, let's go.
In the house!
Let's go, E-Barbs!
Oh, the dash connects on the left top.
E-Barbs are a really good counter to the Mighty Miner.
Yeah, indeed.
Oh, tower connections. Oh, it's beautiful.
Big catch there. The Ram's not really connecting, of course, but the other sources are doing some damage, and it's stacking a little bit, catching up. Okay, Mighty Miner just down in time from Aaron.
Royal Ghost, one hit. Ooh, top left, not bad. Well, you could use that Magic Archer to help deal with the Mighty Miner. A Heal Spirit there just to buy an extra second to make sure that it's clean. Battle Ram coming through, a Mortar in response to try to buy some time. Royal Ghost on the other side, so a lot of defenses have to be used here by Juacco.
Oh, yeah, eating up the Ice Spirit with the Bandit. Nicely done, and the defensive poison there. Keep things okay, but the spam is here.
Oh, great timing here with this Battle Ram. Has to use the Ice Spirit.
Oh, with the zap! What a clutch zap there.
Really nice timing. Still going to get some hits here from the Archer, though. Again,
that's dangerous.
Big damage coming through. The Musketeer wasn't down in time, so it just chips away.
Oh, man. Double the Archer. You got the Queen and the Magic Archer. Oh, Aaron loving the play of coming down from Pandora. The spams are happening on the bridge. Yeah, even the Miner has to be sent defensively. Oh, man. The dash goes in through the log.
Yeah, this is looking pretty decent. Although this push on the bottom right here, Royal Ghost to stop it. A few hits came through, able to be cleaned up there. So that Royal Ghost getting a ton of value for Pandora. Now he's just going to load up with the Battle Ram. Musketeer up on the top right to help with the deal with the Royal Ghost. Is going to do so successfully. The poison here to try to get a little bit of extra damage, but it's cleaned up pretty nicely.
Yeah, cleaned up, and its poison was not on the Magic Archer, so the Magic Archer free, and a troop is coming towards the bridge. And the motor is gone.
Look at that lineup.
With the zap, and that's a connection. 288.
That's
Elite
it.
Barb and the dash from the Bandit connects. Pandora grabs. That's a lot of dirty action. It was not clean.
You said there was going to be a 3-0.
Well, we might have earlier in
You
one.
might have been right.
Yeah. And you've been really good with the predictions. And
It's your turn. Yeah, I'm handing it over to you.
We already have a bridge spammer now. Really well done. The Magic Archer, you pointed out, man, those connections were pretty nasty.
So good. And the E-Barbs here, actually, even though they're only used once, it gets a lot of value out of that Mighty Miner. It's actually pretty good counter to that. So not bad here at all from Pandora. I mean, showing us something really unique with this setup.
It was an E-Barb. He was holding it. Like, what else do you have? Is it something heavier? But E-Barb, of course, kind of heavy, but a great tool to deal with the Mighty Miner and also the Musketeer. There's a ton of damage each hit.
Those angles that he's able to find with that Magic Archer are just incredible. Just really so well done, getting so much value out of it, like hitting multiple targets at once. You know, sometimes able to cut through to the towers, of course. That zap just barely in time.
Yeah, those zaps sometimes make the world of a difference. And a few more connections here with the Magic Archer. You had to pop that miner because it's a lot more damage to the tower.
Yep.
But it's a lot less elixirs once you pop it. So after that moment, and here's you called it, just a single Royal Ghost defend all that on the right bottom. And this is just chaos.
Everybody everywhere, just dashing, 2 bandits.
Oh man,
that's tough. I think there were a few misplays as well from Aaron. I'm not so sure about changing lanes with that Mighty Miner there. I think I get what he was thinking, but I think he wasted elixir, like you said.
Yeah, he was behind even then, and he was even further behind because of that play. I think he had to really sacrifice a little bit and even keep the Musketeer, soak that damage to the tower. And sometimes you just have to let go of small things to get the bigger achievement. But he was trying to catch both birds with one stone, I guess with some elixirs. Didn't really work out at all. I have a pretty nice point there, but he's gone. And
yeah,
we're left with one player.
One more to go.
And that's
Jupiterking, yeah.
Jupiterking, man.
One of the longest running players that I can remember in Clash. Like, he's been around basically since I can remember. A great player.
And count, if you kind of talk about Jupiterking, he uses a lot of less ordinary decks, let's just say that. Like, he was still using a lot of freeze back in 2018. So he was really known for a lot of these weird spells and weird combination decks that he would just be sort of in the meta, but with a mix of his own sauce in it. So we'll see if that still fits in.
Miner early for Pandora and countered by the Fisherman. So
Fisherman.
Yeah. Okay. So like you said, the Fisherman really makes you think Royal Giant, but this is Jupiterking we're talking about. Maybe we'll get to see something a little bit different. There's some goblins and a log there predicting some kind of response. And it's a Skeleton King. A pretty interesting choice here for Jupiter.
Yeah, sometimes we even have Skeleton King with the graveyard. So we never know what's going to come from Jupiterking. It's Zappy's okay.
The Valkyrie does a great job against the Skeleton King, so not able to really do much. And Pandora's key card here for him today has been the Archer Queen, and he's going to stick with it. So the Zappy on the right is going to get one zap.
Yeah, they don't really do too much damage.
No.
They're mostly for defensive use. Yeah, with the Giant Skeleton, I think we're all thinking about the same thing, but it's marching a little too close. Gave the Goblins just in time by the Hunters. Has to use the Valkyrie even to take care of it, even though Pandora did some damage on the right top. Had to use a lot of elixirs for defense.
And now Jupiterking can load up just a little bit more. He leaked a little bit of elixir there, so opted to kind of go for the time to wait this out. So now he is going to set up for another Fisherman, followed by the Skeleton King. So the initial response is pretty similar here for Pandora so far. Nobody's showing us anything too different other than you have to have this Archer Queen deal with this guy, but that's okay. You can just pop her special ability.
Yeah,
And
I think we could kind of feel that Pandora was hesitating for it, because if I pop the ability, then he gets hit onto the tower. If I don't, I get more damage onto the Archer Queen. So here's the mortar. Yeah, with the cycle. Of course, with the Valkyrie. Here's a graveyard.
there it is. Let's see if he can get it done. It is going to be the poison in response from Pandora, cleaning up most of those skeletons pretty decently, able to keep everything at the bridge distracted long enough that he can get another Archer Queen down. And pretty successful defense here for the side of Pandora.
And a quick cycle, another motor coming down. The arrows, not really a big help from Jupiterking.
That's a yikes for me. That one was a...
Maybe if he can get Goblins and Ice Spirit at the same time, it's worth it, but on to the other units. Let's see. Because we're going to be here for a long time.
Yeah, no, this one still feels like it could go a bit longer. He's going to pre-prepare a mortar for the defense here. Feels like he doesn't have enough in the tank out the rip to really make sure that he can deal with this. And this time, it's going to be pretty decent. He has to keep that at bay. He does. Is he going to pop the ability? Nope. He's going to let the Archer Queen. I was calling her the Mother Archer. I'm like, no, that's a different unit. The Archer Queen.
Mother Archer.
Yeah, that I just gave. Again, I'm giving free ideas to Supercell. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not another giant, so it's okay, man. But some heavy loads are coming down. And Pandora might have to cycle. There's the graveyard, so has to pop the defensive poison. But the giant skeleton, there's a Valkyrie at the corner. Has to pull it back with the log.
Great placement there with that Valkyrie. Just keeping everything away, using the log to make sure. Really nicely handled there by Pandora. So still just barely ahead in the damage counter there up on the top left.
Okay, favorite, then there's still the question mark from Jupiterking. Man, I wonder what that is. Just wait until the last moments. Maybe he'll not use it.
Freezer a poison?
Yeah, maybe. If it was poison, I think it could have pulled it down. There's the arrows, just extra damage onto the tower.
Ooh, oh, those are some pretty good connections from the skeletons on that graveyard, so that wasn't too bad. Left-hand side dealt with. Hunter's ready, loading up for another big hit on the right. Now Pandora is kind of on the back foot. He's going to have to find a way to get through. Has to use the miner to get a little bit of chip damage in to try to keep this even.
Logging a lot of damage. There's the graveyard again on to the right. Defensive poison coming down. A lot of units. Finally, here we go with a lot more skeletons, but the Archer Queen, one of the best, cleaning things up.
And he's getting value out of those graveyards right now. So now you have to go for the offensive poison. Setting up for a big hit here is Pandora. He's got a lot of damage. The miner goes in as well. So this is a pretty good exchange. If he can finish off this skeleton giant, he might be able to get in here and do some real damage.
Yeah, that might not be all. And even the mortar connects to the tower. And at the same time, the skeletons actually did quite a lot of damage, but just a little more with one more connection from the mortar there, right? Oh, and Pandora. What a player.
Really good stuff. The way that he navigated that whole match was so difficult.
Man.
Those graveyards were chipping away. I mean, and he had the poison response, but the skeletons were still getting through. That happens. I mean, again, the randomness of the spawn does it, but that's going to be the win for Hinomaru Red, the 3-0 for Pandora.
Oh, that's a victory.
They did it.
That was a match point.
I know, it went by so fast.
Yeah.
You
have to keep things up.
I know. It's like these are going by so fast. I can't believe it. I mean, usually I'm like, these are going to take like a long time.
Yeah,
like,
it certainly does sometimes, but this was a really good match. We still had the question mark all the way until
it was a snowball. It was a snowball.
Okay.
I caught it right at the end, yeah.
Okay, so it didn't really, the snowball wasn't really too impactful.
No.
So just had it in his hand for the perfect moment, but I was sort of waiting for maybe
I was hoping it was a freeze.
I know.
Yeah.
Graveyard freeze sometimes can catch the opponent just until at the last moment. But here's a highlight we're going to see again.
I love the idea of the deck from Jupiterking. I think it's really oppressive. It's really tricky to deal with. And Pandora was just on it today.
Yeah, and Archer Queen, one of the best tools against the Skeleton King, and also the graveyard.
In general, the Archer Queen did really well for Pandora here.
Yeah, here's 30 seconds at the end. Yeah, that defensive poison, and also Valkyrie, so there were a lot of answers against the graveyard. And after the log, so it locks on to the king first, and then goes all the way to the tower.
Yeah, yep, exactly.
That big connection.
Yep, the Skeleton King gets too close, and that allows the mortar to shift targets. He's got a miner in there, he's got a poison. He's committing everything, all of his resources to making sure he wins that at the last moment. So well-timed, well thought out by Pandora. Again, it feels like I'm a broken record because I said that a whole bunch because he played so well.
Oh, Pandora is such a great player, man. But no one's dropped out yet. Yes. Yeah, we're gonna have some losers match and also the winners match. I think winners match first and then losers match.
Yes.
Yeah. So we're going to have Team Expo versus Hinomaru Red in the winners match. That's very exciting as both teams actually got 0-0 win in set score. That's huge.
So it feels like then, whoever wins the next one should be pretty strong going into that last match, that
and they have
potential last match.
Yeah, they have a pretty big break until match 6.
Right.
And they can watch all the other decks of the other teams playing.
That's a huge benefit.
Yeah, and then they also have the bracket reset towards the end. So you have to win the winners match, and that's not us. That's us.
And I was like, did we spawn a third person in here? Did we clone one of us? Did we cast the clone spell? Or did we mirror it?
Quite. Oh, we can mirror it and make it 4. But I'm kind of heavy, so it's got to be a lot of elixirs. I know you don't. I know you don't weigh as much, but I'm still there, man.
All right, I'll tell you what, guys. We will be back after another short break. Don't go anywhere. Still a ton of games here at WCG 2022 Clash Royale Rivals. We'll be back shortly. And welcome back, everybody, to WCG 2022 Rivals. This is the Clash Royale portion. That's G-Clef. I'm Paper Thin. Guys, we're already 2 matches down. It is
already
blowing by 2 out of potentially 6 or 7. Again, it kind of depends, but regardless, some really fast games, some really exciting ones, but a couple different, I know your iPad is having a hard time over there.
I'm not gonna try it anymore, but we've been pretty right on point with the predictions, and man, we still got it, and I'm loving it so far. It's been really nice action, but starting from now, well, not from the winners, but after the winners, we'll actually have teams starting to be eliminated real soon.
That's right.
So, yeah, it's going to come down to who we get later on, but of course we have to talk about the winners. No one drops here, but the winner moves straight into the final.
Yes.
Wow. That's a big opportunity right here, right now.
Exactly. It's so important to win this one right now. And by the way, guys, we saw it just a second ago, but if you type in !WCG, you can get some info on the WCG Open for Clash Royale. Again, that's open to literally anyone in the world to play. So if you want to play, do it. That's the best I could say it. If you think you've got what it takes to be a good Clash Royale player, then you should join. You have the opportunity.
And also, there are 2 other events going on. If you just type in exclamation mark 1, event 1, or event 2, you can actually participate there. I didn't get enough time to participate, so I'll do it later. But make sure you guys
win some free stuff.
And I think the chances are actually pretty good right there. So, and we got to see the lineup there, 2v2. Let's see, because both teams actually had a pretty good showing. Of course, Team Expo, I think they won 2-0 in their 2v2.
Yes.
But Hinomaru was actually a 2v1, I believe. Yes,
2-1, right.
Yeah, but 2v2s, it's all over the. It depends on what you bring and what you can actually utilize with what you have on in the game. And 2v2 has been kind of a chaos at the same time, but also fun. So we'll see what it comes down to. And if I remember correctly, the Korean teams actually focusing a little bit more towards the Electro Giant for the 2v2.
Yep.
That has been used a couple more, and the Japanese teams in overall more of the drill play coming down 2v2. So maybe that might change. Maybe you will see a lot more, because we've seen from the teams in the past that they don't really like to change things because it's what they have practiced.
Yes.
And the communication might be a little tough when they change it up at the moment. So we might see the same decks. Maybe we will see something different. You never know.
I'd like to see maybe back to the Lava Hound deck for the side of Expo's team.
That was strong.
Yeah, that was the one that I think would fit in nicely against this drill heavy meta. You're not going to get a lot of rocketable targets as well, which is what we've seen from them, like be a very, very high value spell. So I'll be curious to see what they pull out, but I would like to see the Lava Hound here to start.
Yeah, Lava's actually pretty cool because we don't really have the Inferno Tower or the Inferno Dragon these days, not as much, because we only have the Mighty Miner, which takes care of the ground only. So that miner, that lava that you guys recall, might actually be really good. Of course, the Lava Hound doesn't really do too much damage.
No.
You can actually leave that thing on the tower forever and still would only do like 300-400 damage.
Yeah. It looks scarier than it is. Yeah.
Yeah, but once it pops, what it pairs up with, that's the scary part. But there's a lot of tools. The Executioner, Archer Queen, and Magic Archer, and all the other things that you can actually use. The anti-air. So there will be a lot of answers, but that lava, of course, you do want that attention on one side, and maybe send some giant skeletons and RG on the other side. So we've seen like the doubles and some mix in between. Like there will be like double win conditions or some mix in between of having 1 RG, 1 poison, 1 graveyard. We got to that point towards years of 2v2 because they ran out of things to have 2v2, and then they just sort of came with some mixes as a big surprise. Instead of having the double royal giant, they had the 1 royal giant with a giant skeleton, and then on this other side, they had some graveyard freeze. So
right.
You might see, there's still a chance of seeing anything in this 2v2 now.
Yeah, you can really mix it up. I mean, that's the cool thing about 2v2 is there's a lot of unique ideas that you can throw at your opponent. So it's just a matter of, again, sometimes it's counter-guessing what your opponent's going to play. I think we saw, with Expo and his team do a good job of that in their first one, where they kind of guessed what their opponent would be doing coming in with the Lava Hound the second time. Read them pretty well, I thought. Other times it's just like you have pretty similar decks, so who's going to manage their spells better?
Yeah, it has been coming down a lot. And the drills has been working somewhat, but more of a minus, I think, overall, in terms of 2v2 that we had. So Let's see if they, especially the Japanese teams, Hinomaru keeps on using the double drill. It worked for them somewhat more. Maybe not as much in this 2v2, and here we go. Team Expo on top, Hinomaru red on the bottom.
And you got to be super careful of that drill that you do. The mortar?
Mortar in 2v2?
Okay. A bomb tower as well. So yeah, you don't see the mortar often in 2v2, at least we used to not. And so pretty exciting here, but a great, pretty easy counter. There's the Monk out from Expo's team.
Certainly Monk. Oh, you called it. Lava Hound in the house. Coming down the right side. Miner just not dealt with at all. As Expo Master line, they want to create some big push coming down right. Actually, full damage from the Miner.
Well, you've got that Phoenix attacking the other one. The first Phoenix locked on to the Lava Hound. Now, you do have the Magic Archer right underneath it. You're going to use that Skeleton to absorb the pup damage. So, pretty decently. Had a Royal Delivery as well here. So, pretty decently handled by Hinomaru.
Yeah, the Phoenix, Lava Hound, and didn't really do too much compared to how much Miner actually did on the right top.
Ooh, just in time, those guards step forward to absorb the damage from the mortar. Now allowed them to get to that bomb tower. You're going to be able to clean it up. So far here, a little bit of puff damage, just one puff. And that's all you're getting. So it's pretty equal across both sides. A little bit advantage for Hinomaru.
Got one from the Magic Archer. Oh, just the Archer Queen. Oh, what in the world? Is this that Hinomaru Red actually brought here?
They brought something different.
And the mortar connection.
Oh, it's huge. So much damage.
And Monk just in time. Gonna pop. Pop.
I love it. The skeletons.
That's not fair. You have skeletons. Yeah.
And that opens up the Miner, though. So that little extra skeleton timing gave them a little bit of extra room here to get something done. So very nice. Nice setup for Hinomaru. They're going to load up again with the Lava Hounds for Expo.
Yeah, I said Magic Archer, excuse me. That was Archer Queen double from the GRIKO and Rat. A mortar, straight up connection. No other ground unit to deal with.
Just use an Inferno Dragon to clean it up. That's a feels bad, man. It's looking pretty good for Hinomaru. I mean, now you got the double Lava Hound push. It is connecting. It's doing some pretty decent damage. One of those Lava Hounds is still full health.
Yeah, and with the drill, that's a lot of damage put into the tower now. And still another Lava Hound. Pretty healthy. And even going to bot that poison with the lightning. And time's ticking. And I think with the cycle of the spells, Expo team, they should have it.
Yep, this looks pretty much in their hand. You can put the bomb tower here to distract the mortar. Yes, there is a giant skeleton coming, but it is a similar problem where it is a bomb tower and a bunch of units in its way. The Miner in the back, 2 Miners in the back here, the poison as well. Snowball's going to finish it with a Miner of their own. So Expo is going to remain undefeated in 2v2s.
Yeah, 2v2. Very powerful, especially the double Lava Hound with the Phoenix.
Yep.
And some other tools, and they were just waiting for the perfect time. Real kicking in, putting out hundreds of damage at once, and also the offensive full poison to do extra damage. That was really well played.
Yep.
They timed it perfectly, and even before that, some chip damage into that right bottom tower. It was close to like less than 200 by the time. Yeah, big plays coming down. You called it Lava Hound. Actually,
so I wanted to see. It makes a lot of sense here, I think, against what they were playing. Now, the mortar is kind of a little interesting change-up from the side of Hinomaru, but they didn't get quite as much value out of it as they probably would have liked. It was still actually pretty good.
Yeah, it did a lot of damage and connection, but it was sort of let by the other team. Team Expo, they wanted to create more pressure and just release whatever they had on the right side, and there's a lightning. A pretty clutch spell in 2v2.
Yeah, I really like that they're kind of sticking with it. I think that's such a good spell. Again, with so many lightningable units that are getting used in 2v2 often, it gets a ton of value. So really nice to see, again, Expo and his team. A guy who has a ton of 2v2 experience, was on the 2v2 squads for his teams for a while here and there. So yeah, they've clearly kind of got a read on this today.
Yeah, as a player who did eventually play 2v2, but I do want to say that he was pretty hesitant in playing 2v2 until the days.
He wasn't it wasn't his favorite thing to do.
Yeah,
but he did it.
Yeah, he did it towards the end because a lot of teams had or 4 in roster, and you eventually had the two duos, two actually teams of the 2v2s, just having a lot of roster changes in the middle too. But that's a pretty strong win again with the lava. Can Hinomaru stop those air units from connections? It's really hard to bring those down. We just said a lot less Inferno. We did see from Expo, but none coming out whatsoever from Hinomaru. So maybe they need an Inferno Tower, some other type of damage?
Right. That's a good point. Inferno Tower would be a good little change-up, I think. I think you just swap out the cannon cart for something else. I just don't think that you can rely on that. But then on the other side of the coin, we haven't seen Expo's team stick with the same, other than this one, they kind of stuck with what we saw previously, but they might change it up too. They might kind of try to anticipate their opponent's changes.
It's hard. Inferno Tower, but there's 2v2, there's another lightning to stop the Inferno. So
that's true.
It's really hard. There can always be a zap too, or a freeze to stop that Inferno. When there are a lot of units, and it might just never lock into the Lava Hound. So what else is a pretty good tool against the Lava Hound these days? It's really tough. Maybe some Executioner, go back to the Executioner Tornado to clean it, or maybe some defensive poison if you have double the poison. If you have one poison, you can't really defend it. And once you make that offensive change, it might be very risky. So all these should be going through their heads. If they have it ready, then they don't have to, but it's kind of tough when you have to kind of do it on the fly.
Yeah, it's hard because we've been seeing that Expo's team is comfortable running anti-tower spells.
Yeah.
Like they have something, they either have Earthquake or Lightning in there. So if you're running Inferno Tower, if you're running Bomb Tower, if you're running all these towers that can help buy time, they're ready for it. Like they want you to do that because they've got very valuable spells to make sure that if you're playing those things, they get taken care of.
Yeah.
So it's hard to counter that.
Yeah, so maybe the building's not
just get rid of them.
Yeah, building's not the best. Yeah, and the motor choice here you were mentioning, kind of
it almost worked. I like the idea.
Got some connections.
Yeah. And if you can like get ahead of the Lava Hounds, you know what I mean? Like if you're able to kind of outspeed your opponent a little bit, maybe it can work. I'm really curious to see what Hinomaru is going to do. If they're going to stick with the drills, if they're going to kind of do something pretty similar, or if they're going to go for a different, like, bigger picture idea.
I like that bigger picture. We're in big picture.
That's where we're at. Yep. See what I did there? Thank you for picking up on it.
Certainly. Just logs out. Nothing else. And let's see. We might actually hold up.
Just chilling. Well, all right. Just kick back.
Time to go to the microwave.
yeah, exactly.
Get some cattle corns.
Oh, kettle corn's the best.
I'm a pretty good. I'm a cattle corn lover.
Me too.
Instead of the salt, I sometimes like the sweets.
Yeah, I like the combination of both, the sweet and the salty. That's the best. Well, we wait. This one could be a full-on, just load up and go at a
minute. Sometimes we actually go all the way down to 0, and then
it does happen.
Overtime. And when that happened, it was usually like much heavier. Like these times, it's gonna be much more of an Electro Giant. But in the days, it was just a lot of golems.
Is it like double golem here?
Or even some giant double prince. Which is kind of outdated. Okay. You can talk. I'm gonna drink some coffee.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Maybe double golem, something big like that.
Golem.
Yeah, or maybe like
like
P.E.K.K.A. golem, or something weird like. Okay, no. This is just more of the same here from Hinomaru. They want to get ahead of the 2x elixir time. Oh, it's actually going to be the drill this time from Expo's team. So they're going to try and go for the same strategy. There's that rocket.
Will it hit all of it?
Got it. That's a great rocket.
That's nice.
Pulse
tornado with the magic archer back so it doesn't hit the tower. But with the death damage, just enough to get that magic archer down. What about
Knight?
It doesn't go into the tower though.
Yeah. Still, it's going to finish it off. But now there's a Golden Knight on the other side. I mean, both of the Golden Knights. Let's see if they can get anything done. It's looking very similar in the deck choices here.
Yeah, double the drill. Coming down from Hinomaru again. With a ton of damage, kind of matching the numbers. 1900s on the right side for both. Here comes the double drill from Expo now.
All right, the double drill. decently handled. Yeah, very well handled by Hinomaru. They don't really take much, if any, damage out of that, trying to keep that Magic Archer safe.
Yeah, basically it's the same decks. Even Executioner coming down from Expo. So I think this is literally going to be about how they use the Magic Archer for extra damage. And some more done from Hinomaru.
The bomb takes care of that Archer, but now you're
Inferno!
there's Inferno Tower.
Oh,
okay,
wow.
this is, let's see if there's a lightning or something like that from the side of Expo. It hasn't come out yet.
Yeah, there should be something. Some other tool to take care of maybe the Inferno. Oh, the Phoenix actually got out again.
Dark Prince.
Some more damage.
They're gonna send the drill out. Oh, it's, yeah, the Mother.
Yeah, the Mother Witch actually in 2v2 can be a pretty big tool, but the Bomb Tower taking care of her. And the drill on the bottom, Archer Queen, and the Knight taking care of a lot of these things.
It's looking pretty good for Hinomaru so far, but we've seen Expo's team be able to load up for some big hits. This time the Poison lands right on the Executioner and the Magic Archer. They have to use the Inferno Tower to buy some time, but that rocket is going to get a lot of damage.
Onto the tower too, not just the giant skeleton. The Magic Archer has to be pulled. Another spell had to be used there, so a lot of elixir burn for Hinomaru there.
Yeah, great pickup, and now double drills here for the side of Hinomaru.
Oh, the Dark Prince, such a good tool against the drill.
Yeah, I love this change up from Expo to bring that in. It's a really good card here, and now if they could just get a little bit of extra damage with the Poison, that's gonna do it. Again, they remain undefeated in the 2v2s today. Expo, his team is looking pretty good.
Yeah, Team Expo with Expo Master and the crew, man. This team is so strong right now on the Gate 2v2. Pretty cool drill, but the few difference was having a Dark Prince, not having a Dark Prince, and at the bottom for Hinomaru, they actually had Inferno Tower.
Yeah.
So I think we were on the same page, kind of talking about, okay, what if it's Lava Hound again? Let's just have one just in case. But it didn't really turn out to be a Lava Hound, it was just drills.
Well, you could see they placed that one right by the river, which leads me to believe that they suspected that there was either an EQ or a lightning in the back pocket. Still,
okay.
I think maybe. I mean, I don't know for sure, but that's my guess.
Yeah, maybe just to take less damage from the poison.
That could be too, right? Poison as well. Yeah.
You do want a healthy, but also few tornadoes actually in defensive, but pulling that Magic Archer away, which means that Team Expo had some better placements of that Magic Archer at the better timing. And those are elixirs 3 at a time, but certainly that 3 can be the difference maker in a game like this.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. That Magic Archer placement was much better, slightly better, I shouldn't say, slightly better for Expo's team. So, once again, we have our King of the Hill. Last time, Pandora ran the table, and it was pretty convincing. I mean, he looked really, really good. Can he do it again, G-Clef? Can he pull off yet another miracle?
Yeah, it's up against it's winner's match, so you never know. It's a Sandbox line Expo Master from Team Expo. And of course, we did not really see GRIKO Rad playing 1v1 yet, but maybe we will. This King of the Hill entry, every single time, all these 4 teams, they have such a good lineup. There's like, I can't really find any weakness, to be honest.
No, everybody's so good on all these teams, so you never know. It's just kind of who's playing better that day, who's got a slightly better read on their opponent.
They just have some little characteristic differences, and depending on who you go up against, depending on the lineup, that might be the little difference that can be created within the matchup. But other than that, there's like no weak player on each team. That's the thing. So even if a team drops down to the lose match, they can actually go all the way to match 7 and actually become the champion. You never know.
Yes, exactly. You still have that opportunity to come back to get the reset and get the win. So we'll see who's going to be going there potentially. If Expo's team can win it here, they will move on to that. I don't know what to call that. That winners.
Match 6.
Yeah, I'm just calling it match 6.
The finals.
Yeah. The pre-finals, potentially, or the actual finals, depending on how it rolls out.
Pre-finals and actual finals at the same time, right?
But match 6, that's huge. And then the other team has to play more.
So they get a little break. So this is match 3, so they get 4 or 5. So that's at least a couple of hours to actually take a break and watch all the other teams and get ready for match 6 if they win straight up here. So yeah, big chances for Team Expo if they win this set again. But of course, Hinomaru, they're a strong team in 1v1.
Well, that looks familiar. Just a mighty miner for the miner.
Lady strong miner.
Very, very good.
guards.
Guards here for Expo. Well, he's shown us a few, or excuse me, it's Sandbox, not. I see Team Expo and I think Expo Master for sure. Okay, Lava. Yeah, I was gonna say with the tombstone there. Certainly, it's got to be Lava. Mortar makes sense here. To follow up with the guards.
Yeah, and we see some flying balloons. Oh, with the skeleton, and might even have Phoenix. Yeah, from Pandora's side.
All air, all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, instead of Phoenix, I think it's Flying Machine here. And a few pups, locked. And still the Flying Machine. A Sandbox.
Oh my god.
He's dry.
Yeah, Pandora is just about to do a ton of damage.
No elixirs.
That's bad.
Oh my god, this.
I mean, he had to sack it.
And I think Sandbox expected that Mighty Miner to actually go on the other side.
Ah, thought he'd switch.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Did it work at... Oh, that's Pandora, I think 1-0.
Yeah.
That's a huge lead. And it'll take a miracle to come back from here.
It's going to be tough, no doubt about it. And with a log as the last card revealed here for Sandbox, I mean, literally his only anti-air is the Archer Queen plus, I guess, the Ice Spirit and the Poison. I mean, it's going to be challenging for sure.
And the motor, when it shoots up into the air, should do some damage onto the air units, just in case. And there's a Phoenix, even Phoenix on top. So, okay, Pandora's got something else here. With the lava soaking in damage from the Archer Queen, just has buy time. 47 seconds left.
See if we can find an opening for the mortar.
Yeah, with the tower gone, it just makes it so much easier for Pandora.
He might just 3-crowd him here. This is tough for Sandbox. There's just not a lot of options. I mean, yeah, the Mighty Miner's on there. You're trying to use a log to buy a little bit of time. The Ice Spirit as well.
Oh, locks up to the Phoenix, and that is tower down with the pups, and even the Mighty Miner. 3-crown victory, paper thin.
He hasn't lost yet.
Oh my god, Sandbox just went down like that.
He hasn't, Pandora hasn't lost. I mean, he's just crazy good today. He's reading his opponent so well. That air deck, I mean, again, there's just no answers. There's just nothing.
Yeah.
You just don't have answers. That's all there is to it.
What else do we have? Ice Spirit and
Archer Queen.
That was it,
and
right?
kind of Poison.
Kind of Poison, yeah. Yeah, Poison you can take care of the pups and skeleton dragons, but it takes a long time.
It's just not that useful.
Yeah, that defensive Poison, you have to get the dragons down and also the Flying Machine. You have to catch all of them in one Poison, and Pandora's not going to let that happen.
It's just a brutal mismatch.
Yeah, you see the elixir on top of the screen, and I was like, oh man, he's running dry.
Yeah. I mean, there's just nothing you can do. As you just gambled here a little bit as Sandbox, and you lost. Is basically all is what it boils down to. So well thought out here by Pandora. Kind of again, the homework and preparation so important.
Yeah, going all the way up, and we need to pop the last card for Pandora. I wonder what that was, but can certainly be Balloon or just like a Fireball. A few other spells available too. But usually I thought we see with the Tombstone, Skeleton Dragon, Phoenix, Flying Machine, and out of those three you choose 2.
Yeah.
Not all 3. So he might have something. He might have something else. What a deck choice right there! 3-crown victory in WCG.
He's getting a lot closer to winning or getting his next level in the battle pass with that one. That's for sure.
I know. So yeah, if he wins one more, he'll have all the time to participate in the event.
Right. I mean, he's on a roll right now. That's 4 in a row total that he's won. He's just stomping people.
Yeah.
I think you just put him into the 1v1 after this. I mean, he's got the hot hand, you know, if he gets to it.
Yeah, certainly. Should be in the ace match, but we still didn't get to really see any action coming down from the other teammates. But now for Team Expo, they gotta bring someone up, and I believe it was Expo Master.
Last time it was, but they might have switched. They might have given Line the opportunity to go second, just to maybe get him some games, get warmed up, because he hasn't played yet. So like, you're like, well, if we win this, you should probably play at least a couple games before we get to the match 6. Like,
yeah, I know we see the lineup, but we can't remember all that. 100%. I should.
I mean, we got baited on the first match too, where it was.
Oh, the order, yeah, I know. But also, except for that, it has been.
It's been good now. I think they fixed it. I think we're all right.
Yeah, but
I think it's line next.
Okay, yeah, but we need to stop it. Oh, it seems like a lot, especially for the 1v1s, the Korean players, especially not depending on the team, using a lot of motorcycle decks.
Yeah,
has been using a lot of motor, and of course it can be strong, especially with the Hog Rider and also the win rate on the Valkyrie. Of course, can be a pretty good tool against all the goblins and all the cycles. But today, we don't really see that many baits coming out from the Japanese players on 1v1, which is somewhat of a surprise for me now.
Yeah, it seems they're pretty comfortable with going more of like the beatdown RG styles. Is mostly what we've seen. So a few others in there. The cycle, we've seen a cycle, but I'm kind of curious about what Pandora brings to us next and what line, for the first time we get to see him today, is going to be bringing out himself. As just waiting it out, the log to cycle.
Certainly another player from Korea that loves to cycle quick cycle decks.
Yes.
And Line actually ended up using a lot more Expo cycle decks towards the end of CRL East compared to Expo Master. And we'll see. Just a log out, and Line's willing to take that damage. Just extra 58 in the tower. Nothing else been done.
Well, how long are we going to wait this time? Are they going to give us the full...
Okay, a minute passed, so I think we hit the first mark.
Yep. Now we just wait until like right before a minute to see, you know, what they start loading up with.
Yeah, about when we see like 110-ish, depending on how slow what we build up with from the back.
We still haven't seen... like any golems.
No Expo yet.
No,
it's Team Expo. They have to use it. Expo.
It's in their name.
Expo Tesla is actually still strong.
Yeah, it is still good.
It is still strong. With some knights, some Archer Queens. Yeah, still, quick station. Oh, Skeleton King.
Okay. Is it going to be similar to the one we saw earlier?
Yeah, is it going to be a graveyard? Yeah. Likely, I think.
Usually. Wow. Okay, this is like a spam deck if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, maybe not really with the log. It's usually more paired up with the bar barrel. Yeah, because our graveyard is supposed to do a lot more.
Those zappies.
Yeah, good zappies there, and takes care. Oh, the golem is in the house all the way from the top. That's why Line was waiting.
This is what we were looking for. We were looking for the golem. Goblin Cage kind of made you start thinking about it for sure. Now let's see how well Pandora can handle this. Phoenix is going to be, and a baby dragon as well, pumped in behind all of this.
Okay.
Oh, this is such a big push. Oh my god.
And Zappy's all the way in the back, and the dash is pretty good. Pulls the golem away.
Just going to split. So the defense actually not too bad.
Good D coming out from Pandora. Oh, the skilled army all the way in the back just to get some attention. Ball barrel coming down to leading all the skeletons for the witch. Good job. And the Zappy is actually a really handy tool to delay the golem.
Yeah, that brief stun is so annoying from the Zappies. It buys you so much time. But now the Goblin Brawler is just rocking and rolling in here. Oh boy, that Skarmy did not last too long there with that dash, but able to buy enough time here that the defense still pretty good for the side of Pandora. Now he's gonna pop his spell. And there's a tornado there to clean most of that up.
Huge tornado there. Fireball. Catching the damaged baby dragon.
A hog got in there as well, so he's chipping away a little bit. But it's relatively even.
Yeah, and when there's a golem, once it goes through, it's going to do massive damage. It doesn't really just do like 100 damage. It's going to connect a lot. And Pandora, he's got all the tools though. He got Zappies, Fisherman to play around with the golem. But it depends. There might be some other targets.
Like the bar barrel there to make sure that the Mother Witch doesn't get to do much, but that opens up the door for the Skarmy. Tornado going to clean all that up.
Pulls the gold, the knight in between, not the golem.
Yeah, this is, I mean, the Zappies are buying a ton of time again, and a fireball has to be used. It is going to allow one of the Golemites to get a hit.
Oh, the baby dragon.
Oh, that's huge. Big damage coming through from the baby dragon now.
Was that 4 belches in total?
A lot.
Yeah, that was enough to put Line in lead, for sure. Listen, 44 seconds now.
Still have a card hidden here for Pandora. Kind of curious to see what he wants to go for. It is actually something like an RG or something like that. I don't know. Or if it is the graveyard, which is kind of what we suspected initially.
Yeah, it can be a mix there. Lightning from line coming down.
Not bad. Oh, that's
that tornado plus the baby dragon splash.
Oh, 2 of them, dude. 2 baby dragons. Forget it. He's got the lightning there as well. Barely the Phoenix Egg doesn't pop. I think that does it.
That's it. Line stops the streak of Pandora. And final belch from the baby dragon, just enough to set the tower down. And 5 seconds left on the clock. What a game. That golem deck that we don't really see as much these days. Of course, with Phoenix, it's out there. But it's not the most common.
I like the change up at the end though by line, switching to like Baby Dragon City, because it was pairing so well with its tornadoes. There's so many skeletons out there anyway from the Skarmy and the Skeleton King, just and the Zappies, right? So you get so much value out of these baby dragons.
Yeah, those tornadoes were very effective against the defensive tools from Pandora. Pandora couldn't really bring his other key card to actually win the game, win the match. He was busy defending because he also waited for that much time. At the beginning, we didn't really get to see anything.
No, we don't know for sure what it was. We could guess all day. I have a lot of ideas about what it might be, but it ain't going to be the case. The lightning as well. Again, one of those key cards that the Korean teams have been using today to great effect.
Yeah, not just the 1v1, also in 2v2. And also the Phoenix taking care of a lot of the Skarmy. Skarmy was okay to handle the golem and also the damage from the brawler and so on. But once it got to a lot of air units and also the Phoenix death, the Skarmy was actually just instantly gone off the time. Elixir just burnt, coming down from Pandora, just had the worst of the situation. Who would have imagined Line using golem?
Yeah, right?
That's a pretty rare sight.
You love to see it though. I love the idea. I love the change up, and he made great reads during that game to adjust to his opponents. Because his first big push, he had a ton of units. He had like everything behind that golem. I think he had a Golden Knight. He had a Phoenix. Might have had another unit. He might have a
Baby Dragon.
Baby Dragon. Yeah, thank you. And it didn't work. It might have done 0 damage. But then he changed it up. Again, loading up with extra Baby Dragons.
Yes.
During these kind of things made a huge difference.
Yeah, great job by Line there. It's the Hog Rider and the Wall Breakers.
Okay. Well, the Wall Breakers are dealt with by the log. And, you do get a couple big hits from that Hog Rider, though. So
yeah, Hog Rider deck, every single hit matters so much. GRIKO off to actually a pretty good start.
Our first look at GRIKO today in the 1v1.
Oh, Rage!
Oh,
that actually did quite a lot of damage from Line. What a drop of potion.
That is unexpected for sure. Able to cover. He tries to shift sides. Doesn't change too much.
Yeah, GRIKO had a lot of elixirs, so he just wanted to burn it. And the wall beat on the left.
I was going to say, yep. I was looking for that mortar after I saw that EQ. I'm like, this looks familiar.
Oh, delivery doesn't catch all the minions, and here's the Musketeer with the Rage.
Oh,
gets a couple, a third shot, I think, went into the
huge.
tower.
Dude, that's brutal. That delivery just missed. That's brutal. Oh. G-Clip's holding his head over here. He's like, oh my god.
I'm having too much fun here. Oh man, this Hog Rider though will connect.
Well, now you're happy to absorb a couple extra hog hits. Just use the Mighty Miner to absorb some of that. Musketeer is going to clean that up, but he's instantly responds with the Miner in the back to get the extra chip damage. Here comes the Miner as well to put a drill in.
This hurts a little.
This hurts.
Man,
he even rages the Miner.
Yeah, he knows that Line. He's in enough lead that he can just throw down the Rage and also win. But maybe another spell.
That's so smart.
And less than 400, you can take it down with a Miner anytime. You have all the time in the world.
Yeah, now you can just play good defense and you're good to go. Goblins are faster than the mortar shots. Has to use the Royal Delivery to clean all that up. But on the bottom right side, again, able to find a little bit more damage. So things looking really good for Line. He's just being steady. The Miner gets a few more hits in. G-Clef, he's handling this pretty nicely.
Yeah, 213. That's another Miner. Can't really catch him. Yeah, with the tools that he has.
The timing on those minions. Avoided the Royal Delivery. So good. He's playing great. Now let's see how he deals with this Hog Rider. It's a Mega Knight. There's the Mega Knight. I was looking for it earlier. Yeah. Still able to clean up that Hog Rider well enough. I mean, again, you can afford to take a couple hits on it.
The wall breakers. And they're reached up. Of course, the miner actually connects onto the tower, and that might be it in 5 seconds. GRIKO can't really come back. Line 2-0 in his score. And now Team Expo actually taking the lead in this King of the Hill.
That was crazy good from Line. I mean, he just ran that game over. It was just, he handled it so well, top to bottom.
Yeah, he saw that slight connection of the window with the Mighty Miner, and if you rage him, you're gonna see some outputs that you might have not imagined. And that 1 HP Musketeer with the rage dub, that did so much.
I love that. I love that.
Uh-huh.
He got so much value out of that rage spell. I mean, just absolutely incredible timings that he found. The way that he's using the miner to misdirect, yeah, he gets a little bit of extra damage. That's still something. And then here, you know, he's got the miner in the back, and then the Royal Delivery, like you mentioned, misses one minion.
One minion, but that one minion kept that Musketeer up so long.
Yeah.
So long with the rage.
The minions are a little bit beefy. It takes a couple Princess Tower
They got
shots.
the buff, so I think they're still... it's a good time to get the minions back on the board. Let's see, and that's just that. Rage, who would have imagined, out of all the players, he must have copied something off of Jupiterking's book or something.
Going for the crazy decks. He's playing so good, though.
I know, that's 2-0-4 line, making the team up in lead, 2-1.
Love it.
Now, oh man, this match.
Now it's important because it's match point for Expo Steam.
That is true.
If they win this next game, it's over.
They go all the way to the match 6.
Yep, they jump right ahead.
That's what we're going to call it now, match 6.
And we'd be halfway done with our day already.
Oh, really?
Potentially. I should say potentially halfway done. Because there could be a match 7.
And here's Rad to stop all that.
I think Rad can do it.
He's a strong player. Does like to have heavier decks compared to other Japanese players, I believe, in characteristics.
There you go. It is going to be the Skeleton King out to counter the Miner, and it's going to keep it from doing much damage to the tower. So Valkyrie will be popped here for Expo. So is he looking for some kind of mortar kind of thing or hog kind of thing? See what Line wants to do. All right, okay. Archer Queen and the poison. So
yeah, with the early poison, we're looking at the graveyard more likely.
Yep, there's the mortar.
Yeah, the cycle is coming down. Ice Spirit, just to buy some time. And an extra connection. Zappy, yeah, resetting it just in time.
Good play here. Good defense by Rad to keep that mortar busy. Guards, though, pretty good against the Zappies. They can absorb quite a few of those hits with those shields.
And a mortar from Rad.
Ooh.
The cycle from Line is also very fast.
Yep, but he's got that Archer Queen, which should clean it up. Only gets one shot onto her, so now he's got a pretty healthy Archer Queen. Rad's considering the defense, actually just going to use, pushes it back as he goes into the invisible mode, so able to make it a somewhat even exchange.
Not the bat but Rad will be lacking some ground defense, especially against the Miner. Has to really guess correctly a lot of those times. That's up to Rad. He does have goblins and also a Zappies. Let's see what happens. And there's the graveyard, of course, with the Phoenix connection. Princess locked onto that Phoenix.
Oh, that poison is so good as well. The Valkyrie out front, though, feeling pretty confident that the graveyard had been well handled. Going to use the Miner. And so, oh, he gets surrounded by the goblins. Great placement there.
Perfect catch. But this mortar on the right did get connection into the tower. Just one shot, so Rad not really concerned about it too much. As he's got the graveyard back. With the ability now, even more skeletons. Has to pop the poison against the guards. And that's a lot more damage. That was about 700, even more than that.
Yeah, that one was really good. So now he's gotten 2 graveyard poison combos off, as well able to combo it with the Skeleton King. So it's going really good here for Rad. He's looking like he might be able to push this, potentially, we'll see, But we know that these players are able to find good comebacks if they can find the right timings. The mortars, neither of them have connected just yet.
And he's got some more potential using the zappies to delay. And can't really get direct connection. The miner doing some damage, but that mortar actually connecting right left top. Helping Rad a little more. He's holding that graveyard for now.
Yeah, they're gonna use mortar v mortar battle.
Ooh, might actually hold on to that and just run the time.
Puts the Archer Queen down to keep his mortar safe. So a nice little play, but then you have the Barb Barrel, and that's a pretty good tool to clean up the mortars. He's gonna do so.
Yeah, Rad switched into a defensive mode. He just he wants to run the clock and get some more with the poison only. There's a graveyard though. Oh, different timing.
Yeah, and then he's gonna pop the Skeleton King's ability right at the end as well to add more skeletons in. There's a ton of them everywhere, and he's gonna do it. Rad has got him. He has taken this to game number 5.
Yeah, the final push. I think he was going to win regardless, unless there was a huge mistake. But he changed up the tempo on that graveyard after the ability, so the log has to be kind of not wasted, but it didn't really kill all the skeletons towards the end. And a pretty good tool. Anya couldn't really deal with all that, even though he had the Valkyrie. He was kind of busy trying to get all the units on the other side.
Yeah, he seemed more like guards were what his answer wanted to be. With the poison there, though, it made it really tough for him to kind of, you know, live through that. Every time these guards are just getting melted down by the poison.
Yeah, different timing. It's locked onto the Skeleton King. And that's all she wrote. All there. And the Zappy's actually a really good tool. Yeah. We were just making fun of Zappies when Zappies came out. Years ago, but yeah, pretty strong.
They're pretty useful.
Useful. Not much damage, but the pretty good defensive card, especially. And Graveyard actually having a pretty good win rate so far today.
Really good.
Yeah, with the Skeleton King. Let's see how well it actually keeps up through the tournament. But that is now, hey, we got all the way through the end.
We did it. We've got our final match, and it's Rad versus Expo Master. So, you know, Expo's been really good today. He's won a couple 2v2s. He's won a couple King of the Hills. He's pretty good. He's a pretty good player.
And you're pretty good on point with the predictions today.
Oh, God. I'm not even going to try here. I don't know.
I'm putting you on the spot, and
I kind of wonder if Rad might fall back into like a Royal Giant play. We've seen that be kind of popular with his region, but maybe not.
Sure thing.
Expo, who knows?
Expo,
I mean, Hog Ride or something is what it feels like.
Quicker
but
cycle.
Yeah.
Seems to be more likely. Oh, zap. So he might actually have more hogs.
Oh,
wall breakers.
Both wall breakers.
Okay, mirror match.
Well, yeah.
Oh, not exactly anymore. There's one connection, and that's big.
That is big. So both players having pretty similar ideas. They just literally at the exact same time. The Bandit is going to be the difference here so far for Rad, but the Miners just...
Oh, and the Mini.
Ooh, Mini P.E.K.K.A. Ooh.
Instead of the Bandit. So...
Mega Knight, too. This is a scary push. He really has to... You can see Rad's really considering...
But the jump goes into the tower.
Yeah, I don't know. This isn't good enough. It just isn't.
Locks onto the Prince.
That's a...
Oh, boy.
Well, he had to gamble here and say, okay, well, I can make a push work too. But the problem is now Expo Master has a ton of elixir compared to what Rad was sitting on when the push came the other way. And they're borderline similar decks, but there's a few key differences. Able to zap it, stop the Prince. Still going to take a lot of damage from the Archer Queen, though.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage now. That's basically a tower down. Has to get something done. Expo Master spent a little more elixir on the left. But was that really worth the trade?
They're finding big gaps in each other's defense. So this is pretty interesting. And again, big differences with the Mini P.E.K.K.A. and the Prince. Well thought out by Rad, able to load up another couple of attacks, though, and it looked like he was really on the back foot. Going to try to Mini P.E.K.K.A. and then get that to go through with the breakers. I think one's going to connect, yeah.
Yeah, one does connect. Expo Master thinking into long game, thinking about the second crown already. But he has to get one first. Doesn't really care about the charge going into the King Tower. as Rad can still defend this one out, only less than 40 seconds. 600, I think that's a good amount.
I think he can definitely hold this out. I mean, you have the Archer Queen on the other side, gonna run into the minions, drops a Mega Knight of his own, so yeah, no damage done on the left.
Oh, but the right bottoms.
Yeah.
In trouble, has to use his zap to keep the wall breakers down.
Now the top left.
Oh, that's a big one.
I think we might be going to the 1v1 duel here. It's looking really, really good now for Rad. Expo Master has to find one tower on this push.
Oh, 6 seconds. That's not enough time with just the miner with the arrow. Not enough damage to get that tower down. Expo Master thought a little too far ahead, or a little bit early. When he had to get that first tower down, Rad is going to keep his team alive in this best of 3.
Yeah, it looked like Expo Master had it in hand, but Rad able to kind of like just say, okay, well, I know that he's going to get a lot of damage on this push, so my only response is to try to set up for another push of my own. And even though it came through in kind of an unexpected way with it being the Archer Queen on the other side, still a really good change up from Rad. Good patience. Sometimes you want to like throw something in there because you're just like, well, I don't know what's cheap and can I finish this?
Yeah, some differences between the two players were actually like the Mini P.E.K.K.A. and Prince.
Yep.
I think that was pretty big. Of course, the Prince, the charge is a lot of damage, but Mini P.E.K.K.A., those one single damage chops are certainly heavy, but Prince charge.
Prince is a little bit tankier too, so I think.
Yeah, that too. Of course, it's kind of expensive if you think about it.
Yeah. So here's this big hit, and I thought Mini P.E.K.K.A. was just going to like win this. Now he had enough to get a Mega Knight of his own, and that split saved his Prince. Set up for this, and then what do you do against this? I mean, a Prince charge.
Yeah, use a zap.
Right. Then he's out of elixir.
Pops that Archer, and that's tower down. Sometimes you just leave her alone, and you don't think she's that strong, but
she's crazy good.
She pulls out a ton.
Yeah, and then it was just basically GG at that point. It was.
Yeah, and Expo Master, yeah, kept on working on to the second tower instead. Yeah, maybe he thought he had enough time, more than enough time to get that first tower, but didn't really quite. The final number, I think that was like about 280. 280 left on the left bottom.
Something like that.
But he only had a zap and miner, and what was the other spell? Can't really recall
Arrows.
Exactly. Arrows, yeah. That doesn't really do
He
much
saved
damage.
it to like the very end.
Yeah, that was 111, so
yeah,
not quite enough. And if he had a rocket, of course, that would be different.
That would be nice.
That would be a total different deck, by the way, then. Yeah, so set 3. Oh, ace
Expo
match.
Or Sandbox and Pandora.
Sandbox. Yeah, it's because the Expo, we keep on
I know,
thinking.
you keep getting baited by this. Like, Expo Master's playing again? Wow.
Okay, we had this match. It was the first King of the Hill match, actually, just a couple of minutes ago. Sandbox versus Pandora, and Pandora smashed him out the window.
Yes. Pandora has been really good today. Won 4 out of 5 of his 1v1 King of the Hill. So now it's a best of 3. Ace game duel mode. So
yeah,
this is gonna be really curious.
Yeah, 1v1 Ace game, our first game versus Ace game of the tournament. We'll see what it comes down to. We have to shuffle a little harder for the for this one. And I wonder what they will start with. Pandora, I believe he won really heavy with some air units. No.
Yeah.
Or am I talking?
Yeah, the first game, when he beat Sandbox. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, to Blaba with no balloon. Of course, didn't really see. It was actually a Flying Tower. Yeah, I remember now. Flying Tower Phoenix, and also third one. Another air unit. Yeah, didn't really have that many anti-air tools. That was pretty big. Yeah, Skeleton Dragon was what I was looking for.
Skeleton Dragons, that's what it was, yep.
Too many dragons. Too many dragons, too many giants, too many skeletons.
They're all kind of, they all start to blend together after a while. It all it's tough sometimes. But I think maybe Sandbox can turn this around now. I don't know, but I'm not sure. I mean, I think...
I'm putting my hands on Pandora, man.
I mean, he's such a good player. Pandora's been really good today, though, yeah. I agree.
In terms of the deck choice and also the execution and the small little plays that makes a difference in the game. Yeah, kind of scary what he's able to do so.
Yeah, I mean, he could definitely do it. I think it's going to be very close. I mean, I think no matter what, I think these are just two really good players who are just too good to let it like just be kind of what we
Yeah,
saw
no,
in that
it's
first
hard
game.
giving compliments all the time because they're so good.
Yeah.
Unless there's like a huge misplay, which doesn't really happen often at this level of play. But yeah, these players just we just saw some like amazing zaps. Sometimes that just create enough window of opportunity to actually win the game. And we'll see. A lot of players actually switching up a lot of the spells that we don't really see usually.
It's been pretty creative today.
Yeah, already. And Line using the Rage. We got Rage. So all we're really waiting for is we actually already saw Freeze, but on 2v2 only.
Yep.
So we're waiting for that Freeze on 1v1, and there's a few other spells that we haven't seen.
Yeah, a few here and there. I mean, a lot of it gets used in 2v2, which is kind of funny. But yeah, we haven't seen like, I don't know, Clone is just...
Oh yeah, Clone.
Very rarely a thing.
And also, no barrel, no Goblin barrel whatsoever. It's just
You're right.
It has been drills. And
Yeah.
just Mighty Miner and Miner. Goblin barrel, not as strong, but still there's with the Mighty Miner and the cannon, and I forgot the rest. But there's a pretty good cycle deck out there that's been used a lot. Of course, Long Bait is still a very good thing. I think it has all the goblins actually. Goblin gangs, goblins.
Oh god,
it's still out there. The green
Too many
things.
goblins. Yeah, they're everywhere. That's why you're like, well, if I just bring a Mother Witch,
How
good
about
luck.
a goblin, a champion goblin, and if you press it, it turns into Hog. Even bigger than Brawler. I guess we kind of have Brawler, so maybe that's an overlap.
It's even bigger. Yeah, just that'd be. It turns into a giant. Yeah, like a giant goblin. But we already have a goblin giant.
Oh,
So I
that's
don't know.
yeah, that's true. But
But
we already have too many.
I know.
We're running out of ideas.
I'm trying to think what you could do. Maybe it could change from like ground to flying.
That's a little too broken, right? And then you put out a ground-only unit, and then it goes in the air.
I don't know.
I guess we already have monks, so
Yeah,
I
monks
think things
be
can
good.
be possible. We already have Mighty Miner that switches lane, so
The Mighty Miner's been in a lot of decks today.
you never know. You can always be creative. And Supercell always surprise us.
Yeah, they do.
With
They
these
do.
cool creative units. I mean, it's harder for players to adapt to it and react quicker, but it just makes it a better game. all
I
the
agree.
time.
I agree. It's a lot of fun to see everything evolve here.
And it's a lot of gold out of my account, and
Yep.
just to level up.
Yeah.
But still, they're giving out a lot more gold. And
Yeah.
with everything added to the game.
I've gotten
too.
a couple up to level 14 in the last couple days just
Uh-huh.
on grinding, so it's been pretty good. Okay, here we go. It is going to be Sandbox versus Pandora, the ace match here in our best of 3 set for Team Expo versus Hinomaru Red. And whoever wins this gets it done. They get to go on to that match 6 potential grand finals. It is going to be the Fishermen here for Sandbox.
Ice Spirit Skeletons? Ooh. Oh, the Giant Skeleton, not as much, but I was thinking that it's a Hog Rider.
Oh, every
could
time
still be.
I hear that noise, I want to think for a second that it's Sparky, and then it's not. And I'm very sad.
Oh, Sparky, you say? Let's pretend like we didn't hear that. Oh, EQ. Okay, Hog Rider, it is. And Sandbox with the Zappies, Fisherman.
Yeah, this is, I mean, usually EQ means Hog, but Hog Rider.
Yeah,
Yep.
it is.
And there it is, but the response is huge. You got a Hunter and the Skeleton King to set up for the next push for Sandbox. There's a bomb tower, though. Does he have any spells or anything? Nope, he's just going to walk right into it.
Yeah, still, for the double elixir, you can't really pop the spell. Pop the big spell.
No, yeah, it's
Skeleton-
dangerous too, yeah.
it's skeleton spells. But a lot of skeletons already.
And you got to think Graveyard here, for sure, for
Yes.
Sandbox.
But Pandora's got some scratch with the Hog. Let's see how it connects.
Yeah, the Skeleton Giants just slowly but surely make his way through the Zappies.
Yeah, they take a long time. It's
It
a
takes a
pretty
while.
long march. And you wish you had the Magic Archer to shoot through, but that's not the case. Archer Queen providing some damage.
Well, it's just pretty slow around the middle. Just going to use a snowball to cycle through cards. You do get a Fisherman connection, but it doesn't get the damage. It grappled, but it didn't slap.
Okay, Zappies all the way in the back means that not going to have the Graveyard yet. Sandbox. Okay, just gonna pop the ability now and just shoot some arrows. He wants to pair up perfectly for one successful attack.
And you can see Pandora maybe wants to get ahead of it himself. Wants to force two skeleton giants on the right-hand side. This fisherman's gonna grab the first, bring over his partner, and he actually gets the queen next.
Oh, Hog Rider stuck in there.
Ooh, whoa, he got pulled.
Really good pull from this fisherman. That's literally fishing.
Wow, just barely got through there. I don't know if he's gonna get the opportunity to show us what this, it might not be graveyard here.
1-666 left on top.
But maybe
right.
it is, I don't know.
Yeah, still, that's a big question mark that we have to wait from Sandbox.
Is it RG?
By now, I think he should have used the RG if it was, I think.
I would suspect so.
And Hog Rider has to stop that first. Sandbox, Zappies. Still ahead, here's the graveyard.
Okay, there it is.
In a weird timing, which doesn't really pair up perfectly.
Oh, but a snowball came in there, bought it a little bit of space, did a little extra damage. Now he's gonna pop the spell.
Again, a defensive earthquake from Pandora just to get those skeletons. So it's gonna be about that critical timing of the graveyard plus the Skeleton King ability. And Pandora doesn't really have like a log, just has the defensive snowball and the EQ, which is actually not a bad tool. Knowing that he did a lot more damage by about 1300.
Just trying to get through again with the Hog Rider.
Yeah, Hog on the left.
Yeah,
With
well,
Hunter on the right side.
He needs to set up for another attack if he's gonna get this done. 50 seconds left. He's gonna try to go on both sides. This is tough.
Might be the big push with a Zappy. Yeah, here's the graveyard.
Oh, but he's got a bomb tower as
Double
well.
the bomb tower.
Oh, man. I mean, he uses a snowball to try to clear some space. There's the earthquake to defend.
Yeah, defensive EQ. Saving the day, and there's the giant skeleton in defensive mode, and the time's ticking, less than 30 seconds left. Sandbox running out of time slowly.
I think Pandora's got this. It's looking pretty good. And there's a Hog Rider that's coming in. There's a snowball on the right-hand side to just buy a little time. Yeah, almost activated the King Tower. Didn't quite get there for Sandbox, but here he goes. One last desperation graveyard. I don't think it's going to be enough.
Defensive EQ, and that might just be enough to lose seconds, and the time runs out. Pandora, a huge win for Hinomaru Red. That was really well defended, holding EQ, defensive EQ, which we don't really see as often. But it's whatever you have, you just got to throw it down for the skeletons.
Yeah, that was really smart. I mean, a really great change up there to make sure that those graveyards couldn't get anything done. And I mean, the defense was just there. It was just really thorough, and there wasn't any ability for Sandbox to get in far enough to really take advantage of the beefy units to kind of swarm with the skeletons.
If you have the poison, defensive poison, that's easy against graveyard. But EQ, if you don't really time it well, you're going to leave a lot of skeletons, even before EQ, either before EQ or after EQ. But Pandora has been on point most of the time. Yeah, as you can see here, it drops down the giant skeleton again. The death damage takes care of the rest. Good D overall.
Yeah, you just never... I mean, the defense was so good with this bomb tower as well that you're just never able to get close enough for the side of Sandbox. He's, once again, read pretty well here by his opponent, G-Cliff. He's struggling against Pandora as Sandbox.
And against the Hog Rider deck, if you don't have a building, if you don't have anything like the motor or tombstone, anything in the middle, like the cannon, it's really hard to defend it with just zappies. I think he wanted to get at least maybe one hit, maybe less, maybe 0 hit if with the perfect zappies, but it's really hard. And when there's a switch of side, you want to pair that up with the Skeleton King and also with the graveyard, but with zappies that are summoned before that, it's not the right combo, right?
Right.
So I think that's why Sandbox had to wait until like the last moment to pop that graveyard again. It might have been too late, but Hog Rider just a better deck to counter this in a way.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think, again, it was just enough defense, and then, yeah, the Hog Rider is just a little bit tricky, like, for the reason you're saying, to handle it. Zappies just isn't good enough. Frankly, a lot of ground units often aren't just quite good enough. I mean, you're going to sacrifice a hit almost no matter what sometimes with that Hog Rider, unless you've got a building or something. That's why you see the EQ with it, to kind of cover it, to make sure it's going to get in there and get those guaranteed hits. Okay, So could be the end here for Expo's team. They may fall, and Hinomaru Red may go on to that all-important match 6.
Might be Pandora's own graveyard. We'll see a little bit more. There's that Electro Spirit now. And no Ghost.
No Ghost, yep. Put that Mighty Miner in. See if he can. Oh, there's a Magic Archer again, and he's going to get more connections. This time there's a Fireball prepared, so.
Instant Fireball.
Yes, only a couple shots.
On the cannon card.
All right.
Oh, wow. Pandora's got all the things in his pocket. He must be a Santa by now with the amount of decks.
Christmas is coming.
E-Wiz. Pretty nice throw to the blade. And put that cannon down.
Perfectly timed. Keeps it out of range, keeps it in Princess Tower range.
Some more spam coming down from Pandora. RG!
There it is. It's a Golden Knight and an E-Wiz. And a Royal Ghost. Still going to get one shot, though.
Yeah, have to pull everything down.
Yeah.
To limit damage.
This is going to be a little bit tricky. That Royal Ghost is onto the Princess Tower, and he's going to have to use Tornado here to get rid of that Mighty Miner, so not bad. Not bad at all for Pandora.
Have to burn another card, which I think Pandora might have wanted to wait a little bit more until he reveals that Tornado. That's not too bad of a trade for him. And RG on the left all of a sudden. And
Cannon card. Yeah, it's still going to get a couple shots. 3? Yeah, 3 shots. Pretty good. Cannon card's not that great against the...
No, it is not. You can't really turn that into a cannon.
Yeah, you can't force it into a cannon.
It doesn't have an ability. Yeah, you can't really calculate. It has to be calculated by the opponent, so that's a hard thing to do.
See what he wants to set up for here. It's just, it's a Goblin Drill at the end of all of this. Don't get to see that in 1v1 too much today, as he's going to get in there. A little bit of damage. Finish off. Oh, Mighty Miner switches lanes over to the other side, the right side. Has to drop the E-Wiz to make sure that that damage is not going to get out of control. Timing good on the left now.
Got about enough damage to match the game here. On the Witch actually providing some more damage. Here's the Fireball again onto the tower and the Magic Archers. So that's a good elixir spent by Sandbox. How can you actually spam all the way and connect it into the tower? Here comes a real push. Nice timing with the Tornado, and the drill dash is in.
That was great timing. Oh, just so beautiful. Goblins are going to get a couple of hits in. Now you're going to use this E-Wiz to cover your cart. He's going to use the Mighty Miner on the other side, but that isn't going to get him much. It was already pretty low health.
Well, Sandbox, I think he had a lot of other extra elixirs to use. Not too bad.
Royal Ghost can reach over the bridge.
Yeah, certainly he's floating. Yeah, this RG, though, can't be stopped.
Yeah, he doesn't have great answers. He has to double up to buy some time for the cannon cart to really get its DPS going. Still, it's a lot of shots.
Oh, got another shot in. Nice to wait some extra time. The cannon, of course, not in range. Has to go all the way one more square up fully towards the tower.
Now this could be...
Oh, this Royal Giant.
Yep.
How can he deal with this?
Tornado.
That's one.
That's one way, and then he gets his Royal Ghost in there, so he prevents him from getting any shots. This time he does have the answer, but he has to use his Tornado. On the left, the Magic Archer did quite a bit of damage. He's keeping it pretty close here. Is Pandora. There's an opportunity.
And a Royal Ghost. They almost missed each other. Has to be brought down with the Electro. There's another RG. Will this be really getting the connection? Needs a Tornado.
He's got a Tornado here. He just barely saves himself from significant damage, but everything's dying around that RG. Oh my god, it did a ton of damage.
Few more connections. 340. We're looking into a few more fireballs. Has to use that for the Magic Archer, though. And an offensive Tornado on the left. I don't know what that was all about, but here we go. As next RG is going to be dangerous with the extra Tornado here. A lot of pressure on the line. Pandora has to do the defensive Fireball again, and the log is good enough. But the time is up, and that is Sandbox. Coming back into the game.
This one, as you would expect from two really good teams who won handily in their first matches, is really close. Goes down to the decider. Only one more game, and we find out who is going on through. What a close one there.
That's the winner's match, man. We have to go all the way, and they were both very close. Against the RG, only had Tornado available. Yeah, Cannon Cart. Yeah, you can find some holes. But at this level, it's actually really hard. If you get a lot of value from Magic Archer plus Tornado, maybe you find some opening, but without that, it was really hard for Pandora to actually catch that.
It's really tough. You're absolutely right. There just wasn't great answers to the RG. So it's kind of wondering if now, you know, Pandora feels like he's in a spot where he has to try RG, and then if you're Sandbox, you got to at least have that in the back of your mind. You got to be thinking, all right, do I have to bring out something with a ton of DPS to make sure that I can, you know, clean up the RG pretty quick? You know, whether that be mini P.E.K.K.A or whatever. A lot of different units cause the RG a lot of problems.
Yeah, this is another reason why a lot of players just put Mighty Miner in every deck, because it can actually be used somewhat like an Inferno against the RG if it just locks onto that Royal Giant. Can actually be a great defensive tool all the time.
It's true.
And in this case, it did not have that card. Only had the drill, and there was not really much of another source of like single target big damage, like the mini P.E.K.K.A or the Prince. Had some damage, but it took too much time to actually could delay a little bit. But that's what it was, and it comes down to the final game.
Sometimes Golem's pretty annoying against Royal Giant if they play it right with the Goblin Cage. If they do it right, it can be really annoying to get through. Yeah, anything with Inferno stuff is pretty good. Inferno Dragon, Inferno Tower can be really tricky. So just kind of curious if assuming that, you know, that is what Pandora is going to lead into, but we'll see what that third final game will bring us. Unbelievable that, you know, these two teams are fighting this hard. I mean, King of the Hill went the distance. Now the 1v1's going the distance. The 2v2 was the only one that was kind of a little bit one-sided.
Yeah, kind of cool how Inferno's kind of outdated because of all the spirits, like the Ice Spirits, the Electro Spirits, and even the Fire Spirits sometimes. Yeah, and the Spirits, because they're so used to the game and the mechanics now that they're on the next level of how they control, they can just reset and just make fun of all those Infernos with their play and the timing. So Inferno is not really the best tool these days anymore. Maybe we need an upgrade Inferno someday.
It's not as good. You're absolutely right.
Inferno champion.
I can see it.
Could be really nice. Oh, we have the Mighty Miner.
I mean, the Mighty Miner's sort of, yeah.
The range, maybe a range.
A ranged one? Yeesh.
One. Sauron's Eye. An upgrade from
That's
Inferno
what the Inferno
Tower. An
like,
upgrade.
Isn't that what the Inferno Tower already is?
Just like the other Clash, it hits multiple at the same time.
Oh, yeah. Oh God.
Yeah, well, maybe in the future. But we've had a lot of Electro, actually. E-Ways. Basically, Electro every unit. We have the E-Dragon. Yeah. E-Spirit. What's next?
Waiting for the E-Dragon.
Yeah,
you use like
the E-Barbs. Oh, it's not.
Oh,
Electro,
yeah. I mean, we saw E-Barbs once today. Yeah, they're not Electro, but
yeah.
I mean, the Electro Dragon sometimes, very rarely, but you can see it with like
the
Elixir Golem. Elixir
Golem too. Yes, that's true. Elixir Golem. Yeah.
Sometimes you see somebody might try like the Battle Healer stuff. It does rarely pop up.
This guy.
I'm into that right now. It's my life. That's where I'm at.
Oh,
it's doing pretty good for me. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, whatever works for you, man. And we can talk about that later. As first fires.
Is he gonna RG here or what? Oh well, okay. Able to keep the mortar busy. Oh, there you go. You wanted it. You got it.
Delivery just in time.
You wanted to see the Goblin Barrel. Oh.
Oh.
So
nice
good.
read.
So good.
From Sandbox.
That was huge. That gave him an extra shot.
Let's go.
Princess? Yeah, there's okay. You were calling for the bait deck.
It has to be out. It has to be out one day.
Can handle those guards pretty easy.
Might be having some cannon. And even some rockets. Those are the usual combo.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Mighty Miner super annoying against Valkyrie. Valkyrie's just so sad when she runs into him. It's just
Yeah, Valkyrie, not a bad unit.
No,
to
not at
deal
all.
with. Yeah, against all those goblins and also the ones coming out from the barrel. There's a cannon finally. And also depends on how Pandora's going to use that princess. Not going to hit on both.
just got the mortar there and the miner in the back, knowing amidst all the chaos that he was going to be elixir starved.
Yeah, that was a lot of elixirs dropped by Pandora with that rocket.
These guards able to make sure that the princess is only able to find one. So, seen that story before. One guard gets a poke.
Yeah, our spirit pretty good against guards. They're all together and gathered up. And Pandora's got, yeah, we're using a lot of spirits just to get one shot off of the mortar. Will it get another connection? Left bottom.
Let's see. That should be dealt with. Yep, good read with the barrel. Saw the angle, was ready for it. The Archer Queen gonna do a ton of damage here along with the Valkyrie. A poison to clear out the princess this time. So a little bit of a fair exchange. Let's see what they're gonna do.
Yep, cycles really quick from both players.
Yep.
Archer Queen has to be pushed back with the log and the cannon, so this miner is actually free to go to town.
Yeah, that's 2 times now that Sandbox has gotten a free miner in the back.
Oh, really? The second time?
Yeah, he did it once already. Yeah, he's really got a good read on that.
And a push from the goblins, but Valkyrie, such a good tool. Against all that, plus the princess, so the poison's free. Bar barrel!
Yeah, the bar barrel is so good.
A little too easy for Sandbox.
Sandbox has got a great...
It's got bar barrel,
yep.
Delivery.
Yep, he's got everything. You
Triple spell.
You can't bait out the spells if he's got all of them.
Oh, and then Pandora's like, you can't stop my rocket.
Yeah, you can't block that.
If you want it, you got to bring the monk. Valkyrie guards perfectly.
That was good. That was good. Still, again though, some free hits for that recruit, and that's going to be a poison to deal with the princess. Valkyrie has to be dragged away by the mighty miner. And then it's just an immediate response here. Cannon, everybody's just countering each other in the middle. Mighty Miner gone, and bar barrels continue to be impeccable.
Yeah. Pandora's trying to find a better timing. Yeah, find a better spot for those barrel, but Sandbox reading it perfectly. And the miner already doing some more damage, down to 3 digits. 9-12.
Yeah, this is 60 seconds left, 1 more minute. One of these pushes is gonna have to work, but again, there's just all the answers in the book here for Sandbox. Every time something's thrown at him by Pandora, he's got a response. Poison is gonna be used with the cannon. Okay, I mean, it's just, yeah. This is tough. I mean, the more hits from the miner, finally it's dealt with. Let's see what he can do. I mean, he's just trying to cycle through rockets, and he's only got enough time for maybe 1 or 2 more.
Yeah, a lot of elixir spent, and here comes the miner again. Really catch the miner with the placement of the cannon, 290. That's 1 more, plus damage with the poison, should be able to do it. Or just 1 more cycle, here's the rocket again. Oh, some connection from the goblins! 180!
Oh, he found the moment.
Oh, there's the log!
It's not gonna be
and
enough.
The barrel!
He needs help with this barrel. Bottom left, oh, we got it with the poison. Oh my God.
All of a sudden got real close towards the end. Just slipped a little bit.
Just barely. I thought Sandbox had that.
I know, he could have won that too.
Well, the good news is he barely won, and therefore Expo is going to be the team that wins. They move on to that match 6, you know, whatever you want to call it, pre-finals / finals, could potentially be both, as we get ready to see our losers teams next. But man, what a great series. That was a lot of fun.
That was a pretty good finish.
That was really good.
And towards the last 20 seconds, we were thinking that, okay, that's a game.
Well, you're watching that bottom, or that top right, because that's where all the action is. But just like slowly but surely, Sandbox was chipping away with this miner and the poisons at the bottom left. And it's just really, really, I mean, so many times, Sandbox found good timings for those miners, where he's able to sneak it in the back.
Yes, we still have to wait a long time until the actual damage is done. Here's the overtime. Let's take, okay. Liberty caught that early on. Get down to 290. And this is the moment. Okay, wrong placement of the guards and the rocket.
There was a poison in the back.
And the
then a
miner
miner
also
in the back
connected.
again. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, Rocket always providing 400 plus damage, so we have to think about that too. But that came down real close. But Team Expo, wow, going all the way to the final, straight from the winners match.
Their 2v2s have been kind of a difference maker in a way. You know,
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they haven't lost yet on the 2v2s, so that's a feels good, man. I mean, that's a good sign going into that match 6.
Yeah, we always talk about it. As long as you secure down 2v2, it's a lot less pressure, a lot less stress, and you just have so much of a win rate to actually win the entire match, and that has been Expo. Team Expo. Okay, they should really think about their team name next time. Making our jobs a little tougher.
Yeah,
but
no,
Team
I
Expo,
know.
Team Expo goes straight up there. Hinomaru, they're not dropped down. They will go against the winner of the losers match, which we have next, right?
Yeah. Why not call him like X line box? You know, just since we've got Juacco.
Like Juacco?
Yeah, they smashed their name together.
There's a team Korea synergy in a way. Yeah, that could have been a little better.
I like that.
Maybe Expo had a lot of higher opinion compared to the other two.
For sure, for
teammates.
sure. All right, guys. Well, that is going to do it for this third match. We still have plenty to go. We will be back here after just a moment at WCG 2022. What's up, everybody? We're back here at WCG 2022 Rivals. This is Clash Royale, and we are potentially halfway through. Maybe not, we'll see, but we're 3 matches through. We know that for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure we got that far.
And starting from now on, we're going to do losers match and starts. We'll have teams dropping down from here and wonder who the first team's going to be dropping down from the tournament. Of course, no one's out yet, and actually have one team going off for first spot. Now that's Team Expo from Korea first. And let's see who our second finalist is going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be a really intense battle here for Juacco and Samurai Blue, both facing elimination. You'd like to get as far as possible. I mean, of course, the extra money's nice. So definitely you only get 1,000 for 4th place. It's okay, but
was it just 1,000?
Just $1,000.
And it's times 10 for the first prize.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a
big difference.
Yeah, it is. It is.
So you want to win this one for sure, of course. But we'll see. Both of them got 2-0'd in their first match, so it's hard to get a great read either way. I guess the only difference is Juacco got one of their game wins on 2v2, and the other one, and then Samurai Blue got one of their wins on King of the Hill.
Okay. And see, GOD Yakitori and Jupiterking. That's the thing. Yeah. 2v2. That's a pretty good lineup.
Yeah, this should be pretty exciting. I mean, I think it's kind of, maybe you give the favor to Juacco just because they actually won a match. I mean, but I don't know. Maybe just Expo's 2v2 is just too good. I'm not sure. We're kind of in that wait and find out period.
Yeah, Jupiterking, Aaron. Yakitori GOD, that's been the duo for a very, very long time. And we remember that duo. And Samurai Blue, though. 2v2 has been, I think it was mostly 2v2 winners actually taking the match. Or,
you're probably right.
Am I wrong on that?
I think you're
so
probably
far
right.
only 3 matches, though. So not a big pull to pull off the stats from.
Yes, everybody who's won the 2v2 has gone on to win so far. Yeah.
Yeah, certainly you do get that huge advantage. Oh. Gotta sneak. Don't want to rush into the 2v2 yet. But I think someone wants to tap on the next screen. Maybe we're ready for that 2v2.
I want to play it. I want to see it. These have been good games so far.
Oh,
so
okay. Now
it's back to us. So yeah, you're stuck with us. Sorry.
You gotta see our not as good looking faces.
Yeah, definitely not. Especially on this side. Especially on this side of the screen. I'm talking about this side. You can have your half.
No, I said it first, man. But you're just.
I'm just emphasizing.
You don't have to agree with me. I was just saying it for myself.
Nope. But you will find me in nothing but agreement.
Oh man.
Sorry, bro.
You're such a cool guy.
I try. What can I say?
I know.
I got to make up for not being handsome by being cool, right?
You're cool and handsome. You got your traits, man. You got your traits, but we're not as young as the players that we have on the tournament. So just wanna point that out. But we're not too old either. So. But we're getting we're getting there.
We're getting there.
We're getting there in our 30 somewhere. Don't want to be specific.
No comment. I think I think going back to these players, I think like.
Oh yes.
I mean, I don't know who to favor here. It's hard to say because it was really one-sided both ways. So maybe Juacco. I think Juacco because I think they're going to win the 2v2. And then I think eventually it's going to come down to that 1v1 again. But.
So you're only thinking about the 2v2 for now, right?
Yeah, more or less.
Oh, so Juacco indeed have a pretty good showing in 2v2. But the duo here, they're actually pretty strong. They had a lot of history together too. So
yeah, that's true. GOD and Yakitori, yeah.
And Yakitori has been a really strong 2v2 player, especially for the team. And so you never really know what their teamwork is actually going to be like. And so far, it seems like the 2v2 teamwork and the communication has been pretty much on point for all 4 teams actually in the tournament. But it was much more about what kind of deck they actually bring to the table. And we've seen some Lava Hound, a lot of wins on that. So maybe that will continue.
Maybe see more of that. I'd be okay with it. I mean, I think, it's just kind of like the whole like skeleton giant goblin drill thing is kind of it's okay, but it's not. It seems like if you just kind of read your opponent with something different.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
If everything, what do you think about the double drills? is it like actually that effective, or what's your opinion on that 2v2 so far?
It's okay, but it's not effective enough.
Yeah, I think I'm on the same page too. Like it's okay, it's standard, but I think we have to go a little bit off standard on these 2v2. And
Yeah.
that has been the real key point of victory in 2v2 so far. Double drills has been a lot more use of the Japanese teams overall. Let's see if they bring it again. Juacco on the bottom this time. Samurai Blue on top.
I think if you have maybe some like bigger spells sitting in the back pocket, like we've seen with the tornado and the rockets, like you can definitely get it done with the double drills. But I'm not sure. I mean, I think I want to see something creative from both sides, but
of course,
I may be disappointed. Although
Pekka.
There you go. There's that Pekka. I wanted to see it earlier. We're going to see it now with the Archer Queen behind it, and this is going to be the Magic Archer, but he's going to be poisoned out. So a nice use of the poison here. He's popping a few shots here and there, but it's going to be pretty big advantage right now for Samurai Blue.
Yeah, certainly you do not want to keep that magic. Ooh, big lightning early on in there. The Hog Rider on the left, but this Pekka's marching down. Okay, stop 5 guys for now, and the Fisherman just in time.
Yep, Fisherman very nicely timed. That Phoenix wasn't going to get it done. It looked like maybe it was going to get one hit in. Another good pull here onto the Dark Prince. So that Fisherman getting a ton of value there for the side of Juacco, as they are on the blue side, Samurai Blue on the red. That's a little bit confusing, but that's the way.
It's been the other team with the other color all the time. Oh, Ram Rider.
Ram Riders
from Tanga Yakitori. And there's a snowball pushing it into the tower, actually. Has to be pulled with a tornado.
Yeah, Juacco with a little bit of a whoopsies there. Only a small amount of damage done.
Didn't actually get the connection from the Ram. It was just Ice Spirit?
Yep.
I think? Okay. Okay, well defended.
Electro Spirit. But one of the spirits.
Okay.
Yeah. One of the spirits.
Just burning some elixirs on both sides. Yes, but you still don't have enough HP to survive.
I forgot about that for that voice line. That's so funny.
I think the volume's a little louder on there.
Maybe.
Yeah,
it's still like in the middle of the just nothing going on.
Oh, an Executioner and the Mother Witch. Ah, okay. Some big combinations coming down from Samurai Blue.
That Ram Rider gonna bypass the Executioner, and a Mega Knight in there as well. The bomb tower here. Oh, the freeze has to be used to buy some time. Lumberjack starts hacking away. You got the goblins in there as well. Looks like this is stopped. Right-hand side push. Big one for Juacco.
Yeah, big one. And they're continuing with the Hog Rider on the right. Is it going to be pulled anyhow?
Oh, just barely got it in time.
Yeah. Just at the right time. Activates the King Tower, which is a huge plus against the Hogs. And some more damage done at the bottom. And extra chipped in with the lightning. That's another 300.
Yeah, another poison here to clear out the Magic Archer. But you have the Archer Queen just ahead of it as well. So,
Lumberjack with the Hog.
Oh my God.
Straight in, but the big body's coming down from the air.
One hit. Just barely got in for one hit because of that rage. Let's see if they can make this Mega Knight push work. The Golden Knight there, though, just pops his ability. Ooh. Oh, they just stopped that Ram Rider.
Connect some more damage. And we'll just bring it down with the spells. Poison, lightning, it's happening. It's 3 digits now.
I like this change. Let's see if they can make this double Hog Rider work. The freeze on the left here is going to allow some big hits from that Hog Rider.
Oh, no, still pretty big. Not catching the King Tower, of course, because it's Raiders, but the Magic Archer on the Pekka! That's a little too much!
Ooh, the tornado is
that's even better!
Oh, it's over. It's over. They did it. Oh my God.
What in the world just happened with a single Magic Archer with the tornado and that Pekka?
They had him.
Way too slow to change the angle.
Yeah, they found a moment where they didn't get the Magic Archer poisoned out, and they, were able to use that tornado to perfection. Just great timing, great patience here from Juacco. They were on the back foot this whole match, and then they're able to freeze Hog Rider, double Hog Rider.
This push from Samurai was just obliterated. No, didn't matter at all.
Yep.
One Magic Archer, a few spells. Maybe that's the reason why we don't see that much of Pekka.
Maybe not.
Yeah, from that 2v2.
I like the changeup though. I do appreciate that, but you know, getting the King Tower activated, of course, a big help as well. But didn't matter in the long run. I mean, you can see the defense here with this bomb tower pretty impeccable, even with the lightnings. I thought they were just going to be able to cycle into this.
Yeah, a few more cycles, it was going to be tower down. So they had to come up with something.
Freeze. It's beautiful.
It was pretty incredible, I have to say. 3 hits from the Hog, 1400, and then it started. Let's count 3, 4.
Oh, look at the Ice Spirit as well to buy it extra time. That's so brilliant. 8, 9. Oh, the Earthquake finished it. But.
Yeah, that's like 10 hits basically with the EQ extra damage. Oh man, I don't think I've seen that big of a Magic Archer play in 2v2 in a long time.
That was the best one we've seen today, no doubt. That was crazy good.
Today for sure, yeah. I think that's gonna go down in somewhat of a history. Yeah, one Magic Archer just not being handled well.
I mean, again, you wait for that time when they don't have that poison is really what you're looking for. You're looking for that space, and then they're giving
fireball, no poison, then there it is. And the opponent also has the, I mean, your old Magic Archer also, you can line up perfectly with it. Tornado,
right?
Huge, and Pekka, a little too slow. Single target, a lot of damage, but that's pretty good when you're chopping down like the Elixir Golem and the Golem, the big chunks. Not really best tool against the Magic Archer as we have seen.
Yeah, I think with that Pekka, you got to be a little bit careful not just lining it up for those big, long hits every time. Sometimes you have to kind of put it out front to deal with the Skeleton Golem like you're talking about, or the Skeleton Giant, excuse me, like you're talking about, and you know, give them a different look so they can't set up for that, because they're waiting for that moment as Juacco. They're like, all right, we know when we're going to be given that Pekka opportunity to line up the Magic Archer.
So I think that's the reason why, those are the reason why they switch over a little to the Musketeer. And okay, Samurai Blue, they had to have a lot of anti-air. That's some good news against some lava. And Phoenix Inferno Dragon too. And even the Executioner ready from Samurai Blue.
Yeah, they're seemingly well prepared for the Lava Hound this time.
They are.
But use that Miner to buy a little bit of time, at least give the minions the space they need to do the damage. Oh boy, here we go. Bomb Tower has to be used to make sure that the Skeleton Giant can't get there. Dark Prince.
Oh yeah, that's a little too close to the tower.
Ooh.
Got the bomb damage off.
Ooh.
Huge blow.
I thought they had enough space.
Even the baby dragon.
Oh, we left the Phoenix alone.
Oh man. Summer Blue. Don't have the cameras, but pretty sure they're smiling right now.
Well, they've been smiling, I think, before, and then got the feet knocked out from underneath them. Let's see if
you never know.
Yeah, Juacco can find maybe a little bit better. They are going for the Inferno Dragon. You know, looking to try to maybe burn down some of those big units along the way.
Maybe along with some miners. We're seeing a lot of Elixir being held on the bottom.
Great whiz.
Offensive poison to get the Musketeer.
That E-Wiz placement is so good.
Oh man, even the lightning. Pretty good offensive tools by Juacco. But still a big lead for Samurai Blue.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good. But now that it's in double elixir, if you can get one big push going, if you can get that lightning cycled a little bit faster, but they're going to go for the aggressive graveyard here, try to get ahead of it, have to put a Phoenix down to try to help. There's definitely going to be some hits from those skeletons.
Oh, yes.
Finally, a log comes in to save any further damage.
And the final card. Having one more, but it's another Drill. Now, along with that lightning, didn't do too much. We'll need the poison damage really going into the tower.
They're keeping it close, though.
About 300 gap. And here comes another graveyard now. Princess Tower locked on to Giant Skeleton. 777.
Ooh, 557.
Oh, is that a little too... Okay, that damage?
Oh, it's okay. Yeah. Oh, here comes a baby dragon.
Ooh. Close call.
Just in time.
And I think...
Oh, there's just no, I mean,
there should be another poison.
Yep. They can outcycle him. That's
and
even with the freeze. It's over.
Just to secure the win. And we're tied. 1-1. Samurai Blue kicking back hot. Got out of the ordinary. Got the poison. Got the freeze. You have the graveyard.
That's what you want to see. Good change up. You know, when you're maybe thinking if the Lava Hound's coming, you can get a little bit ahead of it with those graveyards. It's tough to keep up with that, and they're just again weren't the best answers for the side of Juacco.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you can't just throw strikes all the time. You got to change up a little bit. And, but this this connection was insane.
That's brutal.
Yeah, that got a little too close. And also, the skeletons did quite a lot.
Yeah, the Dark Prince he's good in, you know, if they spawn nicely, but sometimes they don't. And, you know, the good snowball here to cover a little bit of extra space, and yeah, tornadoes and spell control here at the end was so good for Samurai Blue.
And just had to take it down. Threw everything on top left, but that freeze just kind of secured the win. And yeah, 2v2 just getting better all the time.
It is getting good. I like that there's a lot of variety in what they're trying and how they're switching things up, like the spell changes to try to adjust to their opponents, like seeing the Inferno Tower and all these other cool little ideas to try to get in there and get inside their opponents' heads. But yeah, it's been really good. That's the first time we've seen the Lava Hounds be beat in the 2v2.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, good catch. And yeah, 2v2. Sometimes the idea works better, sometimes not as much. It depends on the style. I think poison, you really need to have that on your hand just to get the area damage that so many units are actually doing beyond either offensive or defensive. Hey, game 3, the center match of set 1.
Yeah, this is huge. I mean, this game is just so important to both of these teams. It's still going to stick with the Lava Hound as Juacco, so let's see what it's going to be. Oh, it's Lava Hound on both sides. Okay, then.
It is.
Oh, Mighty Miner.
Paired up with what else? So far, no balloons. But it's kind of tough when there's a lot of tornadoes. Inferno Dragon ready for Samurai Blue.
Yeah, just no real, you know, single elixir time, no real ability to do much about that. They have their own, so... Oh, but the lightning is used early, resets. Gets a little bit of extra damage out of this Lava Hound, resets the Inferno Dragon.
Not too bad. There's the poison. But some extra hits coming down, actually. And an offensive poison. Not going to kill the Flying Machine.
Oh, it doesn't get locked on by the Princess Tower.
It's in the middle.
One shot? Yep.
Oh, that's Flying Machine, man. Its range is just so long.
It's crazy good.
It's crazy good when you use it, but if you're not using it, if you're trying to handle it.
It's really annoying,
it's annoying!
Yeah.
Unless you have a fireball.
Ooh, Monk. So big change underneath here for Juacco.
But it's been poison and lightning, so not the greatest spells against the Monk. Oh, for Monk, I mean. To use it with his ability. Just gonna throw that down, cycle the hand. Lava up on the bridge.
The Mighty Miner is also really good against the Monk, so able to clean that out. Guards there at the bottom. They're just gonna let that Inferno Dragon do its thing. Top left. A little bit of damage too, but doesn't look like anybody's gonna get super significant, except the bottom right here. Oh, just in time with that Phoenix.
Yeah, didn't do the tower damage, did it?
Just barely.
Okay, just push it away. And the bomb tower had to be dropped down from Samurai Blue to defend top left. And now with the double, we're gonna see a lot more things in the air and also in the ground. Good snowball. Ooh, quick lightning.
Had to use guards and a Dark Prince, and that's not enough. It is getting wild on the bottom right. That could be it. That Miner and those pups are going to town. That's GG. Samurai Blue has done it.
Yeah, they don't have the speed. They can't immediately get 1600 on top left. 11 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think they've got the time. I think that's done it. Unless there's something crazy sitting in here.
Yeah, not unless they have Rocket Mirror.
Yep.
And that is just it. Oh boy, that real big connection with the Dark Prince and Miner plus the Lava Hound. It was first of all, it was locked onto the Lava Hound, right? And then the Dark Prince survived the initial damage. The Miner was also pretty safe. What a huge victory now. Samurai Blue up 1 up. And going into set 2.
Yeah, that's a big win for them. Able to bounce back.
So far, 2v2 winner has been the match winner.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
You got to feel good about that. I mean, this is... There's a little bit of a weird moment here for Juacco at the end with the guards and the Dark Prince, and they lose all their shields just to 1 charge from their... I don't know if that was a miscommunication, because I don't think they meant to commit that much resource. We meant that many resources. But not too sure. Still, the Lightning continues to get significant value.
Plus the guard placements.
Right there. Yep.
Yeah, I think they all both of them had a pretty good idea. One wanted to stop the Dark Prince, and the guards wanted to go up against the Miner, I think.
Yep.
But it was just a bad placement, bad timing on both. And sometimes you can't really communicate when things are coming down that hard. And that's it. Samurai Blue up 1, but okay. This is a nice setup entry we have for both. KK up first.
Okay. KK versus Coco, TenGOD versus Aaron, yakitori versus Jupiterking. All right. See if they can just rely on KK to get it done. We'll see if maybe Coco and Aaron and Jupiterking can turn it around and do pretty well themselves. They got swept by Pandora the last time. So hopefully Juacco can make a better showing of it here for sure.
Yeah, they certainly want to get some wins registered for King of the Hill. Yeah, you do not want to go down 0-2. And 4th place, you still have... Oh!
It's in!
Game 1, paper thin. Gotta stop talking.
That's okay. Maybe they'll give you time.
No, I don't need time.
You don't need time? Yeah, I don't want time either. Okay, Mortar again.
More game time, please. And Tombstone. Might be seeing some more air units.
Yep.
From KK.
I feel like the lava may be appearing again. Out of the skies. I don't know why lava's in the skies. Doesn't make a ton of sense to me, but here we are. As the Valkyrie gonna distract the baby dragon.
Yeah, Valkyrie can tank a ton.
Absolutely. She's great for that.
And the motorcycle here with the Miner. Coco. Of course, the Mighty Miner. From the top, KK is ready to cycle a little bit. We're certainly much...
Oh.
The graveyard here.
The graveyard. All right, well, the Valkyrie's down to deal with it. It's going to get maybe 1 hit, maybe 2 with a pretty nice little spawn there on the short side. So, not too bad. Honestly, I mean, not too bad at all, considering you're right back at full elixir. Your opponent's dumping a lot into this mortar. I tell you what, G-Clef, it's looking pretty good for KK so far.
And one of the best parts for KK is actually that he's found a good cycle for himself. And sometimes your hand can be quite messy when you're trying to deal with a quick cycle. Quick cycle decks like Coco has. And it's been pretty good so far.
Still a couple cards sitting in KK's back pocket there. And yet again, the Mighty Miner to deal with the Miner. Miner on Miner violence.
Yeah, but that drill's a little bit stronger.
Just a bit. Ooh. Okay, yep. Good skeleton placement to keep that Mighty Miner busy. So far, it's been pretty evenly matched. This time, no Mighty Miner, so he's able to cycle, get a lot of damage. Graveyard. Is this one going to be good? The Valkyrie again, G-Clef doing a good job in here.
It's one of the best tools against all these skeletons, but of course not perfect. And even Ice Wizard getting a hit onto the tower. That's not much, but Coco was able to do some more damage. So more of an even a trade, and there's a poison now. So he held that for a pretty long time. Maybe thinking that Valkyrie is just enough against the graveyard.
Kind of curious what the last 2 cards KK's sitting on here, if he's going to try to surprise us with maybe a freeze or something, I don't know. Or if it's just like just waiting for a better opportunity here. But those skeletons get quite a bit of damage on this one.
Yeah, that graveyard was actually like all the way towards the end, the bottom here. Coco couldn't handle it as well. cycle coming down from Coco. Still kind of waiting on what next move of KK is.
Man, that Ice Wizard is so good against Mortar. That's so annoying to deal with.
And it takes a lot of damage out there.
Oh, the Valkyrie went up to the top, though.
Oh!
Have to use the log. The pathing there for that Valkyrie got a little bit, she got a little bit happy feet there.
Yeah, KK is actually using that to his advantage. Because Valkyrie has been off to the side, putting that graveyard all the way to the bottom for better chances. That's really smart. And the poison's gone. Graveyard again. A Valkyrie all the way up in front.
Oh, God. Oh, that's so much damage. He has to use a bunch. He has to use the Ice Spirit and the log.
Yes. He made it work. Okay, 777. Would that be a jackpot for Coco? Should have poison soon, but not really going to. Okay, some connections coming down. That's already 4 connections.
There
And
it
an
is.
offensive poison from KK.
Yeah, now he knows he's got it close enough that he should be able to cycle this down. Now there is a connection on the tower from the Mortar.
Yeah, 1 more poison from KK, and that's 5 left on that tower.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good here now. You can even catch that Mortar that came out with it too. Yeah, this is, oh yeah, with the tornado as well. There you go. That's gonna do it. KK, really efficient stuff there. Just constantly had his opponent on the back foot. Coco just never could find much footing.
What a player. Yes, just super solid on his rotation. Knew exactly that, okay, I can keep these 2 cards in my hand forever and still win with just the cycle that's going on. Coco's, I think there were a few moments where Coco could have been a lot more aggressive and also turn his own poison as a defensive poison, and instead of using all these cards as a defensive tool, have one good defensive poison and then switch off to the other lane. Could have been made in the middle, but maybe he was a little scared that KK is going to dominate on that.
Yeah, it's so difficult sometimes to deal with Graveyard if you're not. I thought maybe commit that poison sooner. I think he maybe should have. And use that Valkyrie to set up for bigger hits himself. But at the end of the day, I mean, I get what he's doing. You know, the Valkyrie, like you said, is kind of one of those classic counters to the Graveyard. But
Yeah,
KK's too good, man.
Yeah, Coco had to make the decision as there was oftentimes a Baby Dragon coming down, so it had to place 1. If it's a minor, then he's not really doing any damage.
Right.
And he has to place, if that's the case, he has to place the Valkyrie on the back. But if the minor went all the way downtown, then the Valkyrie has to be up here to play. And then who takes care of the skeletons? Ice Spirit Log sometimes does a pretty good, decent job, but it's never perfect.
Right.
So KK was always getting advantage out of this push. So it was a pretty good game.
It was a good game.
It was. And now Aaron.
Let's see what he's going to bring to the table. Is Aaron just going to be like, I saw that deck, bro?
Ice Spirit Goblins. We have KK Barrel.
KK Barrel? Could be. A log? Could be.
Like it.
He definitely.
Oh, Hog!
Hog Rider. Okay, okay. Ooh, there. Yeah, I'm telling you, Aaron's running the same deck that KK just did. I think he may be, but that Tombstone really annoying here.
Skeleton King might come in handy.
Ooh.
In the long run.
Has to pop the secondary ability. Ooh, finally finds an answer there. Able to escape.
Has to get those skeletons down. Here comes Zappies.
All right, it's not the same. I lied.
It's not. Yeah, totally the same. The Skeleton
Could
King.
be. It could be
Hogs.
Graveyard though. Yeah, yeah.
Hogs, Goblins.
Oh, got one. Not bad.
Okay, one slight touch.
But now the egg's gonna. Okay, yeah, has to use the log to make sure that egg doesn't pop.
And gets one more from the Musketeer.
Not bad.
Putting him in the lead. KK. 188 lead. And both players chilling. Oh, the Mortar has to drop some. Oh! Direct connection.
Right off the gate. Couldn't get it down fast enough. That's, yeah, that forces out the poison here. That's not ideal. You do get the Musketeer in it as well, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, it's not terrible, but still. Can be the game changer. Mighty Miner always pretty strong.
Ooh. Change lanes with it. It connected onto the tower. Didn't get too much. A decent amount.
Hog EQ doesn't go all the way. A nice placement from Aaron, though.
That's so good. And he charges up that Skeleton King spell so much. But with this Mighty Miner, he can't really get through to use that spell kind of, I think, in the way that he wants to.
Yeah, just wanted to burn it. There's no other way. Defensive order all the way down. Reuse of the poison to do some extra damage. But Aaron has to catch up. About 1,000 lead for KK. And talking thousands.
Just a brief
Down to
pause.
4.
We're fine.
Yeah, we time traveled 5 seconds. EQ? Yeah, EQ's also doing some damage to the tower every single time.
Yeah, at least he's got that in the cycle. I mean, yeah, the poison's been there a couple times, but that's been about all the damage that Aaron's gotten on this left side tower at the very least. The spectators are chiming in now.
That was not happening with what's been going on. Of course, Log. Chip in another. Oh, there's more now.
Oh.
And the Rock.
Still that hog hit. Every time. It's almost getting one. And here we go again.
Hogs with some friends.
Yep. This time, though, good weight here. And then the EQ comes in at the end. Just make sure you're getting some damage out of it.
Yeah, good lay with the Zappies. And the Musketeer already did a ton of damage, so not too bad. And we're looking into the final minute. 60 seconds left.
You got one skeleton to get in there and boop the tower.
That is just not enough.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's been really tough. He hasn't found the moment.
Yeah, there's another question mark. And maybe this cycle is what he needed with the graveyard, finally. But ready with the goblins. There's an offensive poison from Aaron. And will this be enough? There's a lot of connections. Some more skeletons. Oh. The miner, just for the save.
Also, great Musketeer placement in that back left corner. Kept it alive, kept it away from the poison, and really helped out clear out that backside. Really nicely done by KK.
Pretty close. Less than 20 seconds. Kent burnt 2 EQs, and that's almost game.
All right, here we go. He needs to push it through. Another kind of attempt to get through this bridge, but it's being held well by KK. Only 6 seconds left. A graveyard up on the top is trying to do what it can, but the goblins are there to clean it up, and it is going to be KK with the EQ that is able to get it done. He has won 2 in a row here, G-Clef.
And the last one left is Jupiterking. Oh, man. KK...
It's pretty good.
KK's KK. No other words. Can't really describe. He's just KK.
He's always been good. Since, like, day one.
Day one?
Yeah.
Or Clash Royale.
Yeah. That I remember seeing him at CRL. Like, that he was always good. He was always that player that we were talking about. Maybe could carry those teams. He's on Detonation, right?
Such a talented player, yeah. Oh, let's see. And the pressure from the Hogs, even though there was some like pretty cool placement of the Tombstone, which didn't catch all the way for the EQ, didn't really matter.
A Hog Rider just smashes through the Tombstone, and then the Skeletons can't catch him because he's too fast. It sucks. See, so it's like kind of like that. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't with the Tombstone. Because if you put it in the EQ range, it's gone anyway, and the Skeletons are gone. If you put it away from EQ range, the Hog Rider just clears it out pretty quick anyway, and then the Skeletons are just kind of out in Narnia wandering around.
Yeah, and depending on the time, you might buy some stacks onto the Skeleton King.
Right.
And I think that was what Aaron was trying to count. And was holding down to that graveyard all the way into the end, like the final minute. But for that KK stack, a little too much onto that tower. That's down and on a match points.
I mean, he just might do what Pandora did earlier and just run the table against Juacco. So far, Juacco has only gotten wins in the 2v2s. They don't have a single 1v1 win yet.
Oh, that hurts a lot. That's the way, Jupiterking.
No other way to put it.
Jupiterking would be the player to win if it's possible, but KK is certainly a very strong player.
All right, let's see if Jupiterking can keep his team's hopes alive here. As KK looks to sweep the King of the Hill and send his team further forward. All right, well, Goblin Cage gonna come down. That's a nice little piece of utility. Mortar this time from KK.
Yeah. Cage also a great tool to draw those mortar shots away. And of course with the Brawler, that's usually how it works. So defensive cycle for KK for now. That might not be for too long. Actually gonna pop that dash. Yeah, Jupiterking had a lot of time. Here's a second mortar because he popped that dash.
Yeah, and he's able to clean up that Musketeer and do some decent damage to the mortar, but the mortar still has enough health to fire a few more shots, and it's gonna get a couple big hits in. Zappy.
Maybe one more.
One more, yep, you bet.
And that puts him back in game. 49 off.
Had to make sure that there were no Brawler punches.
Yeah, that's gonna stink a lot.
Yeah, that hurts. And then you can just Golden Knight at
the
the
Flying
bridge.
Machine.
Oh, the Flying Machine, though, just ignored the Miner. Oh boy, here we go. The dash coming through here for Jupiterking. The Mighty Miner, I think, able to save a little bit of extra hurt, but that was scary.
But about half and half now. Yeah, with the Flying Machine just ignoring that Miner.
He's like, nah, bro.
Just one off, one off.
Recruits.
Recruits in the house.
To use the Zappies to keep that mortar going crazy.
Might be seeing some more Hoggies. There we go.
Nailed it. Now things get tricky here for KK.
Yeah, a lot of units. But not really worried about the left side as much. KK's just gonna soak that in. Time better catch with the Miner. Oh, but still locking onto the tower.
Yeah, it got some damage, which is nice, but he's gonna have some tough defenses coming up here as KK. He doesn't have a ton to deal with this spam.
So placing that mortar defensively has to really put that all the way in the back.
And the spell chip so far is going to be in the favor of his opponent, unless he's sitting on a rocket in the back, strangely.
Yeah, you do need to...
Okay, it's poison.
Have a lot more. Okay,
Well,
KK. Miner has been caught a couple of times.
It's not too bad. If you can keep that up, but again, this bridge spam here with the Royal Recruits is, and the dashes as well.
Oh, Flying Machine connected one shot. That's huge.
Fireball, great. Hits everything it needs to hit. This has to work here for KK.
Yeah, Jupiterking keeping the lead, and there's a cage. Just in time, Flying Machine ready to go.
Oh, Miner in the back, not caught.
Ignored for the Royal Hogs.
I like it. I like the play here by Jupiterking. I think this should get a little bit of extra advantage for him here. The Flying Machine, the dashes. Oh, and it connects. Oh, brutal.
And the third hit, and that is it. Oh, Jupiterking. Making that Golden Boy, making it work with all the dashes. I think that wasn't the only dash. It was at least a couple of dashes connecting.
I believe so, yeah. I mean, that Golden Knight is really, really good. I really like to use him too. I think if you can find the right timings to pop those dashes, it's really brutal. Does so much damage.
It connects to so many targets if you line it perfectly. Of course, it has to be worked from the opponent at the same time, so it's sometimes very hard. And another thing to point out is that Jupiterking, his Fireball has been catching Musketeer plus the tower most of the time. And that's, there's some extra damage, 207 every single time.
And it took a really long time for KK to even get into the poison. Like, he didn't feel comfortable using it. He didn't I don't know if he just didn't feel like he had opportunities to use it against the Flying Machine. Sometimes it can be tough because the Flying Machine moves so fast that if you're not perfect with your poison.
You might still use the poison and keep having that thing in the air. That's not what you want.
Bam. That was it. Yeah, good game indeed.
Extra fireball just as a style. Jupiterking keeping the team alive at least.
That's right.
Next up, TenGOD. Scary roster.
It just gets scary
man.
every time.
Every single player. It's
And then yakitori at the end. I mean, it's tough going up against this Samurai Blue team. They're really, really good. I mean, Jupiterking, see if he can run the table. He has to.
Yeah, he has to keep the team alive and escape that 4th place. 4th place, not bad, but there are only 4 teams, so.
I mean, normally I'd be fine with 4th place.
Yeah, just gotta put that down.
Yep. I don't know. I've always been a big believer in the Ricky Bobbyism. If you're not first, you're last.
Yeah. Gotta go for that big place. Oh, and hut.
Poison
to begin with.
By a little bit of damage, a little bit of time here. Okay. There's that Skeleton King again. He goes for the dash and it gets in. That could be the end of that Goblin Hut, but all of his forces are focused on the King. He's gonna build up a little bit of those souls, but with the E-Wiz here, yeah, and the Skeleton Giant, should be aight. He's aight.
Yeah, TenGOD wants to stack a lot of those attacks. Wants to find the perfect timing for the graveyard. Jupiterking, see what else he's up to.
So far, impeccable defense for TenGOD. He's handled all of this pretty well.
Pretty nice skeleton timing, keeping that Musketeer alive. Has to drop the Golden Knight.
Kind of curious. TenGOD's going to want to follow all this up with. Gonna have to use the Royal Ghost. Phoenix in there as well. It is the graveyard. Okay, I was curious if it was going to be the graveyard with the Goblin Hut. It is going to be. There's a Magic Archer in the back. It is some pretty decent lines. Still hits coming through on that graveyard. Here comes the Phoenix. Has to use a Tornado. It's going to get a hit. Oh, the E-Wiz though.
That's a lot of elixirs. Spent, of course. Still okay before the double elixir time. And now TenGOD has to think about every single unit before he puts down because of that Magic Archer.
And now it gets really tough. See that Phoenix out in preparation. He's going to send the Skeleton Giant to the other side. So it's going to be a load up onto the right-hand side for TenGOD. On the left for Jupiter.
Oh, and the graveyard with the giant push. On the right. Some damage connecting. Actually, a lot more than we thought.
Oh boy. Got to keep the skeleton busy. Looks like they're just barely able to.
Bro, that was a lot of Spear Goblins.
I don't know what they were doing up there.
Just lined up.
Going for a river walk. Oh no, the Magic Archer. Okay. Only got a few shots.
3 shots, not bad. It's about even left, right?
Has to use that poison ahead of time. It's the drill. On the left, with that Royal Ghost, they're hitting hard over there. The dash is able to be stopped, but this is not good. TenGOD here falling apart.
Another hit for the, I believe the Golden Knight went down. Here's the graveyard. And the Princess Tower not really locked onto the Phoenix. And with the Magic Archer eliminates the graveyard from doing maximum damage. And also not too bad in defense mode for TenGOD.
He's gotten it under control now. Has to keep that Phoenix in a position where the Magic Archer, well, they do that too. Make sure, all right, he's gonna load up, trying to get ahead of this, trying to find an opportunity to get the Skeleton King involved, but the barrel has to be used on the skeletons from the graveyard. They still get a decent amount of damage though.
About 400. So that's actually really big. Here comes the drill with the Magic Archer, so you have to think about that angle. Oh, actually locked.
Oh, that sucks.
Couple of hits. The barrel was just a tiny bit late.
Yep.
Not one of the worst news, as Jupiterking has to work that poison in not a bad place. Some skeletons.
Good spawns.
TenGOD still keeping the lead. 30 seconds left. He actually pulled off.
Come up with something big here, but you've got a decent amount of defense. You can't let that Goblin Giant get any closer. Oh, I don't know if that's close enough.
Oh, the mat. Jigarshu got a couple of shots in. And pushed up and changing the angle with the tornado.
Should be okay.
Oh, the Spirit Goblins did a ton of damage.
Yep, he had to let it go. Yeah. I think he's got it. I think TenGOD's got it.
And that is it. Samurai Blue.
They won?
Yeah, defeating juacco 2-0. Big lead, and juacco will be the first team to be eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, it's too bad. They were at least able to get some wins in the King of the Hills in there, and some 2v2 wins, but just the other teams were stronger today, and a really nice performance. Glad to have them here. Good to see these players again. For me, personally, just haven't, again, had to see them in a while. So it was fun to be able to cast them, and we have to say goodbye, but a good performance here at the end from, KK winning 2, and then TenGOD again coming up big. So
yeah, still Korea's not fully out. You have a team in the grand finals.
Yep.
So we have other players from the country, and of course, great moments from TenGOD. Control really well. And at this level, the Magic Archer angle can be very creative with the tornado. Yeah, I think TenGOD really placed a lot of his units really well, so that the Magic Archer doesn't do much damage.
He does a really good job with all of this. I mean, just buying just enough time. Look at that angle. It does eventually start hitting.
But look at the Spear Goblins on the left.
There's so many.
All of them from the hut.
I don't even know if...
Yeah, that was like 1,000 damage.
Yeah, and then you're allowed to load up with a graveyard behind it.
1,000 damage. That just literally created another win condition.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and that hut was placed, I think, to defend the ghost from Jupiterking.
Yep.
So it actually worked all for him, for TenGOD. Yeah,
Right.
Great play. So thinking into the future. And that's the result, Samurai Blue. Oh, what a big match. Lots of 2-0s in terms of match scores.
Yeah, it has been, at times, a little bit one-sided today. Still, the 2v2 teams, they keep winning. But I think, in general, you can see a little bit of a power gap between juacco and the other teams here. It seems like the other three are maybe a little bit more evenly matched.
Yeah, I do agree on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now we are going to have same countries going against each other for the first time.
Exactly. All right, we're excited for this. It's a Japan-Japan matchup. Samurai Blue versus Hinomaru. Hinomaru Red. That's it. All right, guys. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned for more WCG. And we're back here at WCG 2022 Rivals Clash Royale Edition. And so far, it's been a pretty interesting day. A good day for the Korean side to start out, as Team Expo has gotten all the way into that match 6 and will be guaranteed either second or first. And then beyond that, now we get to see who is going to face them. Is it going to be Samurai Blue or Hinomaru Red?
Yeah, that's the big question asked. Only one team can go up to that final spot now. Both Japanese teams, they have to go against each other. And this match, they know each other so well, because they're all, very close friends. They've been knowing each other for a very long time. It just has to be coming down to one team, though. Can't have both teams.
No doubt about it. And this one should be, I think, really close, really hard fought. Like you're saying, they know each other really well. I don't even know who I would say has the edge necessarily. It's hard to say since this is the first time they're squaring off. Maybe Hinomaru, but I don't know. I mean, Samurai Blue's been playing really good today too, so definitely a really difficult one to call, as both these teams have been really, really strong so far here today. I mean, I think Hinomaru, Samurai, they've both done pretty well against Juacco. I guess Samurai Blue dropped one extra game against Juacco. That's the difference so far. That's it.
Hinomaru, you're actually red team on the red side now and blue team on the blue
Did we get
side.
it this time?
Yes, we did. Quite happy about that.
Yeah, that
so we don't
makes my
misread.
life. Yeah,
we don't misread by any chance. Yeah,
it's like that thing where they give you a color block and then they put the word of a different color in there, and you're supposed to say which one you think it is, just as quick as you can. Oh,
it's so hard.
It is.
Yeah, we'll see which team. Well, KK has been playing really well. Got 2 wins, but on the other side, man, you do have to worry about all the other players too, and it does come down to 2v2. And remember the good old days? Well, I keep on saying good old days because it has been usually better.
3 years ago, 4 years ago? Yeah.
3, 4, 5 years ago. So if you include all that, and when we have Japan versus Japan, they suddenly just turn off some switches and go back to their own meta.
Right.
So basically like barrel versus barrel. I'm talking 1v1s, of course. And that might just happen again. Like Goblin barrels, of course, there are a lot of barrels in the house now. Yeah, like lots of log baits, that all the other things they would play against the other players, but once it's Japan versus Japan, they just suddenly go back to the traditional decks.
Yes.
And then went for the classics.
They like the cycle decks for sure.
Oh,
At least
yes.
typically, yeah, they do. Yeah. We'll see. I'm curious. We've seen it once, right? We saw the log bait.
Yeah, once. Only once though. Yeah, so that's gonna be a thing. Here, WCG
This
Open.
thing. Go.
Sign up ongoing. I tried it. I just made my account and might actually sign up.
There you go.
You might see me in the future.
Play it. And then also...
I might beat you.
No,
probably not.
He might. Watch out. I think if you also type !WCG in chat, you can put it up later. So, feel free to do that from time to time. Let others know that there's an open competition that anyone can join.
And also the event 1 is actually closed. Event 2 is still happening. So you can just go write the comment, look for root for your favorite player. Or if you're like me, you can just type in, fighting, just may the best player win.
There you go.
Yeah, just root for everyone. If you just like Clash Royale and WCG as a whole. And you can still, I think it's actually just the numbers that I had. I think I saw about 160 comments and we're selecting 10. So you have a 1
in 16?
116 chance. That's
Those
actually
are roulette
pretty
odds.
good.
Those are roulette odds.
Actually pretty good for the backpack.
There you go.
High quality.
Yeah, it's not
with
bad.
the WCG sign. And when you wear the WCG sign, if you go to school, if you go somewhere else, it's like, oh, that's WCG sign. They're not going to taap onto you, but they're in secret, like, oh man,
he's so cool.
He wants
Can you
his
believe it?
WCG. He won 1 out of 16.
This guy's our class president this
Might
year
be
for
getting
sure.
some more comments because we're talking about it now, but make sure you do have to write a comment if you want to enter. And
I mean, just imagine you have that backpack. You're going to be class president. You're going to be the most popular kid in school. You're going to get straight A's. It's all gravy from there.
I'm going to be honest. I wrote the comment, man. I want my chances. I don't care if I don't receive
You're not in school anymore.
I might go back.
Oh, well then.
And when I'm 85.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there's always a chance, but it's pretty cool quality backpack. Event 1 is closed already because we already had the results, and it was actually guessed for the team that's going to win the entire tournament. So you can't guess now because you already kind of know what teams dropped. Yeah, so you have better chances. So that's not fair anymore. So that's closed. Too bad if you couldn't make it. But saw a lot of votes for, especially the Team Expo, and also maybe it was Hinomaru. It was really heavily towards the 2 teams out of the 4. Uh-huh.
Oh, I might have gone with Samurai Blue. I don't know, though.
Maybe I can actually check.
Yeah, go look, yeah. See, oh.
Huh? Oh, no, that's Hearthstone.
Ah, okay.
I'm like, oh, there's only 2
That was
teams?
earlier.
Yeah. Team Expo actually more than, almost 60%, 59.9%.
Wow.
And Hinomaru, 25.3%. And some spread apart between Team Juacco and Samurai Blue. So,
okay.
Okay, yeah. The most voted actually in the grand finals already.
So a lot of people, is already in there. A lot of people thinking Hinomaru is going to be the one to win this then. So, chat, your predictions are up for...
what if they lose this game?
Yeah, then you're wrong, chat. How do you feel about that? Yeah.
And that 6.2% for Samurai Blue might be very happy with the result. If that comes, a lot of people voting for Team Expo. Almost 60%.
I think people understood. That was a pretty good team.
Yeah, that was a pretty good roster for sure. Yep. Yeah. We're seeing a lot of comments. Yeah, it's actually 152. Let me refresh that.
So you still for the globe, like 1 in 16?
Yeah, I think it's slightly better chance than 116, 115.3. To be exact.
That's pretty good. I'll take those odds. I like those. All right, so
it's super easy to sign up. Sign up literally took less than a minute.
Yes, go do it.
Literally a minute.
Get on the site. Go check it out. Get yourself potentially free stuff. Sign up for the event, of course, as well. So we're just taking a minute here to get everything ready, guys, to make sure that our players are all squared away.
Yeah, the longest thing that actually took for the sign up was actually the selecting year, scrolling down from 2022 down to the year that I had to select. I'm not that old, but kind of it's every single year.
Gets harder every year.
And that can be said.
Yeah, right.
That can be the sad part of signing up every single time.
This is something that never ends. It's like kids out there are like, why? It's not that hard. And I'm like, you don't even know.
We have to scroll more. It should be the other way, right?
Right. All right. So we know who it is. We know who's playing. It's Hinomaru Red on the top, Samurai Blue on the bottom. TenGOD Yakitori for Samurai Blue Red, and GRIKO for Hinomaru Red. 2v2. See who can come through and win so far today. What has been the most important match in these sets.
And the loser will be finishing 3rd place. Let's see who the winner's going to be on this 2v2. So far, 2v2 winner, 100% win rate on the match.
Yes.
Yeah, don't want to
Here we go.
I
was going to say it's Japan versus Japan. Here come the emotes.
The emote battle is real.
I got the hog eating the cookie today. That one's...
Oh, I actually like that a lot, too.
I've been spamming it.
Oh, drill. Truce has been broken.
Yeah, we've been seeing that a lot.
Yeah, Dark Prince, one of the best tools.
I love it.
RG, Giant Skeleton.
There it is. We've been calling for it. We got it.
You got it.
All right, that RG is going to get through and get at least 1.
Yeah, that Ice Spirit.
2, 3. That's not bad. But this, the Giant Skeleton. Oh, God. Do you have a... Okay, you've got the Fisherman. I just saw it. Now you're fine. No problems here.
Not at all. And the King Tower activated. Got some more damage. Oh, actually, a lot of damage from the drill. Plus the Goblet.
Still, though, I think that was worth for Hinomaru.
Worth to activate the King Tower? Okay.
Yeah. For 1,000 damage? Yeah. I call that worth.
Okay. It's not just a single King Tower, so maybe it is.
It's hard to say, but it's close.
If they keep the D up, maybe.
Yes. If they can play good defense, though, yeah. They can't let this one get too out of control. It's going to be the Dark Prince. There you go. Inferno Tower. Oh, it's a beautiful counter. Is there any spells? It's just a fireball and a lightning.
And yeah, both together.
Yeah. Have to use a log there to make sure that the second shot doesn't come out.
Yeah. One more into the tower. Comes the drill. And the Dark Prince to respond. Nicely done. Coming out from the Samurai Blue. On the bottom. And still holding some spells for both.
Yeah, they're still sitting on something. You can see that you're getting big-time Skeleton Giant pushes on both sides of the map here. Let's try the Royal Giant again. The Inferno Tower comes out a little bit further in space. Make sure that Fireball doesn't get the extra follow-up. It will clean that push out this time.
RG melted down from the Inferno laser. And I think Hinomaru, they found a pretty good cycle against the RG.
Yep.
Because it's been 2 RGs. But what about the second one, though?
Well, it got slowed up.
Charge?
Oh, the tornado. That ain't going anywhere.
Yeah. Tornado long, enough to pull it back. Yeah. No shots. Sour. And they can, if they keep on have a perfect defense, Hinomaru can have a lead and keep the lead.
They both kind of figured each other out a little bit. Tried to delay the Royal Giant this time to like keep that tower distracted, but it's still going to connect out of the Royal Giant. And it's still not going to get anything.
That looked like LA traffic on the left bridge right there. Oh man.
Naming that bridge the 405.
Uh-huh. Oh, the dash. Oh, it doesn't come through on the right side.
The Magic Archer shots, though, have to be fireballed. Oh, boy. Right-hand side's getting dangerously low.
Oh, the giant skeleton's actually pushing back the RG. The tornado's now here. Oh. Oh, boy.
This Inferno Tower is just too much to deal with. I mean, they need to save a lightning for it or something to get it reset. They are going to try to just spam it, but it doesn't matter. Poison plus Rockets got the job done. Hinomaru Red is going to take the first game of the 2v2. So, I mean, that Inferno Tower is a difference maker.
Yep,
it is just brutal.
And there was nothing else really stopping that in the middle. That
Right.
laser was stuck in there. I believe they had lightning, but it was a little too heavy to actually use when they dropped the giant skeleton and also the RG. And plus, they had to use a lot of tools on the right bottom to actually defend.
Exactly. Because the one time they dealt with the Inferno Tower, it was lightning and fireball. And that's a lot. That's 10 elixir for 5. I mean, that's not a good trade. I mean, they did get a few shots out of the RG, I guess, but still, it's not ideal.
Yeah, there was no other source other than the lightning to actually stop that Inferno.
Right. And another Magic Archer connection that did a lot of damage. Tornadoes were good. Yeah, like you were talking about, that giant skeleton's so fat. Yeah. It's getting in the way.
The RG goes to the tower, giant skeleton goes for anything in the middle of the way, with whatever's closer to him.
Yeah, he does not care.
Maybe hurt. It's a skeleton, so maybe
it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That combo, giant skeleton RG, maybe a little too old? A little too easy to deal with?
If they don't have the Inferno Tower, I think it's fine.
Yeah, what if they just had a zap or something?
Yes.
Just to delay.
Zap to reset. Even in those cases, if you need... The one thing about playing RG is that a lot of times, unless you really have a good read on your opponent, you need to have something Electro to shut down Infernos in 2v2.
E-Wiz.
E-Wiz, E-Dragon, something like that. Like you said, Zap. Zap's probably the best answer, typically.
Yeah, you can immediately answer wherever it is. For the Inferno, even if it's a tower or a dragon, so Zap's a pretty good tool, but we don't really see Zap too much in 2v2. It's more towards the heavier spells.
Yeah.
And Snowball, of course, that's too, but still it provides some spread. Plus, it provides a slow.
Right.
So it's a better tool, I think. That depends. It really depends. And Lightning has been the key maker in terms of the other matches, but not as effective in this matchup that we just had in 2v2.
And Inferno Tower is one of the buildings that Lightning is kind of bad against.
Yeah, it's actually okay, but
it's not great.
It doesn't kill it immediately. It's got a lot of HP on that.
Right.
Fat tower. Yeah. So that's the thing. And also, I forgot my train of thought. I'm still stuck on LA.
Yeah, you're still in LA. I feel you, man. Now you're still stuck in that traffic on that bridge. Yeah.
And I'm never getting off.
Dude,
it'll take me 2 hours at least.
I feel you, man. I've only been to LA once, and it was interesting to say the least.
Yeah, I've been to that area twice, and show times, and traffic time. I landed right at traffic time in LAX.
Oh no!
And then we were thinking, okay, why don't we just eat some more Chipotle at the airport and then get out when there's no traffic. Yeah, because it would literally travel time when we leave now or later. It was literally the same towards the destination. But that left bridge with giant skeleton and Royal Giant, that was pretty cool. And sometimes when we have like a lot of elixirs, we actually have the double team on left and right, which didn't happen last game.
I liked the idea though from Samurai Blue. I like the change up, showing something a little bit different. It just got out countered by Hinomaru. So Hinomaru. Oh
Hinomaru.
Why can't I say this?
Just bring it to Hino.
Maru. Yeah, Hino. Why do I want to say Hino? Hinomaru. I should know this. Like, I can speak some Japanese.
Yeah, you speak better Japanese than I do. What's going on, man?
Yeah, right? All right, Lava Hound on the left-hand side.
Inferno, moving Inferno this time.
They feel comfortable with their setup. Okay, they're going to try the same thing.
Oh, wow. They're just going to leave left side.
Well, they've got the Inferno on the left, so this is pretty decent.
Oh,
they're getting a ton of damage. It's done. That tower's gone.
Yeah, and then got the reset with the Inferno. Oh, they're just going for it.
They're racing.
Maybe for the triple crown.
Oh boy, it's a tower race. It's a base race. Here we go.
The Executioner. Okay, Inferno lock onto the King Tower. Oh,
they've got it.
No reset.
Oh, just barely. Tons of damage though.
So much damage with just one.
Oh god.
Lava Inferno.
They gambled. Did Samurai Blue? They gambled incorrectly.
But is it still better for Hinomaru because you can pocket drop the RG?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the thing.
For Samurai Blue, yeah. It is a little bit more tricky now.
We'll see.
You need to have that Inferno
that
Dragon.
death damage!
Oh my god, that's so huge.
Was that pushed?
I'm not sure. But it worked.
What?
I don't. Yeah, you're right. The pocket RG is pretty difficult to deal with.
Yeah, that is. And now they
need to save that bomb tower for preemptive strikes. Yeah.
And the Inferno Dragon's not going to connect anymore.
No.
Hopefully it doesn't. And the pocket RG can save the day.
They need that tower. Where's the bomb tower?
Yeah, getting the guards down first, and then the bomb tower. But still, yeah, Samurai Blue, they have tons of tools. Even the RG connecting a shot.
Yeah, they've got to take this 3 crown right here. This double lava push has to work.
Exactly.
Oh boy.
So, Hinomaru putting everything down. Oh, tornado!
Great tornado.
Killing their dreams.
That's beautiful. That's it.
For Samurai, yes. 53, yeah, that tower's going to be gone any second.
That's GG.
Doesn't even care, just going to run it again.
It went for the King Tower?
It doesn't matter, the logs should be finishing.
Yep. That's it. You might as well go for the 3 crown. They got it. They got it. Okay, so the base trade works out for them. You were right, the pocket RG was too strong. They didn't have an answer for that.
Yeah, I was thinking because they must have a second plan. It wasn't the right side push seemed like it was not only for the plan A. They actually had a plan B immediately. It actually felt like, okay, they even left the Inferno doing that much damage to King Tower. And at this level, there has to be something else.
No, yeah, I think you read that correctly. And this time around, there just weren't the proper responses for the side of Hinomaru. They just... You got to be quick on that bomb tower. You got to be quick on the Inferno Dragon. You got to hope that they don't have Tornado or a whole bunch of other stuff that can, disrupt the Inferno Dragon.
That could have been dangerous, but the RJ Queen Executioner doing their job. And let's see the follow-up. Yeah, this is Giant Skeleton. Oh, the RG kind of pushed it and it actually led the way.
Oh, yeah. Huge. Yeah, those big boys push each other around. It's like sumo wrestling in there. It's just everybody sliding around.
Yeah, just a lot of sweats.
Yeah.
And of course they try it towards the end, but Executioner, Tornado, that's a great combo. And the death damage too.
That was tough. Great response, yeah. This is really well planned out, really well thought out by Samurai Blue. So they take us to a tiebreaker. Not a tiebreaker, well, sort of. A best of 1 now for the 2v2, at least for the games. Of course, there's still at least one more set after this, no matter what, to find out who will be facing Expo next.
Oh, man.
Not just the player, but his whole team.
Yeah, 2v2. We saw a lot of it. All the memories are coming back.
I know, yeah.
So, and then I'm double checking myself. Okay, was that the right move? Oh, there has to be something up. Something up, because these players, they know exactly what they're doing. And then Inferno Dragon though. If we had like one more tick onto that King Tower, the story could have been different. I think one more tick could have brought it down less than 2,000 on that King Tower on the bottom. Yeah, but the Archer Queen actually really strong.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough to get
ability.
Yes. It's tough when you only have a bomb tower against the RG as well. Like, you can defend that pocket if you have something a little bit different there. You need something that can output DPS while the bomb tower distracts, and they didn't have anything that can really quite do that. Plus, sometimes it gets chaotic. Like, we saw, you know, not only the skeleton giant get pushed towards the tower, but sometimes it gets chaotic because everybody's just pushing each other around, and you're trying to, like, guess where these idiots are going to end up, you know?
Where the next AI is going to choose to go, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes. But bomb tower is not the worst, but I've seen some bomb towers actually pushing the RG out of the range, out of the tower. But it's not as
it doesn't last that long.
Yeah, it's not. And you need to do something else along with that, like the tornado. And also, if you pull onto the wrong target, the giant skeleton bomb gets too close to the tower. We've seen that, and a lot of things can be working against you, even if you make the right move. So it's actually we've had some like really weird interaction when we had a lot of 2v2s with Giant Skeleton RG on both sides, and it was just literally. And what's worse than LAX traffic?
Doesn't exist.
Oh, well, we went to Moscow traffic, and
that was kind of bad. Yeah.
Remember those?
That was a long time ago, but
yeah,
yes, that was the wildest taxi ride of my life. I don't know. I mean, it's hard because, again, they had the right idea, they had the right read in the first game. The second game, they didn't. They did not. I don't think they expected the RG to come out again. I think they thought it'd be something different. I think had they expected the RG, there'd be an Inferno Tower in there. And then that initial push on the right-hand side never works. When they kind of gambled to go both sides, you know, load up and, you know, just try to base race almost. I guarantee you they don't quite play that the same for Hinomaru. And I think they just wait that out. So
yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So will it be RG 3 in a row? Or?
No, I don't think you can.
Yeah, I think you're on the right. I think you're on the right page there. And there's a lot more. I'm still kind of sad that there's a balloon. Of course, no ban card. Tornado's always out there.
Yeah. I should say, I think you can if you're prepared for another Inferno Tower. If, like, you've got the right setup for it. I think you can run RG again. Because it's tough to deal with.
Yeah, certainly. As it goes straight to the tower. Maybe you think about double building setup?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. If you're convinced that your opponent is going to run RG, then absolutely go double buildings. No, I have no problem with that. You just got to be careful with them. You know, again, communication.
Yeah, also the EQ from the opponent.
Yes, that can be problematic.
Oh, Magic Archer, not that. Yeah. Oh,
it missed.
Yeah, the poison.
It missed.
Oh,
that's a whoopsies.
Had the Executioner and the Magic Archer hit neither. That's only a start.
That's a yes, but that's a big one.
Yeah, it's a big stack coming down now.
That's the one unit that you cannot have fall like that. Okay, now you have to commit a lightning in there as well. And that's, you know, that's okay. You clean it up. You still add in damage.
Yeah, look at the elixir difference though.
Right, exactly.
That's huge.
Snowball, does its job against the guards. Now we're getting the Golden Knight down with the Phoenix on the right-hand side. So Phoenix in response. And here comes our boy that we've seen so many times today in 2v2.
Uh-huh. Giant Skeleton drill right in the middle to delay with the miner. Don't want that bomb damage onto the tower, never.
Handled pretty nicely.
Actually, a lot of tools for Samurai Blue to defend. You got the guards, the bomb tower, the drill.
Activate the tower.
Oh, no. Okay. Nice one there.
I love that. I love our spectators like emotes.
That was.
I really do like that. I think they should be able to do that all the time. Oh, a little bit of damage there from the drill. A mighty miner on the left. Questionable. Oh, the lightning's so good.
With the snowball, gets the building down.
If they can deal with that other Phoenix, it's Could be a lot of damage from the Lava Hound. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to because of this push down in the bottom right.
Yeah, taking care of the drill. Okay, Dark Prince ready. Miner ready to drag that bomb down.
They got the Archer this time with the poison.
Okay, nice catch.
I mean, the defense here is really good for Samurai Blue. They're not letting anything through. Oh my goodness.
There's a tornado as you speak. Dash went in, and a whole lot more damage on top.
What in the world?
Yeah, once you slip, that's 2v2.
Yep.
1,000 down.
Yep. Can't make any mistakes, yeah.
So Inferno ready. The Dragon. Connects into the Phoenix first.
Okay, another defensive drill.
Okay, the Magic Archer.
Let's see what he can do.
Well done by the Knight, the Golden Knight.
He's still alive. He's still kicking. Oh, he got knocked out of the poison by the log.
Yeah, that's big.
Oh my goodness. All right, well, the good news is he's going left, not right. But it might be over. So much damage being done here on the bottom right. Down to 305. Some spells could finish it. There it is.
That's the rocket for the finish. Hinomaru red. Grabbing that one for 2v2 now. And the rocket was being helped this entire game. And speak of the devil, man.
You feel like it, yeah.
You said it.
Yep.
This defense is pretty solid.
And then I jinxed him.
Dash.
And then just chaos erupts. Those dashes are just so brutal sometimes.
No, Caster Curse happens to anyone.
Everyone. Everyone. All the time. We are full of curse. We are the embodiment of mummies. Like, they just have curse inside of us.
Okay. I thought we'd go straight into the next game, but it's highlights.
Highlights. I mean, there are a couple mistakes here as well from the side of Samurai Blue that cost them enough. They weren't huge. They were able to recover and make it basically even again, but a few missed opportunities, a log that knocked a Magic Archer out of the way. Now, didn't make a big difference per se. That one's a little bit of a LOL for
yeah, from Hinomaru, but
yeah.
They're both sides. Got a little done and
dash. Oh, so good. The drill's in there.
Yeah.
It's crazy damage.
A lot of extra damage. And that snowball might have been a little too early. It seemed like it didn't do damage, but only got the effects in. If you bring it down just a little too early, the slows come in, but the damage doesn't go in.
Yeah, look at this. Boop.
Yeah. Didn't really matter towards the end.
No.
I guess it did, kind of.
It helped with the bomb tower, so it sped the process up a little bit here. But, I mean, they even activate the bomb or the king tower. And yeah, it doesn't matter.
It was just extra pressure that they needed.
Yep, they just needed the tower damage to make sure it was in rocket range. They got it. I mean, yeah, it's just great patience from both sides. Honestly, it looked really close the whole time, and I thought Samurai Blue was probably going to get it done just based on sheer just tenacity, but
almost. Yeah, they had pretty nice defense, but it kept on cracking.
Yep.
And that Golden Knight dashing through, that's sometimes all you need to get the dash in the tower. It's sometimes really hard to defend against it because there's a lot of other cards coming down at the same time, and there was also the drill didn't really get to see.
Yeah, it's hard to stop it. I mean, it's hard to figure out. You have to kind of predict it. It's tough. All right, King of the Hill entry is going to be Pandora, GRIKO, Rad. So I think that's the normal lineup. And then KK, TenGOD, Yakitori. So I think they're both running the same King of the Hill lineup we saw previously from them. So, I mean, they're right out the gate, dude. Pandora versus KK. 2 superstars. Let's go.
Yeah, actually, both teams keeping their ace lineup in the front. Yeah, not in the back. That's a little bit surprising. But see, KK Pandora up first. And it's best of ones of King of the Hill.
I love this. This is my favorite, I think, of all of the different ones.
Yeah, King of the Hill format is actually really cool.
I really like it.
Sometimes you do matchup in a favorite matchup for you or against you, depending on what you choose. That's just what it is. A lot of studying being done off of the game.
We've already seen 1 3-0 today. Can we get another? Let's see. Ooh, the bomber. Haven't seen that one yet today. Mark that off your bingo card.
Yeah, for 1v1.
I think we might have seen it in a 2v2.
Yeah, we did. The very first game, I believe.
Yep. but in a 1v1. All right, so Goblins. Okay, the tornado activates the King Tower. Very nicely handled here by Pandora. Continues to be really solid in these 1v1s. Has the cannon as well to deal with the mortar. He's got a lot of great responses so far to what KK has brought.
And it might not really extend a little further. Cannon not really reaching, of course, nowhere near that miner.
Still damage advantage. Electro Giant. Let's go. Mortar to distract it, but the Phoenix here is going to come on in, and you have to pop the ability of the Archer Queen to make sure that it's dealt with. But Electro Giant's not going to get too far. Another hit here from the mortar.
That's huge, especially when you're talking.
Oh God, another one. Oh, Pandora.
Maybe? Okay, just not good.
It's not going great here so far for Pandora. He's going to get the finish with the bomber, but a couple of big mortar hits have come through.
Uh-huh.
Let's see what he's going to be able to set up for.
Even the Ice Spirit.
Yep.
It's a little bit extra.
Every little bit helps, no doubt about it. Phoenix and the Golden Knight. Try to deal with his Valkyrie. Some goblins there right next. Goodbye, Golden Knight. Uses the dash, but still going to get taken out. And the Archer Queen, ooh, gets lightninged. Okay, that's a decent response here from Pandora, but he doesn't have one for this miner.
Yeah, that's a huge information available now for KK. And he's still having massive lead with full elixir. One huge push now with double elixir can be quite deadly for Pandora.
Oh, great use of the Ice Spirit there. I mean, he doesn't have much response for this miner because he needs to set up on the other side. Going to use the tornado to try to get him in, get ready for this dash.
Yeah, the second Electro Giant on the right. The Goblins, mortar just for the pull. The maximum pull.
Well, great response there with the Valkyrie. Really well placed. It's a couple different units. It's looking pretty good so far for KK. I've said that before, and then things turn around. Oh, it's so good.
Getting the Archer Queen down, and that's a lot of chip in from the Phoenix.
Oh, it's done. Just need to get to the lightning.
And that huge lead. Once he got to the double. It's all over. Just cycling through for that next spell.
Can he guess it?
Yeah, can he guess it with
he
the
tried,
Goblins?
He tried,
yeah,
he tried.
I think that was the timing. Not quite enough. Yes, Pandora was calm. Collected towards until the very
I told you it was
second.
looking good for KK. He lost.
Yeah. Yeah, all the right words coming down, coming from Paper Thin, of course. Yeah, sometimes.
I'm just gonna jinx it every time. I'm just like, whoever I say is doing good.
He was maintaining.
He was
the
playing
lead.
good. Yeah, he was.
I actually believe that KK was going to win this match. But of course, with Electro, things get kind of wild, and those goblins are basically useless once they get to that mini circle of those mini zaps.
Yeah, they just get obliterated.
Yeah. And the Phoenix always putting extra pressure.
Yeah, that Phoenix was really annoying too. This Archer Queen comes down and gets lightninged. I mean, just the timings here are so good.
Yeah, even pop that ability, so KK didn't have that much elixir to deal with.
I like the attempt, but it was read well by Pandora. Yeah, KK going down once again. Pandora is just absolutely dominant in this King of the Hill. He is
Team Blue
destroying.
About to have it. Well, Hinomaru seems a little stronger. Of course, we've seen the votes. Yeah, a lot more towards Hinomaru, but Pandora is still up there. And I believe TenGOD and then Yakitori was the order.
That sounds right, yeah.
For Summer, I believe? Yes, I think so. But losing KK is, of course, big. For any team,
It hurts. We'll see, though. TenGOD and Yakitori, definitely very, very good. Have we even seen a Yakitori 1v1?
Not yet.
Not
I don't
yet.
think so. Only in 2v2.
Only in 2v2.
Yeah, we got to see TenGOD just previously. But TenGOD, always a special player can always see some giants, maybe the normal giant.
Yeah,
with
the regular
nothing
giant.
attached to the giant, okay? But that's been out of the meta for quite a while because of that the mighty.
There's just so many good options now as well.
The fisherman can also pull the giant.
Yep.
The mighty miner, of course. A lot more buildings, drill. Maybe the giant needs a buff.
Maybe a little bit. Maybe Sparky needs a buff.
Maybe that's what TenGOD's screaming. Good luck. Good luck. Out from both players.
It's just been amazing today how time after time these players are able to flip these games around for themselves. Like they're down, and then they're able to find that moment and come back and strike and win. So the patience here that we're seeing from our teams and from our players has been excellent. Meanwhile, I say patience as they opt to go for a bit of a wait here. Let the elixir leak itself. Just wasting elixir. I don't know. I can't handle it myself.
Leaking. Maybe both having some really quite heavy of a cycle. Some golems. Even some royal hogs. Not bad to wait all the way. Yeah, I want to see some elixir collectors happening here. Why not? There's some golden phoenix next.
That is, yeah. I don't see the collector too much ever. It's pretty rare. I'd like to see it just to see if they can make it work. Like if you can like really gamble.
It's kind of heavy. Actually, like one of the heaviest deck right now. Like 4.5. See? And also no expo so far.
No expo.
There's some really
no
cheap cycle ones.
Elixir golem. I'd like to see that.
No Sparky, of course. Never.
Yeah, I know. With the monk in there too now, it gets even crazier. Like it was already hard to play Sparky because there's so much that counters it.
That's what you get for Sparky.
Using the trash can. Yeah.
All right. Oh, maybe some more lava's coming down from Pandora. Scale drags.
Maybe RG or something. I don't know. That's what we've seen the Mother Witch paired with today so far for Samurai for TenGOD.
Oh, what a fireball!
Great fireball. Yeah, I think you might be right with the lava. Left-hand side, gonna take some damage from that drill. Yep, there it is. RG for TenGOD.
Good call on the bottom. Okay. So down just in time. The log takes care of it. Oh, that fireball is beautiful.
So good. But that opens up the door here for the flying machine. And it's right in the middle of the Electro Wizard's beam, so it's gonna take barely any damage.
Yeah, this mighty. Just trying to tank as a defense, but it's just not enough with the amount of attack coming down. A lot locked onto tower.
That tower's going down.
Flying machine.
Pandora. Unbelievable. He did it. He did it again, G-Clef. He is. You had TenGOD on the other side. Well, you've got Pandora. That's the original creation here is Pandora.
That is just beautiful. Even though there were some beautiful fireballs coming down from TenGOD.
Yep.
Not enough. You got a fireball the flying machine. You got a fireball the skeleton dragons. There's a lot of targets.
It's the timing and the placement is perfect at the end for Pandora. The way he waited out this fireball. And then he's like, cool story, bro. Here's my flying machine.
Exactly. And the Phoenix coming back alive there helped a lot too. Yeah, the Mother Witch. We're seeing some Mother Witches working, some actually not as well.
It's such a gamble. You know what I mean?
Yes, it is.
If you get it against the right decks, it's nuts. If it's against decks like that, it's horrible.
And yeah. What happened actually, towards the end, and Mother Witch, I'm not really the biggest fan of, just personally, of the card, because it's very hard, because it depends on exactly as what you said, who you're up against. And if you're up against a lot of Goblin decks, like small, like skeletons, of course you're gonna get a lot of value out of it, but if you're against this much body in air,
it's not ideal.
Those extra piggies not really going to do much.
Yep.
Now there's a lot of force coming down from air. Yeah, Pandora.
Is he going to run the table again?
Maybe.
And then just end this and just send us right into match 6. I mean, I don't know, man. He's looking really good.
Yeah, Hinomaru seems to be a really good team. And yeah, about to get out here. Yes.
They've already lost to Expo once as well. I had to recheck because I was like, wait.
Yeah, we had a lot of matches already.
It's gonna be a long day, folks.
Yeah, it's a racing, but marathon at the same time. It's a racing marathon.
It's a sprint marathon. Not healthy, but we got to do it.
Yeah, and we're not fitted for it. No, I'm not for sure. Yeah.
But it's great, and I love it. It is a long day, and
yeah, it's a lot of fun for sure.
It is a ton of fun,
and especially 2v2, it's something else. It's
I'm
always
excited
a
to have
different
2v2. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I guess we're like totally biased because like our region was actually pretty decent at 2v2, or at least we
not just 2v2.
We respected it.
Yeah, not just 2v2. Some players didn't really like it, and it's been years, so I can say it now. Some players didn't really like it as much.
It's hard.
Yeah, because some players. That's why we have some players just playing 1v1 because they want to focus on 1v1 only.
Yeah. No, I get it. I mean, and there was kind of that thing where you like you get regulated at 2v2, and you're like, but I want to play 1v1. Bandit for Yakitori. It's kind of our little bit of a change, but it's gonna lead the way here with the Ice Spirit. No.
Want to maybe get a dash, but so there's a responsive Ice Spirit.
Yep. Can't get it. There are those goblins. Stabby, stabby.
Yeah, quick cycles, back and forth. There's a motorcycle. Might be looking something similar. Actually, not really Yakitori. Might be spamming a little more. Yes.
Ooh. Here we go.
Yeah, towards the bridge.
What do you got?
Got the big boy in town.
Yeah, you got the Valkyrie, and that's really well placed. You have to use the miner as well. Valkyrie's not going to get the job done on the Mega Knight before it got the jump again.
That took forever.
The Valkyrie versus Mega Knight battle is a long one. I have seen it many a time.
Yeah, splash versus splash. Hitting one in each head.
Nice.
With Ice Spirit, you need something else. And Ice Spirit.
Ice Spirit jump.
Not perfect, though. Oh, the barrel all the way down.
Yeah.
That's
no.
Yeah, that's motor connection.
You're right.
That's a second shot now. Okay, ability pop first from the bottom, so that's going to leave Archer Queen from Pandora.
And even a shot in there, too.
Yeah, one more shot.
This is, look at, decent for Pandora so far. I'm not going to say great. I'm not going to say, like, you know, I'm not going to jinx him. It's okay.
And perfect.
No. I don't want to jinx the poor guy. I feel bad now. I've jinxed so many players.
Perfect. No damage. Flawless. Let's see what happens now, okay?
Yeah, you can see the Ice Spirit here prepping for something coming up behind the old Mega Knight. Instead, it's just the Bandit joining the party with the miner there. This should be cleaned up for Pandora.
Huh?
The lighting?
They're going all the way to the left. That Archer Queen.
Oh. I'm not sure. Maybe he's trying to trick him a little bit.
Maybe trying to change the cycle up a little bit. Yakitori. But after this Bandit, this mortar. Yeah, blocked.
Oh, it's in. Oh, there's the mini P.E.K.K.A.
You know, that hit's good. Doesn't get the second connection. Oh, yeah, but lost the minor damage now. A big lead, over 1,000 HP lead.
See if he can hold on to it. Nice. Okay, so Yakitori wins the Archer Queen battle, but not for long.
This time. There's the Mega Knight, though. Once you create some wave.
Oh,
with the
Ram Rider.
Yeah, we're waiting for extra spam. There's the bridge spam. Going straight towards that mortar. Going to kill the charge with the log back.
Oh boy.
Valkyrie, a pretty good tool.
Just in time.
Huh. So no real elixir wasted from Hinomaru. I mean, Pandora.
Yeah, no, he's doing a really good job here defending against this stuff. It's not easy. And he's doing a really good job. Good pop of her secondary ability, but with the Ice Spirit and the mortar, able to finish the job. Now you got the miner there to tank. Archer Queen in the back to do some deeps. Lightning, though, cleans all that up.
And then here's the Ram Rider with the snare. Yep. Great log timing from Pandora. This player.
So far, this is okay.
Can handle a lot. Oh, there's a dash from Minor. Some extra push. Always has to be careful.
Yep.
It is wrist spam for a reason.
That Ice Spirit is so useful. Like when you're just barely going to lose a fight and your opponent might do a tick of damage, he's so good at just having that ready.
There's a spirit in every single deck now. Does it create some difference? Oh, no mortar here. The Ram.
Oh.
Iced up. Has to charge up again.
He's got it.
Oh! Bumps into it.
Huge. A little bit of damage on that left. You can see that Yakitori is trying to spam that left side a little bit. What in the world?
Yeah, the bandit just goes straight too. Has to drop down that mini P.E.K.K.A now.
A Minor did a little bit of extra damage here.
Mortar. Okay, Ice Spirit.
Oh, the timing has to be so good. This push has to happen. For blue, the lightning is going to clean up what's in front, but I don't know there's enough time.
Oh, Yakitori!
Oh.
The Archer, okay, mortar just in place. And that's enough for Pandora for a clean sweep.
Did it again. Wow. Unbelievable. Absolutely insane. To do 2 3-0s in one day? What?
I think Hinomaru, okay. I think they have to talk about the price sharing between them. Might give a little bit more towards the player. Oh man.
How do you stop this guy?
They're in the finals now.
Insane.
Maybe Team Expo.
Maybe. Maybe they can do it.
Yeah, but that's it for the run for Samurai Blue, man.
Yep.
Actually, KK's team
Third
going
place.
down.
Yeah. Tough to see him go out, but I mean, what are you going to do against this guy? Pandora's just absolutely smoking people right now. He's unbelievable. There's just no give in this guy. He plays so meticulous. Every move is so well thought out.
Using nothing extra, just enough to clean things up. And just dropping Valkyrie right in the middle to get the damage to all three.
Yeah, so many great timings and placements of those Valkyries, like you're saying. Even with all these lightnings being really annoying, he's still able to hold on.
Yeah, this charge did hurt. A little bit. Not ready in trade with the Minor, some extra damage, and that was it.
And the shift, the tempo shift for the side of Pandora to go to defense with the mortars more than offense was really, really good. Kind of reading that there were going to be long pushes from the Mega Knight, so he's able to pre-prepare for it and then kind of get his defenses in place, and then it opens up that space towards the bridge, right, where he can play his units. So it's really well thought out.
Yeah, exactly. You know, he knew exactly how to deal with the bridge spam. And the Ram Rider got one connection, but oftentimes you need a lot more than that to win. Even the Mega Knight actually jumping onto the tower or something, but never really happened because of that motor placement that we just talked about. Really well handled by Pandora. Let's see if he can actually keep that streak up a little longer this time.
Maybe. I mean, he's only got potentially one more team. Well, he has to do it twice if they're going to do it. So in case you're curious, next match, if Team Expo wins, they are done. If Hinomaru can win, we will go to a match 7. We'll see you guys. Stay tuned. We're going to take another short break here at WCG 2022 Clash Royale. We'll be back shortly. And we're back, everybody, and it is time for potentially our final match of the day. We'll see here at WCG 2022 Rivals Clash Royale, and it's going to be Team Expo versus Hinomaru Red. And if Expo wins, we're done. They are the winners. They get first place.
Exactly.
If Hinomaru wins, then we go to a match 7, another best of 3, to see who is going to take it all.
Yeah, the same team. It'll be like a bracket reset, basically, because they came out from the losers match. That's the advantage, a huge advantage for Team Expo to actually just grab one win and get that first place out of the way. Even if they lose, they get one more chance because they went straight from the winners match. Makes all sense, right?
Are you?
I think we're trying to convince ourselves, right?
Yeah. I mean, you got to be like that guy who's got all the pins with the string tied to it.
Yeah,
like
we need some Bill Nye the Science Guy tactic.
Bill
here.
Nye the Science Guy. There you go. I like that too.
Oh, Expo Master in 2v2 with Line.
Let's go. Let's
Rad,
what we want to see.
Rad and GRIKO from Hinomaru Red. All right.
Now, of course, they've already faced once, these two teams. So far today, Expo Master and Line have been undefeated in 2v2s.
Oh, that's right.
They're insane. They haven't lost. Then Hinomaru actually won the King of the Hill, but then it was Expo who came back. It was Sandbox in the duel, right?
I think so, yes.
And they won that 2-1. So it's very, very close. Basically, like every single, except for the 2v2, went to like max games. So kind of expected again here. It's just a matter of if Hinomaru can like push themselves further forward.
Yeah, let's see what the deal is. As Expo team, they had been watching the previous 2 matches from the losers, and they've got some more tactics though. Yeah, Pandora has been using a lot more decks now, so a lot of that is revealed. Of course, he's going to have a lot more in his pockets for sure, as this player has a lot of experience, but that's some extra information that Team Expo has because they took the lead in the winners match.
Exactly. And again, usually for these types of events, players will really prepare like a certain amount of decks and really practice the heck out of them to make sure they're really well drilled, really well focused on those. So it's hard to be like, oh yeah, well I play this really weird deck. You know,
it's really hard.
You can't pull that out. It's really difficult.
On the ladder, you play against so many players with weird decks, but you just have to get used to all of it. And eventually, you also have to play it. Okay, you have a better understanding of how to defend against it once you play it. That's always a thing, and not just in Clash Royale. It's actually a pretty good tool for any type of tactics or any type of games that you should always. If you want to learn about what enemy's going to do, you should also play it so you have a better understanding. I think that comes down to every single player here, and because they have so much rich history of all these decks. Yeah,
so many years.
Too hard.
I mean, you think about it now at this point. I mean, 6 years, 7 years. You know that they've been playing against each other.
Going down to at least 6 or more. If you talk about all the way to
2017, right?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, here we go. It is going to be Team Expo versus Hinomaru Red, and it is going to be Expo on top, Hino on the bottom. Expo Master Line versus Rad and GRIKO. Last time it was all Expo all the time, in the 2v2 at least. See if they can do it again. As that bomber succumbs to the tower, and we continue to wait.
Yeah, the bomber we did see. Maybe that's a hint that they're running the same deck from the very first game that we saw. This tournament from Expo, Team Expo. Oh, Magic Archer got one.
Oh, just the one.
And the golden. Dropped to get rid of that. So with what? Yeah, might be seeing some more air. Ooh, Electro Giant all the way in the back.
Bringing that out again. Saw that as kind of a important tool for Team Expo at times. Let's see if they can make it work. It is, of course, Giant Skeleton for Hinomaru. Let's see what they're going to want to follow it up with. That Magic Archer not able to get any of his shots to connect as the Electro Giant makes life a living nightmare for everyone in his wake.
Tornado and Log.
There's a lot used there. And I like the way that Expo immediately reloads. They're like, we know you just committed a lot of resources to that. We're going to go for another one.
Yeah, that Tornado was good, but Log maybe? You want to...
Little much.
Yeah, do at least the damage onto the tower with the lock. And there's an Inferno. It's always weird how it locks up to the top of that Inferno Giant. It is what it is.
That is really strange, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the mirror.
Maybe?
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, going all the way back into the drill.
We had to fast forward in time a little bit there.
And the poison not activated King Tower, getting the Magic Archer. Nicely done from Hinomaru duo.
Let's see if Expo can get a big hit lined up here. That's a good one for that Magic Archer. They finally take him out with the spell, but he got a couple big hits in. Flying Machine now coming through. They have to use the rocket on all of that to make sure that it doesn't get in.
Not bad, though. They
Yeah.
don't have a Fireball. They only have the poison, and you do want to save it for later, maybe. So, actually, well spent there. So, they're going to keep it up with the rocket. Now, Expo Master in line. They know that is available. Double Giant Skeleton load up. Oh, and a mirror on the right.
Yeah, they're going to mirror it, see if they can get through. It's an Inferno Tower, though, right away. Is there any response here?
Yeah,
Nope.
no lightning.
Nothing.
Not yet, at least.
Not yet. They've been using lightning a lot, so you kind of suspect that they're saving one.
Yeah, indeed. But you never know, it might not be lightning this time. There's a Flying Machine that Hinomaru might having a hard time to deal with. The rocket this time. And that Flying Machine just doing so much damage, so it has to drop that Magic Archer.
Still getting hits onto that Magic Archer.
Too much value.
Absolutely right. That was a ton of value now, as that Magic Archer is continuing to wreak havoc. Oh, that tornado could be really, really good. It's just not quite at the right angle. There it goes. Now it's locked on. Now it's doing some damage.
Third shot in. Down to 3 digits. Oh, even more! 2 more shots from the Magic Archer.
Oh, and a poison and a rocket. That's
that
it.
Is...
Wow.
You just
wow.
Let one Magic Archer go and a couple more shots. We thought it was just 3. Okay, that's pretty bad. 3 shots in. Okay, that's pretty bad, but 2 more after. I also think that Team Expo thought, okay, that's okay. We took that shot. Let's build up and maybe go for another giant push with the Electric Giant, but it's 2 more.
It's like letting one weed go in your lawn. Like you missed one weed, and then all of a sudden you have a bunch because they're just all over the place. It's just crazy the way that they're able to make this work. And that's the first time that Expo Master and Line have lost.
Oh, that is true.
A 2v2, yeah.
Maybe things will start to shift from now on. Yeah, drill again, not really having the most impact. And that tornado though. So here they connect 3 shots.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the push from
just going absolutely crazy. And then all you need is the spells.
It wasn't even intended from either side. It was just
things happen in 2v2, man.
Oh man, Phoenix is making those small little movements for Magic Archer. It's hard. It's very hard. You can't really predict sometimes.
Right.
And sometimes it works out for you. Sometimes it works out for the opponent.
That's the way it goes.
This is what it is.
I love there as well that Hinomaru had like a ton of damage left in the bag for spells. Like Goblin Drill, they have Poison, they have Rocket. I mean, they have all this stuff to like, once they get you close enough, they can just end the game. And they know it. And a great use of Rocket early to make sure that they cleared out a push.
Oh, the
Got
Flying Machine?
A ton of value out of that.
That was actually pretty good, pretty decent. They don't have a Fireball, the best unit to, the best spell to go against the Flying Machine, but sometimes you just have to bring down the Rocket.
Yep. And I think they got something else with it too, maybe a Phoenix, but
yeah,
I
there
can't
was
remember.
another crossing the bridge. Yeah, so it was totally worth it.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty good coming out from Hinomaru and
Well,
Team Expo.
Maybe they're just gonna push us to a match number 8.
Here's what I'm feeling. Oh, match 8? What are you talking about?
Match 7. Match 7.
I'm like, match 8?
Yeah, we gotta play extra.
I know it's been a long day, man.
Yep.
But Expo, I'm thinking, okay, they might actually bring something crazy now because they lost one.
I think they're gonna try something pretty unorthodox here. If you know, they've changed decks every time. Basically, that was the first time we've really seen them kind of try the same thing.
Yeah, I think we're ready for some Tabasco sauce here.
I'd like to see it.
Extra special edition.
Let's see what they're gonna do. They're both being pretty patient here. You know, you really don't want to give away your strategy early.
Of course not. Just the log.
Just the logs, yeah. Logs, skeleton.
Logs are fine.
Ice spirit.
Logs are fine.
Yeah, everybody has log in 2v2. You're not shocking anyone with a log.
For sure. Oh, skeleton.
Yeah, looking pretty similar.
Oh, the magic archer.
There it is. 1,
right there.
2, 3, 4. Goodness.
Massive lead already. Oh, okay, that's in poison range.
Yep.
I thought he was almost out of that range.
It looked like he might have been. I mean, right now, Hinomaru's got the read. An Inferno Tower. There was no response to the Inferno Tower last time. It's a Goblin Drill, so pretty similar overall kind of meta ideas.
2292. Was that only from the magic archer?
Mostly.
That was
there was a poison as well.
Okay, poison, of course. That's a huge lead. With a less than 700 lead for Hinomaru. Let's see how quick they can actually push. Yeah, this Prince was going to help that giant skeleton. Oh, a monk.
Oh, okay.
But no projectiles. So wanted to reduce some damage, but that is it.
Oof. All right, they're gonna load up for another hit here, but that giant skeleton just makes it so difficult to get across that bridge. The drill doesn't really do much in the bottom left. So far, Team Expo has been completely stymied.
Still, it is indeed very early. Now it's 40 seconds, so tornado pretty good. And the dash! I think it went into the power. Magic Archer trying to do what he can.
They got to deal with this Magic Archer. Finally, they're going to get their own, but it's just out of range of the Princess Tower. They drill in, but they can't break through.
And there's an Executioner who'll be pairing up with some wonderful tornadoes on both sides. There's one.
Pretty clean.
Yeah, so far.
But it's just deja vu here. Prince trying to get over the bridge. Yeah, there's an Inferno Tower, so you burn through a little bit of that.
And switch onto the right side with a drill.
Okay. Oh, drill on the left. And a tornado in there as well, trying to get these.
Oh, the dash!
Oh, the dash is so good.
Beautiful!
Oh, no. I think that's it.
And with the poison, with extra source of spell.
Is the rocket coming?
Team Hinomaru steals the 2v2.
All right, they've got it. They finally have found the secret to defeating the Expo 2v2, and they make them look pretty good. They make themselves look pretty good, I should say. Really good job by them. Just ran the same the same deck 2 times in a row and just beat them with it. Just straight up outplayed them.
Just like super solid defense. Some more getting away with the Magic Archer to begin with. I think that was really a huge moment. Yeah,
yes.
Just literally just lining up. Okay, we can just shoot Magic Archer down right there. Just get an early lead.
Oh, it's so smart. Their Magic Archer placement was much better. It's much more efficient. You know, there was no response, you know, from the side of Expo. There's no fireball. There's no nothing to deal with that Archer. There's nothing to deal with the Inferno Tower again. It was clearly that, you know, Expo didn't expect that it was going to be the same deck again. I think they expected something a little bit different.
I think you're right, yeah. The drills, again, the double drill coming down for both teams, but with different combination. And the Monk not really helping out too much. Yeah, that dash created, the maximum dash created with the tornado, just better use of the spell.
So good. They've been really good at using that today, so at least in this match.
Yeah, beautiful.
So now if Hinomaru wins the King of the Hill, we go to match 7, not match 8, match 7. I've got it figured out now. Now I remember where I'm at. And then that's just a reset, like you said. You know, you play again and just do
another
it all
best
over.
of 3
Yep.
if we go there. But of course, King of the Hill can be another story. Can be different for Team Expo. If they win it, we can go to the ace match. But we need to win it now. or else we get that match number 7. And of course, still a very strong lineup from Expo, or Team Expo. So hard. Sandbox, Expo Master, Line. Big names, big names. So Sandbox up first again, if I can recall correctly. I think Sandbox has been the first player.
I believe that they've, yes, but they've flipped Expo Master in Line.
Oh, yes.
A couple times. But I think, yeah, I think it's really important here for Sandbox that he defeats Pandora. Just knock out that unbelievable player who's been just dominating the King of the Hill today. Get him out of the way, and then see what you can do from there.
If you can.
if you can. Yeah, he's amazing.
Yeah, and there's a lot of decks, and I'm surprised that Line was already using that Rage. Maybe
I love that.
Pull some crazy things out, and that's the thing. And Sandbox, of course, has been hit or miss here and there, but he's up against one of the biggest mountains challenge. That's Pandora right now on the bottom.
All right, let's see what they are both going to throw at each other this time. Already have played each other quite a few times today. I think 4 games total. This is the 5th. Just some bats. Nothing to write home about. Zap. Still nothing to write home about. All right, the wall breakers come through now.
The wall bees.
Yep, and there's the Goblin Cage to absorb that. Prince. Let's go.
Prince with the wall breakers. Really good tool against
kind of
Cage.
Giant deck?
Huh? Yeah, Pandora, you can still have a lot out. Oh, this Prince actually, the tower.
Oh no.
Hits!
A lot. Lightning to clean up the Archer Queen, but not worth here for Pandora so far.
Yeah, it's looking real tough.
Oh, just like a minor. Oh yeah, minor Prince, sure.
Yeah, Sandbox will try to just cycle with the wall breakers. And maybe even try to rotate in the middle.
Getting ahead of it with the Goblin Cage. But it's going to be the Archer Queen, Queen Archer. Our Lady with the crossbow. That goes sneaky. Wallbreaker's on the left. Nothing to stop it. Finally, the tornado just in time.
Yeah, of course, Pandora had it. But I think he's fine with the tornado. Maybe he wanted to hold on. He wanted to hold on to that lightning to the key point. There's the baby dragon just looking for that final graveyard to pair it up at a perfect time.
I don't know if he's gonna get to it.
Oh, Golem! All right.
Has to go for something
with the
big.
lightning. Goes all the way.
Mega Knight. Interesting stuff here from the side of Sandbox. Sitting on some pretty important cards. The arrows are out, the tornado is in. Golemite's gonna come in, start doing a little bit of damage. There isn't much help here for Sandbox behind it. Finally, gonna get the Archer Queen in behind all of this and clean that up, but it was close.
Yeah, Golem right on the bridge. Didn't really make it this time, but once we go into overtime. Might be quite different of a story for Pandora.
Yeah.
Finally bringing something heavy, but there's a Prince. Pretty good tool.
Yeah, wall breakers on the right. Gonna force out the barrel. Still though, the Golemites are getting through every time. They're just, they're not chipping enough
Tornado?
quite yet. Yeah.
The splash is actually really good.
Ooh.
Well timed for Pandora.
Oh,
The
this
Phoenix
is not good.
back in game.
Had to use a Prince in there to keep his towers healthy. Not going so good for Sandbox.
Oh, there's the lightning.
Beautiful. Oh, he's just got nothing now. It's over.
Yeah, that is it with another lightning. Don't even need it. And Pandora, what a huge push.
He's unstoppable. He's just dominating everybody today.
Yeah, it's ready for ball breakers left and right all the time with that bar barrel.
Yep.
And of course, with that tornado, we had to think about the golem potential. But because Pandora never really used this heavy of a deck, I was almost full.
Yeah, for a moment there, I was like, okay, well, maybe he's going to try the But then the lightning came out, and I was kind of like, wait a minute.
Yes. Sure, with the Phoenix. Actually, have it written right there. Kind of fooled myself. And with the Baby Dragon, the splash was too good. The tornado, boom. Arrow, not really the best spell against what's coming down against him.
Just desperation. I mean, look, he had to drop a Prince in here to try to absorb some damage. And it's just like double Phoenix on a Baby Dragon. Yeah, good luck. Plus, he's got enough for a Lightning on top. I mean, it's just insane. What do you do against that?
Phoenix, and there's Phoenix number 2. It didn't pop. Oh, there it is. And Pandora. That's how many in a row? 4 in a row now?
A lot. 4, yeah, 4 in a row. Like total, he's won like 5 today.
I think that's like close to 90% win.
No, he's got 7, 8 today. I think he's
8 out of 9.
Yeah.
8 out of 9.
Close to 90%. You're right. Yeah. It's absolutely nuts the way he's playing these King Islands. He's just ridiculous.
Yeah, just knowing that it's literally just best of ones of 9 games. That's an amazing win rate for a player. And against all these players, each name they stand out for themselves.
Yes. This is really difficult competition.
It is.
Top to bottom that he's beating. And he's making it look pretty easy sometimes. He's really good. He's really on form today.
It's almost as if he's trying to put out a showcase. Okay, I can even play Golem. I can play whatever deck and just make it work.
Yep.
That's what's been amazing to watch from this player.
Well, let's see if he can do it again and take Expo Master down. I think Line was the one who beat him last time. And the Spear Gobos.
Yeah, I think he caught him with the Rage.
Yeah. They get arrowed. They'll try to miner bats, but it's a flying machine here, so that'll clean up the bats. Still gonna get some chip damage. More wall breakers.
Yeah, good cycles. A lot of wall breakers coming down from Team Expo. Yeah, with the Mighty Miner. You can still go a little bit heavier even if you have wall breakers, Mighty Miner.
Miner, though, able to keep the Mighty Miner busy enough, but trying to spam. Yeah, here come the Dragons.
Yeah, the skills. Okay, we're back on air for Pandora.
Yep.
We're about to see that big body floating in the air.
Yeah, the lava definitely felt like it was coming, especially after you saw the Skeleton Dragons.
Yeah,
like,
Flying Machine, Tombstone, you pretty much have it.
At that point, you definitely highly suspect it, yeah.
Oh, we've seen some weird decks out there with no lava, though. And Pandora
it happens, yeah, sometimes.
It might have something else for us. Because he spoiled us with the type of thing that he's playing. A little too good.
All right, another miner here from Expo Master in the back. Read well enough by the Skeleton Dragons. Wall breakers on the right, so Expo Master just keeping the heat on. Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah, those are just going to strike.
Going to eat that up, and lava all the way in the back. Have to gather all that 7, all the way up to top.
And Pandora's got to find his moment, and looks like he's found it. It's going to be tough. We haven't seen much air defense. I mean, just Spear Goblins and the Bats.
Yeah, great prediction there from Expo Master, getting that miner in for the Mighty Miner. Yeah, but that Tombstone in the way. Now the Flying Machine. Fireball's out.
Has to let that damage come through. Oh my god, that left tower is super weak. He's got a Mighty Miner there, but everything else is just rocking and rolling. Finally, a Fireball cleans up most of it, but a ton of damage.
Yeah, it took already too much damage, and that's 278. The bottom right, a lot more work to be done for Expo Master. Can he do it in 16 seconds?
No,
yeah, you can't finish it with 2 arrows. You need a 3rd arrow. But Pandora's got Miner. Just has to push.
Again, there's just not a lot of air defense for Expo Master. That cannon, that's just buying time. That's all he get out of that. I think this is done.
Yeah, the splash from the Skeleton Dragons finish off, even though the Miner was actually caught from Expo Master. There's a lot of splash from the air. There's a lot of attack. Force coming down. It was just unstoppable, and Pandora 2-0, man. About to.
I think he's gonna just do it again. I mean,
he's on a match point and about to look for that bracket reset.
Yeah, really exciting stuff here for him. I mean, again, these Lava Hound decks are often just completely unaccounted for today. It's like people forgot they existed, and they're just like, no, air defense, no nothing. They're just, trying to break through with the wall breakers and stuff, but then, well, you got bats and a fireball and spear goblins, and that ain't great.
Yeah, it's basically a fireball fate.
Yes.
In a way. He does have a fireball, but it's going to catch all the dragons in the air, and also has to worry about the lava.
And the puffs, and yeah.
And usually the quick cycle decks with the miner like that doesn't really have a good answer against all these air units.
Right.
So I think that's exactly where Pandora's wins, right? Knew that Expo Master would bring something light again in cycle, and work perfectly. And that's a type of deck choices that he's been doing so far, really the right deck towards the right player, understanding the type of play style that the opponent's going to have. So maybe he can do the same against Lion, but Lion had some
Lion was the one who beat him.
unpredictable spells, for sure.
But Lion has to run the table now, just to send it to the duel. He's got to win 3 in a row himself, which he's very capable of course, but hard to say. We'll see. I mean, Pandora's been nuts, so what other adjectives can we use? He's amazing. He's incredible.
Yeah, unless someone opens that box of Pandora.
Yep. I think it's already open.
Yeah, maybe we felt a little too much.
Maybe it's already open, man. I don't know.
Who opened it, man?
He's angry today. He's just destroying teams.
Yeah, at this level, it's actually incredible what he's able to do so far.
Right. No, it's actually just amazing. Okay, here we go. Line trying to keep this from going to a match 7 to keep his team's hopes alive. Pandora just wants to get that reset going as quickly as possible. Hinomaru Red versus Expo. And it is match point. It's Cannon versus Mortar. Cannon wins. Ooh, here comes the Hog Rider, so we're going to try something a little bit different. Bomber, and well, that activates the King Tower too. So, from bad to worse for Team Expo.
Yeah, win-win for Pandora.
Yep.
And the Golden Knight. Dash, dash, dash. Pandora quite happy about how things are going so far. Yeah, GRIKO and Rad might be screaming on the back saying, go team.
Absolutely. We don't even want to play.
Ooh,
EQ, yeah.
Yeah. Pandora knew that. It was a Hog Rider. Doesn't care.
Ooh. It's his turn for the Electro
Rage?
Giant. Oh my god, the Rage. Oh god.
That.
Had to use it to save his own bacon. To line with the Rage. He's really favoring that spell today.
Yeah, the Musketeer Rage. Yeah. Does a ton of damage if you just leave her. And here comes the Golden Knight again. Pandora was willing to soak up. I thought he was able to do a lot more damage on the left, but the Rage just keeping all the towers full health. And the Phoenix down.
Put the dash in there as well to make sure that it survives. A lightning. Miner's getting dealt with on the left, on the right, the Hog Rider. Is not even going to get a hit.
The Rage!
Ooh, got one. Oh.
Okay, Lion's dropping a lot here.
Yep, but he's decently ahead in damage. It's just a matter of can Pandora get the response. EQ coming out here, maybe? Oh, nope, gonna let the Hog Rider deal with it because of the Rage. Puts the Knight in there, still gets one hit. Yeah, and the shots from the Mortar.
And that's huge. A second shot from the Mortar, that's very close to be, does a couple more from EQ.
This hit has to work here. The Mortar in defense, yeah.
Pretty huge push. Raging up the Princess Tower. And also some speed. Here comes another push from Pandora. EQ defense. EQ.
Yeah, that at least.
Oh, the Electro Giant's on the tower.
Okay.
Pretty healthy. Phoenix is back. Okay, 2 seconds, but Pandora might turn this.
He's got it, I think.
Oh, that's game.
There's no response. Pandora's done it.
What?
For the 3rd time today, Pandora has run the table in the King of the Hill. 3-0. It's just, I've never seen anything like this. This is just unbelievable. This is absolutely
Line that rage mistake. I
a
think.
performance for the ages. Yeah, something happened there with
Yeah,
Line.
that rage. The Hog already went, and then the rage dropped.
I think he mistimed it.
Next to the bridge. Yeah, that was kind of weird. And then at that moment, yeah, Pandora just said, "Okay, this is my opportunity.
Yeah.
Let's go."
Doors open. Coming
we
on
should get
in.
to see that highlight. That was really weird timing on that rage.
Just absolutely incredible. There is just every time he's able to find a way back in if he goes down. He was looking really good for Line there.
He was.
So this one was raged.
Of course, yeah, that was good, and still got a hit from the Hog and the mortar. The second hit from the mortar, so really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we got to see it. It skipped.
Ah, okay, okay.
Yeah. There's no building and a defensive EQ. We know what's happening. That's just desperation.
There's just nothing left for him to do. He doesn't have the DPS. I mean, he has to keep him from getting to the tower. Because once that Electro Giant's on the tower, it's game over. And well done once again. I mean, what can you say? But
oh, zeros for Team Expo.
Wow. And now they go to. I mean, they got here. They beat Hinomaru before this. Now they go into that match 7, another best of 3, and it's a reset. It's just whoever wins that wins.
Yeah, winner never really lost. So we said it before. If you lose twice, you're knocked out. So
right.
That's one loss both sides. So that's gonna be the real grand finals now.
Yes. Now we actually have a real grand finals. No question about it. And we're going to have to take a break before we get there, guys, so stay tuned. We got a great one coming up. It's the rematch here between Expo and Hinomaru. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more WCG. Welcome back, everybody, to WCG 2022 Rivals Clash Royale, and we are on our final match of the day. No matter what, it ends here. It's Team Expo versus Hinomaru Red. G-Clef, I can't believe we've gotten here, but Pandora's just been unbelievable today. Unworldly.
Just nuts. Is it going to be Korea or is it going to be Japan? Still don't know exactly who it's going to be. Hey, Team Expo might just kick it after that devastating loss that they just had. 2-0, 3-0, no wins whatsoever. After they came up from the winner's match, at least there's the grace. The bracket reset. Now they can sweep it off and do it again against the same team. Maybe they can do it, but they seem a little bit too strong for Hinomaru right now.
Yeah, it seems like these two teams are decently evenly matched until that last one, and then I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Like, Hinomaru might have figured him out here. Just getting in the groove of things. Just now they've got their 2v2 figured out. It's playing very good. They won that 2-0 like you mentioned, and then Pandora's just he's winning everything he touches. So it's been an exciting one, a really fun one. Now it's time to find out who's going to get first place, who's going to get second place. As we roll on here, again, it's just another best of 3. It's the same thing we've been doing all day. Friendly reminders, right? We have our event. I don't know if the event 2 is still going or not. Exclamation point event 2.
Maybe it does.
Maybe try it, just see if it's going. You can win a backpack. It's super sweet. Event 1's already done, but if you do exclamation point event 2 in chat, you can get the link for that. And then our other thing that you want to make sure you check out is exclamation point WCG. And that is a link to our open tournament for Clash Royale for WCG. Yeah.
You might be going against me.
Yeah. He's going to play. I convinced him to do it during the break. Yeah. I was like, hey.
I'm going to do it. And
it's like, G-Clef, you got to play.
Go for the win.
Yeah.
Of course.
But anybody can play. You got to do it.
Anyone.
All right. We're getting right into it. It is the 2v2. The finals begin. Expo versus Hinomaru Red. And it is Expo Master in line once again versus Rad and GRIKO for the 2v2. Last time it was all Rad and GRIKO, and they just ran the same thing. They played stock standard, and they played it great.
Expo Master and line. They want the revenge, and it comes with the minor minions to start things off. Okay, Tornado has been, giving some benefits towards the team, sometimes not, especially when we talk about magic archers. Giant skeleton in the way.
Looks like something similar. And this time an Inferno Tower from Expo. I like the change. I like the idea here. Let's see if it's able to be dealt with by Hinomaru. See if they can find anything. A monk again this time, but as we've seen, there isn't much that Hinomaru likes to run that the monk is particularly great against.
Yeah, just providing some knocks. Yeah, from the monk, you don't really want to use the ability unless there's like a huge spell coming down on him or some projectiles that you can see. It's gonna cycle and there's the Lava Hound coming down all the way back from Team Expo. Just another giant skeleton all the way in from the bottom. Let's see, the Prince, it has to be logged or else it was gonna just splash into the tower and the giant skeleton. Brilliant. Inferno!
Yep, Lightning, though, at least resets it momentarily, and the Miner in there as well. A great response here from Expo. Finally finding something to deal with that Inferno Tower.
And Executioner. Also pretty handy against all the pubs. Don't even need the Tornado. Just a couple of scratches, that's it.
That's not bad at all. If you can make a push here, or,
Yeah, might as well just use the offensive Tornado instead. There's a Monk.
Oh, look at that Dark Prince placement. That absorbed a lot from that Inferno Tower.
It did.
But was it enough? Doesn't work.
And the Monk bought a good amount of time with the ability, too.
And they got some damage with that drill while all that was going on. So that was a pretty good setup there for Hinomaru.
And a tap with Lightning. So Expo, they do have, Team Expo, they have 2 tools to stop that Inferno Tower if that comes down at the bottom.
Oh, they placed it a bit further forward this time, keeping their tower out of the lightning range.
First lightning hits onto the other targets, so the Magic Archer is actually alive. Well, not for long.
He did his job, though.
Yeah, that's enough. Got a lot of pops out. And the Eggies is gone.
That'll do, Archer. That'll do.
And offensive poison from Hinomaru. Trying to go against all the targets next to the drill.
Big push coming. Going to need a response. That Executioner should be pretty useful, able to put that Archer on the side.
Yeah, Miner sniping down that Magic Archer in the middle. Gonna help a lot. Fireball coming down.
It's okay though.
Yeah, doesn't kill the Executioner, but some damage into the tower too. Chipped in. Team Expo.
Oh, the dash is so good.
That hurts. And the Goblins.
Oh boy, lots of damage being done. There it is, the rocket.
And just slips off.
They're incredible. They're absolutely incredible.
It hurts to watch because it's so good.
It hurts so good.
1 second you slip, you blink, and you miss it, and there's a dash. And it's not just a dash. Whenever that big dash connects,
yeah,
it's a lot of extra source and damage connecting to it. So I thought because of extra zap coming down from Team Expo, I thought they were a lot more available, but it was actually the other way.
I thought so too. I thought Expo had a good read on how to counter what Hinomaru was doing, but it kind of fell apart in the chaos in the mid game. They weren't able to really kind of get the same ideas going against the Inferno Tower, and the spacing of the Inferno Tower, the change-up was also really good. Again, placement's so important with things like that. Yeah, those dashes absolutely brutal. The drill in there as well.
Yeah, onto the Monk, Lumberjack, and the tower.
And then that's all you need. It's that rocket.
Yeah.
They're just now like, we're just gonna run this deck into infinity.
You have an answer against it. What's a pretty good solution? Let's say.
I mean, what hasn't worked?
Freeze? Oh, like Graveyard Freeze?
Graveyard Freeze? Yeah. I could actually see that working.
Really, yeah.
I think Graveyard's maybe a little bit better.
Maybe
here.
Graveyard Double Freeze or something. Yeah, one freeze might not even be enough.
I think Graveyard's about the only thing that Expo hasn't tried.
Yeah, Graveyard.
They've done Electro Giant.
They haven't tried Expo. As a team, they have to come up with the team spirit. That's the thing.
True. I wouldn't mind to see them try it here. Why not?
Giant, of course. Yeah.
I don't think it will work very well, but.
Or some Electro Giants that they have tried, I think.
They tried it, didn't work. Lava doesn't work. Doing the same thing doesn't work.
Mirror, mirror.
On the wall.
Yeah, Fire Spirit. And the Golden Knight. Pretty key card for Hinomaru.
They found so many good timings with it. The way that they found good dashes.
Oh, Magic Archer! Instant fireball.
Good fireball. Good fireball.
At least they had it in their hand.
Yes. Good change up in spells here for Expo. Things like that can make the difference.
Oh yes, once they stack up, but it was just really one hit. Not too terrible. Here's the Inferno Tower. Still too early to burn that anything like lightning or the zap onto it.
Yeah, no need. You're just looking for a little extra chip damage. Seeing if you can get those slight edges. Inferno Tower in response. It's going to be the answer here. The drill.
Yeah, Team Expo, they want to switch sides. Just to kind of match up the HP, the tower.
Ooh. All right. Well thought out here by Hinomaru. Only taking a little bit of damage there.
The Fire Spirit
will do damage if it's not accounted for. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe rather than GRIKO, they already used that Fire Spirit on their own. So you can actually drop it at a perfect time and actually get it down before taking damage.
Let's see. They're going to use their own Giant Skelly.
Okay, drag. Golden Knight. Pretty good dash onto them.
Keeping everything.
And connection to the tower.
Yep. Nice dash. Here comes the Archer as well. It's connecting into the tower. Ooh, finally, the Phoenix changes directions.
Close to the tower with the bomb.
Got it.
9-1-3.
Oh, Hinomaru. It may be the end. They figured you out. They brought a fireball. You're going to rock it, get a lot of value out of it for sure.
Oh!
Oh, missed the Dark Prince.
A little too fast. You have to block that dash. Yeah, but this rocket's good. Down. Yeah, within the lethal of next rocket.
So they got to make a crazy fast push. Can they get it done? Have to use an Inferno Tower. Try to burn this down. Yeah, there goes the drill.
Yeah, drill, and don't even need the rocket. Tornado. Long fireball will also do it. But you can't stop the rocket anyhow unless you have the Monk.
Yep, should be coming any moment now.
Yeah, so Hinomaru dropping everything that they can. Ah, well defended. And there's that 6 elixirs. Boom, there it goes. Win for Expo. Team Expo, finally, after losing all those sets.
Yeah, they've got a much better read on that situation. They're kind of, again, this time they bring their own Inferno Tower. There's a Fireball. There's all these things that they kind of need to make sure that they're keeping things in check. Again, identifying the problems of particularly the Magic Archers. And they're able to really do a good job of neutralizing that threat.
Yeah, that Giant Skeleton getting too close.
Yep.
Way too close to the tower. Boom, that's 1,000 gone.
And this one just barely misses that Giant Prince.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. Projectile speed on that rocket a little too slow. And on the other hand, this one perfectly on the tower and the Prince.
Just the goblins on the rockets. The Doctor Strangelove reference just is humorous to me.
Yeah, it's going to town. Plus 400 damage every single time, so
it's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. Still pretty good. That's the thing. And if you have that many rockets, if you can hit the tower with anything else, with more than 2-3 elixirs, I think it's always good. Especially in 2v2, because you have a lot of room to save up your defensive elixirs like that. And this time, again, whoever connects with the Golden Knight seems to be just winning the game.
Yeah.
That's one small window, but opens up a big opportunity.
Yeah, because it gets in there, it hits it. It's usually tanking some damage for you as well, so you can follow it up.
Sometimes it locks onto the Princess Tower, allows the other goblins from the drills to actually attack onto it with the Golden Knight. So yeah, it's a good opportunity if you have the right timing for it.
Yeah, so looking really good. Is there going to be any big changes from either side? Are they going to try something crazy? I wouldn't be surprised if we just see the same 2 decks rolled again here by the 2 of them, just because, you know, you can see that both sides are pretty comfortable just making changes, making adjustments, placements, timings, all these things matter.
Yeah, that's right. And it has been mostly about the tornado usage, just getting the right distance for the dash to connect to the tower. And this time was just better for Team Expo. And on the previous game, it was actually one better for Team Hinomaru. So we'll see. It might actually keep the same. Haven't we seen Royal Giant kind of out of fashion?
Yeah, not
matches?
in 2v2. Yeah, not in 2v2.
Not as much. We've seen a few in the middle, but actually that costed a lot of teams actually lose that 2v2.
Yeah, it's tricky. It worked the one time, but other than that, it's been a little bit difficult. So it can work, of course, but you got to make sure that you're, you know, thinking it through properly. Because the Royal Giant's tricky. It's a really finicky unit. It's tough to make it do what you want it to do sometimes.
Yeah. And here's the final game of 2v2. Let's see which decks they actually brought. Team Expo. Team Hinomaru representing Japan. Team Expo representing Korea.
I think we're getting the same thing.
Giant Skellies. Or maybe some more air units on top along with that Phoenix. Oh, both actually relying heavy on the Magic Archer.
There's been no spell from the side of Hinomaru to deal with that Magic Archer. So Expo is going to be able to load up pretty nicely. Yes, the Inferno Tower's there. Goblin Drill on the bottom right. And that's going to be dealt with by the Golden Knight. So maybe a little bit of damage from the Magic Archer. Nope, they're going to use the dash to make sure that does not happen. Very nicely handled by the side of Hinomaru there to avoid any unnecessary Magic Archer damage. Here comes another drill.
And the rocket.
Oh, it's good. Gets the Golden Knight.
We well handled there. Can they continue this rhythm?
We'll see. A couple drills now from Hinomaru. Just a Dark Prince in there to deal with it. Oh, the log is so well timed by Expo. Clears out everything. both drills popped at about the same time, and the log was right there to clean up the goblins.
Yeah, Hinomaru is still... They're both not that far off, about the same. Less than... Yeah, just 5 HP difference on the right side. And there's Bush with the Dark Prince pushing the Giant Skeleton. Says no way with that Magic Archer angle.
Again, you have this Magic Archer to deal with. Ooh, the dash gets in there.
Yeah, the dashing dash. The Archer's down.
Dark Prince, great counter. Both teams having pretty good reads on each other this time. Here comes the Rocket, trying to cover things, trying to get it in. Ooh, I think that was just a little bit too late on that tornado.
I think also caught that Magic Archer in, so might be worth, might not be.
It wasn't bad.
Okay.
It could have been better.
Yeah, but both sides not really having the big hit. Going overtime.
just dash every time, bro.
Sudden death.
Yeah. They're gonna use a rocket of their own.
Okay. Chunking in some more. The Magic Archer not really hitting the target. Great tornado though.
You're just like you're like heavy breathing every time those Magic Archers start firing.
Here's a pretty good tornado. Hinomaru.
You know, we haven't seen a Magic Archer yet for the side of Hinomaru.
And now from the bottom, yeah.
There it is.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
It's connecting. Third shot, a fourth.
Huge, huge.
And the Rocket Plus.
Now they can spell it down. They've got it.
Okay, Expo, they have to run it now. Destroying everything but the second rocket comes in time. And that is Hinomaru taking lead with the 2v2. You called it. We haven't seen that Magic Archer until the moment it was put down.
Perfect. I love the way that they basically lull you into a false sense of security here. Like, all of a sudden I realized it. I'm like,
yeah, maybe they don't
have we seen a Magic Archer?
Maybe
Yeah, maybe they didn't bring it. Maybe they brought something else. Maybe they brought a Fireball. I don't know. No, they did not. It was so smart.
Yes, they did.
So good. I mean, it's just great, the little micro changes that you see there. That rocket could have been a little bit better, but you know what? You were right. Good enough. Good enough.
Yeah, there was also another thing pulled. I think it was a Magic Archer. Yet, I think this Magic Archer was supposed to connect the tower a couple of shots, but there was just too many things clumped up.
It gets hard. I love the way they wait for this, though. It's just so smart.
And then right here.
Just...
Oh, you line up.
Oh, cool story, bro.
Perfect
Thanks.
Angle.
Yep.
Second, third, fourth. Oh, a third.
Yep.
That's good enough.
And they've got 2 rockets. And there you go. That's it. So good.
Man.
Now they just need Pandora to 3-0 again.
Hinomaru red. If that happens, oh, that's just bad news for Team Expo. Oh, they switch. They swap Lion and Expo Master
Again, yeah.
Sandbox still up first, and it is Pandora and GRIKO Rad. Can't really remember if it was GRIKO first or Rad first because Pandora won all of it. I think it's the same, regardless.
I think so. I think you're right.
Yeah, but King of the Hill. Oh, let's see it.
I think Pandora's just gonna like run at the table again.
It's strong, but you never know. Sandbox might just be able to do it. Maybe Lion, Expo Master, they're all capable. And because it's just best of one, things can certainly happen.
Right.
And
no, absolutely.
Pandora might have played a little too many. Of course, a person can be tired after that many games.
Also true. All right, let's see what he's gonna do this time. Sandbox desperate for a win here. Just absolutely would love it. Oh my goodness.
It's back.
We're going for the graveyard again. Zappy's in there.
Zaps.
Love the way they fan out.
And the Fisherman. Sandbox might be having a tough time breaking through that hut.
It's not gonna be fun.
The big miner all the way from behind. Wants to buy some time because Fisherman... Oh, the Flying Machine.
Yep. There's the Royal Giant, as expected. And it's going to be the Royal Recruits.
It's a little heavier this time.
Yeah, eventually, Mighty Miner able to get in there, but quite a few shots come through.
Yeah, RG. With the recruits, I think.
Oh, that log's so necessary.
And with the Hunter, Sandbox actually has, with the Royal Ghost, and pretty nice tools to deal with against the recruits.
Yep. It's not so easy now. It's definitely going to be a little bit tricky. See though, I mean, this fisherman, you know, he's happy to just pull these goblins around.
Yeah, that'll buy so much time for Sandbox to keep that fisherman alive. If he wants to use it for something else.
If it wasn't such a heavy deck and you could have lightning in here, it'd be really nice, but that ain't gonna happen. All right.
Here are the Royal Hogs.
Yep. Hogs coming through.
Yeah.
Doing a little bit.
There's the Ghost, and there's the Hunter. There are a lot of tools available against those Hogs.
Yep. No, I mean, right now, yeah, it looks like Sandbox has got a really good deck to go up against what Pandora's brought.
Now Pandora has to kind of stack up and make sure something connects. Not just the Hogs, maybe the Miner. Maybe even the Flying Machine, couple of shots. The bottom left, most damaged. 2015 left.
It's kind of the Flying Machine is kind of the wild card here for Pandora.
You can always sneak that in if you place it all the way on the left or the right.
If you can just get it, keep it away from that Hunter, you might be okay.
Yeah, exactly. That's basically the only anti-air that we see from Sandbox. Recruits again. Yeah, but this Hunter, they're gonna be alive for a couple of times.
There you go. That's great placement there.
All the way on the right.
Log has to be used.
That log did like 1,000 damage in total.
That's okay. Even though there's another Hunter there, you're at least able to chip down some extra damage, get a ton of value out of that Flying Machine. Not bad from Pandora. The Royal Ghost is able to be taken care of just barely.
Yeah, had to drop down another Mighty Miner because of that RG on the left.
Ooh.
Great timing by Sandbox.
And then he's able to change lanes, though. The Mighty Miner comes right over, is going to be able to clean out that RG pretty quick.
2 shots, though.
Still, yeah, big hits.
Gets the Flying Machine. Gone with the Hunter shot. But right after that, Hogs running down left and right.
Both sides, both Hogs.
Oh, the damage is actually good. The Hogs are staying alive for quite some time.
It's close.
958.
All right, there's that RG. Immediately, you stack up the Royal Recruits on the left-handed side. Should be able to finish the job. Oh, and the HUD as well. There you go. That's how you avoid the damage.
You just have to spam it. Oh, that log value.
It hurts. It hurts.
Still is Pandora. Still winning this. No, way too much from
top
that's
right.
700. Man, that might just be it.
We'll see. See if he can get the same defense, though. Has to worry about a Royal Ghost. 2 Royal Ghosts in there in the mix. Doesn't have the HUD available. He's going to take shots. He's okay with that, though.
Yeah, but it's a healthy tower.
Yes. He's totally okay with that.
As long as he can defend in time. And there's the lightning. Not really going to change too much. 292.
218. That's it. There's
no
way.
The arrows for the extra damage. Might actually no shots. Connecting with the Flying Machine. Pandora successfully defends against the RG. Sandbox does not make it again. And the streak continues from Pandora.
He's insane.
Scary player.
He's so good. It's just, he always finds those openings. He finds great timings. The Flying Machine, again, the wild card and all of that, with all the spam, you know, he's got good counters to the spam, but the Flying Machine is so annoying. It does so much damage. And like you said, the Hunter, the only thing that can hit the air, so the Hunter's got to be used properly every time. And sometimes you have to use it to deal with the spam, because you don't have any other choice.
Yeah, exactly. There's way too many triple zappies, the recruits, and also the Hogs. And you don't really have a big splash like the Bomber. And Fisherman can only bring one at a time. It takes a whole lot of time to take care of the rest. says, "Okay, I have a lot of body." 4.
It's tough, but yeah, just able to get those hogs through, get the Royal Hogs in, you know, keep the Royal Recruits stored up for the Royal Giant pushes, and then even one time you're able to have the Goblin Hut there to soak up a little bit extra damage, kind of guarantee that you're able to out damage your opponent.
Yeah, Pandora is just holding on to that hut. Okay, if you have an RG, once it crosses, if it goes too far, yeah, let's just use the hut to push it away. And knowing exactly how much damage it would do on the right side, 1708, that's enough.
He read it really well.
And the lightning, I think that was one spell that Sandbox wanted to have to push, to change things a little bit. Didn't really quite work there. Pandora's still on the streak. And you keep up, it's how many games in a row now?
A lot.
Okay, a lot of games. And I think he's past 90% win rate of the day.
Yeah, I think so.
Or at least 90%.
I'm done counting. He's too insane. So let me do. I've got it written down. Hold on. So let's see. 3-0, and then another time.
Got one win.
One win,
loss.
and then one loss.
And then a 3-0.
And then a 3-0.
And then one more.
And he's got 3 3-0s.
So it's 7-8.
9, yeah, 10.
Oh wait, 10.
He's got 11 wins and 1 loss. You're right. He's over 90%. It's absolutely insane.
Actually makes no sense. Hog Rider from line early.
It's okay. Mighty Miner makes short work of that. Now with the Archer Queen, it's actually gonna poison that.
Early poison with the bar barrel. Oh, Pandora might have some heavy deck here.
All right.
Yeah, we're back on Golem.
Looks like it. Baby Dragon.
Pandora, can he actually handle this? Got the Tombstone, but there's the EQ, and the Hog Rider can come down any time and any side, left or right.
He's got okay defense, but not great. Has to use the Ice Wizard at the last second.
Ice Wiz. That's... Yeah, can't really drop down anything else.
Yeah, Pandora's having a bit of a struggle now.
Hey, you know, though, he's still...
It's okay, though. He's playing for 2x time.
Yeah, kind of used to Graveyard. There's always an option.
It could be.
It still pairs up pretty well.
Now that the Tombstone's in there, kind of opens the door to some interesting possibilities.
And Lana has been holding that hog for some time. DQ chip. Again and again. 162 at a time. Onto the Princess Tower.
He's got to stop it. Okay, there you go. So that Ice Wiz available. So far.
Yeah, we'll get one shot off the tower, but that's basically no damage.
You just can't find his opening. This Skeleton Giant's just so annoying to get through.
Miner all the way in the back.
He's got to find a window here, does Pandora. There's that Hog Rider. It's a dead rider.
Nice damage with the poison, actually. Didn't even need to EQ, but nicely done. Pandora having a lot of elixir to the left. Just gonna pop that miner to the left. Not really pressured.
He can't get across the bridge to get the graveyard. If that's what this is, assuming it is. It certainly feels like it at this point. I think he would have tried for the golem. Maybe not, though.
Yeah. Looking for that one big play. As Hog Rider has been kind of hot. As he just using the Tombstone now, but when there...
Still got it.
Yeah, when there's a moment, we'll actually use the Tornado. Oh, might not, because it's already Poison Barrel. Yeah, it is the Graveyard.
Has to go for something. There's the bomb tower in defense.
Yeah, there's a tornado to pulling the archer all to the right.
Didn't do anything. Couldn't get anything out of it.
Oh, one skeleton.
Yeah, one. Okay, here he goes. He's able to load up again, so maybe he's got the pressure onto his side now. That bomb tower, really annoying, but so is the baby dragon.
Yeah, offensive poison coming down from Pandora.
Decent damage. Is it going to be enough? 1 minute left.
Has to step on that pedal a little quicker. Oh, the ice spirit doing damage. EQ.
He's got to find the right timing. Has to wait for that giant skeleton to get out of there. Poison's right on top of it again. No baby dragon to help and tank. So this one not going nearly as well.
Yeah, but the next one with the double baby dragon might help a little more.
Bomb is going to connect to bottom left.
Okay, with the extra poison damage,
maybe
he's catching up. 24 seconds.
That Hog Rider couldn't get through.
Okay, there's the Hog. The poison, EQ coming down. We're ticking. 15 seconds.
Okay, he just needs a few good hits. Oh my god.
Okay, we're.
Oh my god, 10 seconds.
EQ down.
Oh, the poison though as well.
5 seconds poison. Doing a lot more damage. Okay, Pandora has it. Even the tornado, a lot more spell available for him.
Unreal. Just barely, he finds the window to get it done. Finally able to get the graveyard out. And Pandora takes another. I'm losing my mind. I'm actually just losing my mind right now. Is he gonna run? Is he gonna 3-0 again?
My brain's popping.
He's crazy.
I can't cast anymore, man.
He's just, this is ridiculous. He's bananas. He's just so smart. He's so well calculated. He's just like, okay, I can take this much damage, and then I have this much time left before I can turn on the juice. And just go for those graveyards. Unbelievable.
And Lion, towards the end, didn't even have a chance to put down his Hog Rider.
Barely, yeah. He had a couple, but they were dealt with pretty easily.
Okay, hits one here, but Pandora's okay. He was holding that tornado just in case. Just in case. And not as a defensive option, as an offensive option to maybe get the splash damage for the baby dragon, pull that magic, the queen away. What a player.
Once he found that small opening to start these cycles, the graveyards, the poisons, it's all downhill.
One small step at a time. Some more connections with skeleton poison. And Lion thought he was okay with the EQ. But towards the end, the spell damage just a lot more from Pandora. Triple spell. Graveyard. Such a powerful deck. Maybe we can use it that well, of course.
Yes, yeah, I am not that good with it myself. But the people who can use it well are devastating. When they have that, come through, it's challenging to guard against it. And again, he's so patient, and even though I think Line makes a decent adjustment where he's like, all right, well, I'm going to put my Skeleton Giant on that side, and then that'll tank up, a lot more damage and this other stuff. But then he just waited. He's like, oh, yeah, I'm just going to wait for it to leave.
That triple and getting all the way there with Graveyard popping back and forth, and once you get the groove, poison Graveyard, and you send all the troops, the baby dragons on top. And Line, ever since that moment, ever since the first Graveyard, he had to switch towards the defensive mode, had no time to actually use that EQ. Just a couple of them, but of course, no Hog Rider.
Right.
Maybe should have pushed a little further, go for that killing blow.
It's hard.
Change up the cycle. It's hard to tell right now because the game's already done. But sometimes that's all the weight you need. Pandora needs one more for a how many clean sweeps?
4. It would be his 4th of the day.
Doesn't make sense.
4 out of 5. That he just clean sweeps.
So, yeah, I mean, against every single team, basically.
Can't even begin to describe how hard that is to do. To be that good in one day. It's pretty miraculous. But what a performance we're seeing from Pandora. Maybe he's got one more. Maybe he's just going to end the night in our next game. We'll see when we get there. The way he calculates things. Again, he let one of those Skeleton Giants get through at one point because his other tower, his left tower, was so healthy. He's like, I don't care if the bomb drops on it. It doesn't matter. I just need to win on the other side. It was so smart. The calculations are just otherworldly. Let's see if Expo Master could turn it around here for his team.
It is match point, championship point for Hinomaru Red.
Absolutely, here we go. Flying Machine from Expo Master. The Wall Breakers and the Mega Miner.
Okay, maybe some more lava coming down from Expo Master, potentially?
Mighty Miner. Said Mega Miner. It's like
a Mega Miner?
He's just Mighty Miner.
Okay, seems like we're focusing on air from Expo Master. And Pandora, does he have really good tools other than those Spear Goblins?
It's worrisome if it's just the Bats and the Spear Goblins again. We've seen this matchup before, but it was the other way around.
And Pandora might not wait that long. There's that Tombstone. Yeah, he's gonna race for it. Miner and the Mighty Miner.
The chip damage is nice, but I don't know if it's good enough.
Yeah, anti-air. Spear Goblins. Be gone real soon with a extra source. Has the Flying Machine. Bats are actually pretty good, but there's the arrow.
Has to use the Mighty Miner just to tank. Able to do it and then switch lanes. Pretty nicely handled. Doing a pretty good job here as Pandora. This isn't easy. We've seen it before.
Yeah, keeping it minimum damage. Yes, Pandora was able to do some more on right top. Exo Miner also thinking, okay, no spells out yet, but he might be actually lacking some anti-air. So if I buy some time. Oh, the Spear Goblins. Oh, that's
free.
Yeah, that's about 400 or 500.
He's confident enough that he can just go for it. It's going to be Mighty Miner for Mighty Miner. Go for the Wall Breakers. They aren't going to get through, though. Skeleton Dragons aren't going to allow it. Although this Miner on the left is tanking. It's tanking!
Oh, a couple more hundred on the left. 17-12. Here's the Phoenix. And Pandora is kind of safe. As long as it catches that magic Flying Machine.
Yeah, he knows how to play against this. He knows what's up. He knows the key to it. And he knows how to take it down.
Yeah, the Spear Goblin is actually nice tool against all the pups.
Look at the timing on that. Gets the drill right out ahead of that Phoenix. So good.
Yeah, Bomb Tower to delay. Take, oh, pretty nice arrows, though. Maybe this is one push for the Expo Master.
Might be right. He might have found the opening he needs. The poison was saved, though.
That's beautiful.
Really nicely done.
And getting all the pups, too. The timing is just a little too good for Pandora.
He's got to keep him honest on the other side. Timing for the log is
Skeleton's
beautiful.
gone.
Oh my god.
And Spear Goblins!
They're going crazy.
Connected to it.
On the bottom right, though, a big push coming. Is he going to have the defense available? He has to use the poison early.
Wall Breaker connect.
Oh my god. Bottom right, though.
We're going for the race.
It's getting chunked down.
The Flying Machine.
He just got that Mighty Miner out in time to tank.
Oh, it's on the tower now. The Wall Breakers.
I think it's over.
And that's enough. Expo Master brings one back for the team just before going down. Oh, wow. And the Wall Breakers were on, but the Tombstone was ready.
It's crazy, like, how Pandora can make what was a pretty lopsided matchup when he played that deck versus that other deck look a lot closer because he's just so good at recognizing the win conditions and how to try to attack them. But still, it's just such a mismatch with that Lava Hound deck.
Yeah, there's just, lack of anti-air. Spear Goblins did quite a lot of work, but sometimes it was just not enough. Because because Pandora actually sent the Spear Goblins as an offensive tool on the left instead of defending.
Yep.
I think that's exactly what he was lacking for the last defense there. Yeah, pretty clutch as both players were saying, I might have the better end of the calculation here, and maybe I should push.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It was kind of a gamble from Pandora and just didn't quite pay off. And, Expo Master able to just kind of steady as she goes, keep the ship on course, and was able to take it. Really good. This poison was great.
And because of the pressure on the right, Pandora had to switch and go for the left with more HP on the tower. Instead of going for that 1,005.
But when he starts doing that, that allows for these pushes on the right to just get too big. they just get too out of control. Has to use a poison because of that egg from the Phoenix as well.
Yeah, when that poison's down, the flying machine's going to be okay.
Yep, exactly. Expo Master knew it, just waited for the poison, and then he's like, okay, now I can flying machine.
Yeah, those wall breakers were trying to go for the race, but there's one building in the middle, and they kept Expo Master alive for Team Expo.
Okay, well, now Expo Master needs to win 2 in a row to send this to the 1v1 duel, potentially.
Yeah, and finally, we're just going to send a few season games coming up.
Are there other players for this team that play King of the Hill? I'm not sure.
I wrote their names down just in case.
Okay, TenGOD and Yakitori, right?
Oh, yeah, no. Not really. GRIKO, yeah, GRIKO and Rad. Of course, it's been a long time.
I'm joking. It's
yeah,
GRIKO.
Of course. Fire Spirit. And a Bandit, we talked about this.
Yeah, Bandit's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's one of the signature cards that Expo Master does have. Here comes Hog Rider. No other card to defend.
Uh-oh. Decent damage.
Got a pretty good lead now.
And tons of elixir available for GRIKO to figure out how he wants to do this. It's going to be that giant skeleton. You can just walk on by. No problems. Yeah, has to use log clear, but not bad at all.
Yeah, got one more hit from the Archer Queen, so not bad for Expo Master. And some more bridge. More spam's coming down. The Royal Ghost.
Oh, the bait. I love that. It's a cheeky little play with the Fire Spirit.
Yeah, Bandit actually pushes that mini push. Keeps one less damage from the Queen into the tower.
Oh.
And that's just enough.
Gets the King Tower.
And that's sometimes huge.
But there's no elixir for GRIKO. He's in trouble. I mean, that helps with the King Tower, though, but...
It does.
It's still a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage for sure, but we'll have to see, because in the long run, as long as there's no charge, it might actually work out with the King Tower help.
Snowball. Yep. There you go. Very cleanly handled.
Snowball defensive use this time, but once Expo Master wants to go all pushing into for the bridge, will be used to clear a path for that Ram Rider. Yes. You use it first, and
so
you
funny.
lose.
So funny. Clean up with the log. Now, just goblins to prepare for the bandit. Yep. That should be perfectly timed, perfectly handled by GRIKO. So he's recovering, but he still needs to get a little bit more damage to tie it up.
Yep. Even brings the bomb tower. To drag the Mega. Hog Rider getting a scratch on top.
Not bad. He's doing a pretty good job. I mean, now he's starting to put some pressure. Now he's got 2 skeleton giants on both lanes, and he's going to be able to deal with one of them. Second one about to be dealt with, but this is a very healthy Hog Rider coming in. Yes, the bandit dashes into it, but it's a lot of big hits.
Yeah, 2 hits directly onto the tower. Might be even looking for a few more. And Giant Skeleton down just in time to cancel that dash from the bandit. And all on the left this time. Pushing both. Great pressure coming down from GRIKO.
Yep. Still able to get the Phoenix Snowball combo to prevent it, but now a bunch of damage on the top right. It's gotten through. Oh, the bomb.
That is it.
Oh my goodness.
And GRIKO.
He's done it. He's done it.
Oh man.
That's gonna do it.
Skeleton, we almost missed it.
Yeah, I know.
It just straight.
Just walked right in there. I didn't expect it to be. I thought it'd be stopped by something, but Hinomaru, red is going to be your WCG 2022 Rivals Clash Royale champions. Huge congratulations to them.
Congratulations.
Japan does it.
Back-to-back win against the winning team from the winners match. Team Expo just
unbelievable.
Down.
I mean, Pandora is the MVP for me.
Yeah.
Just unbelievable. But everybody came in and got involved here.
Huge moment. Totally huge moment. Of course, that early Hog Rider hit was big. But towards the end, Expo Master, I think he was trying to push a little bit more. The King Tower activation of okay, there was something, but it didn't really matter towards the end.
It hurts, but it's not the end of the world.
And because GRIKO had a bomb tower and also the log to kind of cancel the charge from the Ram Rider.
I mean, it's just when he starts loading up with these skeleton giants. This one's going to be the hog getting through on the right.
Yeah,
gets
couple
2
shots,
hits.
right?
Yeah, 2 hits. And then I just caught out of the corner of my eye when it went over. Like this one right here, I think just gets kind of not properly dealt with. The log there buys it some space. You put some goblins behind it, and then there's just no response. I'm not sure.
Yeah, he certainly had a lot of elixirs. But
he waited for too long for the Mega Knight.
He did. Could not really distract it and move it away from the tower, and that is going to be it. Wow. What a result. Team Expo with the most votes from the predictions from the fans. Not really turning out to be the champions, and it's actually Hinomaru Red from Japan taking the trophy.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations again to them. Well played today by Expo. They played really great all around. You know, they went down the fight, but you know, they won their first match today, so they got, and then they won their second. They got right to winners, but then they lost 2 times in a row to Hinomaru, and that's kind of the way it goes sometimes. Like, you give your opponents a second chance at you, and they make the most of it. So
yeah, I know we've seen a lot of bracket resets in different esports, but usually the winner, when that happens, the momentum just shifts. And usually the bracket reset, we do have the winner back to back. It's usually the one coming from the losers bracket, and they actually end up winning many times because of the momentum. Sometimes it's just unstoppable. They come up that much, and then even if you win from the winner's match, if you don't win the first match, you might actually lose that control. I think that's what happened to Team Expo there.
Yeah, it just kind of slipped away from them a little bit too much. Still, though, a really exciting day, a really fun day. Good to be back with Clash. Thank you guys, everybody, for joining us. We really appreciate it. We hope you enjoyed today. We did as well. Let's take a look at tomorrow's match here in just a second, see what we've got going on. Still more WCG coming.
Of course.
So don't worry. There's all kinds of stuff. It's a Valorant match tomorrow. Definitely check that out. Should be a lot of fun. And it's just...
Yeah, 2 matches there, Influencer match and Pro Gamer match.
Yeah, that'll be really fun. The Influencer one will be kind of crazy, but the Pro Game matches...
You never know what's going to happen in Influencer match.
Yeah, those are always wild.
Max entertainment.
Exactly, Juacco. That's exactly what you're looking for. Pretty good prize pool there, too. 30,000?
Yeah, 30,000, man. Oh. Yeah, match 1 winner. I guess a little different in prize pool because they have 2 matches.
Yeah.
Yeah, but... Yeah, pretty good. The amount of money for the winners also there. But, of course, coming back to us, congratulations to the winner.
Yeah.
That's a lot of big prize pool for Team Hinomaru Red. And let's see if they can continue. And Pandora, I'm still amazed. And let's see how far he can actually get in the future.
Yeah, looking forward to it. He played incredible here. So, again, congratulations to Hinomaru Red for winning WCG 2022 Clash Royale. Guys, that's going to do it for us. For G-Clef, I'm Paper Thin.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, everybody. We love you. Take care, and we'll see you all later. Have a great one. す。